Gordon has worn them out today. In 1974, Richard Petty led 491 of the 500 miles. This is the second most dominant performance in some time for Jeff Gordon. It is the most dominant performance since Richard Petty led all but 9 laps here in 1974.
Well, this would have been the same type of race for Bobby Hamilton had Jeff Gordon not been here today. But Jeff Gordon is flying around this racetrack. You see Bobby Hamilton about a half a straightaway back.
Bobby Allison in 1982 led 486 laps.
Boy, he just hogged the whole show up.
Bobby ran really well here at Dover. White flag for Jeff Gordon, a young 24-year-old driver from Pittsburgh, Indiana. He is 2 turns away from his 7th victory of 1995.
Boy, oh boy.
Ray Evernham, Rick Hendrick, the car owner, Randy Dorton and Hendrick engines. Powers off the corner, all but laps Sterling Marlin, and the checkered flag waves over Jeff Gordon. Bobby Hamilton, a well-deserved 2nd place. And Jeff Gordon will leave Dover with a 309-point advantage over Dale Earnhardt in the quest for the Winston Cup.
I don't know if I've ever had this good a day, man. This car was just awesome. You know, I really got to thank these Rainbow Warriors on this DuPont Chevrolet, man. That thing was just hooked up today, man. That thing was just awesome. This is a big win for us. You know, here in DuPont country, they've always wanted to win one here in the Winston Cup car, and this one's for you guys, man. Appreciate it.
Exclusive coverage of the MBNA 500 presented by Gladiator Van. On the pole is Rick Mast. Jeff Gordon starts alongside.
Well, I arrived here yesterday to help out with the broadcast, and I was down in the pit area, and I said, what's going on? And everybody said Steve Grissom was really fast. So I kind of investigated a little bit, and it ended up not being no secret. Everybody in the garage area knows that Gary Bechtel and the whole Diamond Ridge race team went and bought one of Jeff Gordon's race cars. Not just any race car, one of the race cars that sat on the pole here and finished 6th in the last race. So one reason Steve Grissom is really up to speed this week, and we'll have to see how it plays out, he's got one of Jeff Gordon's race cars, and must be a pretty good car.
They bought that car, and they bought Ray Evernham's setups for that car, rolled it off the truck, and they were quick in practice. So Steve Grissom looks for a good run today.
John's car quite a bit.
That in the last practice session yesterday. We've got a lot more stories to cover, and we want to know what... While Jeff Gordon holds tightly to the point lead. Up and fire him up. And get at it for 500 miles here on the concrete. Well, let's talk to the man who's the 7-time Winston Cup champion, looking to repeat and gain a little ground in the point chase. He comes here 279 markers behind point leader Jeff Gordon, but there's something else on Dale Earnhardt's mind. Glenn Jarrett's with him. Well, here's the way they'll line up today for 500 miles. Rick Mast has his 3rd career pole, and Jeff Gordon his 12th front row start. He's the point leader. Bobby Hillin has 2 top 10 finishes here, and Joe Nemechek was 10th in the June race. Jeff Burton led a few laps in last year's race. Dale Jarrett, recent winner at Pocono. The Winston Cup point standings. Jeff Gordon leads Dale Earnhardt by 279. There's the rest of the top 5. And some 90,000 fans, largest sporting event crowd in the history of the state of Delaware, are on their feet. Rick Mast in the Skoll Ford. Richard Jackson hauls him down and into the lead, and Jeff Gordon's going to drop right in single file.
Right now it's not a dangerous part because you see the lead cars right now are single file, but back in there you see several of the cars on the outside. There's no rubber buildup on the outside, so it's not as treacherous as it will be after the tires begin to wear and peeling rubber up on outside the groove there.
We ran 200 miles yesterday in the Busch Race Plus Winston Cup practice, but then the rain this morning probably took some of that rubber from the racetrack. But what kind of surface do we have now?
You've got a good racetrack right now. Of course, you don't have a groove as such. The tires right now are making a groove. You see Jeff Gordon there looking over Rick Mast. He would like to get these 5 points right away, and then he can kind of sit back and watch everything happen. Run 2nd here in the first race. He's always a contender here, Mike.
Rick Mast up front, Jeff Gordon, Kyle Petty, Bobby Labonte. Just about the way they started. Jeff Gordon has a look to the inside as they come toward turn 3. Puts it in there.
He's got it. There goes those 5 points. That's very valuable. Look at Petty coming underneath. You move to the outside here, you're going to lose 5, 6, 7 positions before you get back in line.
You know what was really interesting? Gordon did not really have position on him, but he had him out of his mirror. Rick looked up in the mirror and couldn't see him, so he for sure thought he was underneath him. I think that was a good move. We didn't need no contact early in the race, but it did cost him. Rick's sliding all the way back right now.
Ward Burton starts. Pace car will dive in, and Jeff Gordon will bring them back to the line. 13, make that 14 of 500 laps complete. Kyle Petty in second, Bobby Labonte, Ward Burton, and Ricky Rudd, the front five.
First three cars got a nice start there. In my opinion, on this racetrack, if you can run out front like Jeff Gordon's doing right now, that's the best place for him to be in the points lead, is out front, because back in there, man, it gets kind of hairy going in these corners, double wide. You've seen what happened to several of the cars when they get caught on the outside there.
Right now, this 2014 of Jeff Gordon, and you can just feel the rhythm. They can't do no wrong. In almost a wreck yesterday, he missed it in practice, and look at him now up front, and that's exactly where he wants to be in this championship run. I talked about Jeff Gordon having rhythm right now.
And Darrell Waltrip will go a lap down. He was the last car in line when that caution flag came out at lap 9. And now Waltrip's Western Auto Chevy falls a lap to the leaders. 27 and 500 laps complete here at Dover Downs. We'll be right back.
Middle of the corner, and timing just wasn't right, that's for sure.
Let's check with Glenn on pit road.
Well, Jeff Burton has brought the DuPont Chevrolet in, Mike, for 4 tires and fuel. Excuse me, Jeff Gordon. I'm sorry, I said Jeff Burton. They have not made an adjustment on the car. Obviously, it seems to be working well. Robert Presley gets by him. I have a suspicion they only changed 2 tires, but Gordon got 4, and he's away
On that car to get it back right.
Green flag. Rick Mast, who is 1 lap down, lined up next to Robert Presley. Check that. He's showing 2 laps off the pace. We'll get that confirmed. But we're at lap 47, and we're back under green. And Mast, the pole sitter, cannot get past his Skoal teammate Robert Presley to gain back up on the lead lap. So Jeff Gordon, the second-place car. Earnhardt and Rusty Wallace started right together in 15th and 16th.
Look at that power move. You see Jeff Gordon just turn that car coming off the corner and go right by Rick Mast on the bottom side. That's hard to do because you need all that racetrack to get the momentum and go down the straightaway.
While that's happening, Robert Presley's finally leading some nice, strong laps as a rookie, and out in front right now, and Jeff Gordon running second.
Randy Pemberton.
Well, John Andretti has come from the Infield Care Center. John, that was a tough break. What happened?
4th place. And up at the lead, Jeff Gordon is headhunting Robert Presley.
See Jeff Gordon's car. I mean, it's spectacular from the center part of the corner to the straightaway, Kenny.
I tell you, the whole Hendricks team has been really awesome this year, but especially Gordon. I mean, he hasn't missed it anywhere. To the Gordon team, if they miss it, it means they've run 6. So, I mean, he's been leading this race. Robert Presley's doing a whale of a job, though, right now. I don't think new tires, are so much an unbelievable advantage. We've seen the winner yesterday win the race with some used tires on, but, here's Robert with on used tires.
And just behind them is Ward Burton in the 22 car there, the black car you see there. That car is really on the move. It's a great run for Ward, and I know he's enjoying this.
Well, Bill Davis, who owns that car, they had Jeff Gordon in their Busch car, lost him to Chevrolet. They got another talented young driver named Bobby Labonte, lost him to Joe Gibbs. Started this season with Randy LaJoie. A couple of fellas have been in that car, and now Ward Burton has helped pull that team together as Gordon takes the lead, and Burton follows him right on through, puts Robert Presley to 3rd.
Well, Robert was real lucky to have a chance to get back in line there and not lose more spots. Just behind him, you see the 10 car, which is running 4th right now, of Ricky Rudd.
Moving up on Derek Cope. Look at the lead Jeff Gordon has built up there. Jeff Gordon leads at 63 laps. Ward Burton runs in 2nd. 69 laps complete. There's your leader, Jeff Gordon, and we'll show you the tremendous advantage he has built up. He is really setting a torrid pace. Is it maybe too fast a pace?
Mike, I'm a little bit concerned. I'll be honest with you. He's driving the wheels off this car, and we know there's a little bit of excess tire wear because of the rain last night. I don't know whether Ray and them are having any handling problems at all on that car as well as just running. It don't seem to be, but I bet Glenn would know.
We'll check with Glenn in a moment on that. Ward Burton continues to run 3rd, or 2nd rather. You saw him in the picture, but he is 2 full seconds behind Jeff Gordon. Ricky Rudd is 3rd, Ted Musgrave 4th, Mark Martin 5th. So it's Chevy, Pontiac, and 3 Fords in the top 5. Darrell Waltrip had a long stay on pit road under green. His woes continue. John Andretti. Leader Jeff Gordon trying to run away from this field. Glenn Jarrett's in his pits.
Ray Evernham, the crew chief. Ray, he's running awfully hard, and you got to be concerned about tire wear here.
Well, we're a little bit concerned. Goodyear brought a good tire, but we haven't had a chance to take a long run on it. We're trying to back him down a little bit, get him to slow the pace down.
Well, there you have it, guys. They're awfully concerned. Everybody down here monitoring tire wear. As soon as one team takes the tires off, the other teams come and look to see what happens.
Thanks, Glenn. There is Jeff Gordon, and his lead continues to build. It's now nearly 3 seconds.
Well, a lot of times we've seen people actually start babying the car just a little bit, and it actually gets through the corner better because you're not scrubbing. Maybe he found a little rhythm there that he's getting around the racetrack, and you don't feel that he's abusing the car, but he is flying around this racetrack.
I've been in situations, buddy, and I'm sure you have too, where you're like really running like Jeff Gordon is, running way out front, and the crew gets concerned, says back off. You back off, and you're running faster. I mean, it's just the car is really working good right now. He's not pushing, he's not loose. He's just flying through the corner.
He looks mighty strong right now, but so does Jeff Gordon.
Car, use it as a test session. We'll have to see how he comes back out on the racetrack and if he's a lot better.
Well, as you said, that's what Steve Grissom's team felt, and they went and bought a car they knew was a fast car here, the car Jeff Gordon sat on the pole with in June, and brought it here to try to turn their fortunes around. 80 laps complete. Jeff Gordon leads. Ricky Rudd is beginning to close. Meanwhile, leader Jeff Gordon is getting up into some traffic, going underneath Mike Wallace in the Heilig-Myers Ford of Judy Conlevy. And Ricky Rudd is closing in. He has narrowed the gap.
This is what's scary. We're only 93 laps into the race. We've had some caution, and they're already lapping. So, I mean, 500-lap race, that means a lot of these guys are going to be 5-6 laps down.
2 yellows so far. We have been green for the last, 45 laps or so.
Mike, these are not bad race cars. He's putting a lap on here. That's Mike Waltrip right there, and he's just driving by him like he's got the brakes on. Jeff Gordon has definitely got everything working in his way right now.
He's on a mission. If you look at the rundown, Gordon about 2 seconds ahead of Ricky Rudd. Let's show you the interval. There's Michael Waltrip, the lap car. And there's...
I'll tell you something I did notice there. We're talking about how fast Jeff Gordon was right now. I didn't see you talking about the cars he's lapped. Bill Elliott already, Dick Trickle, Michael Waltrip. So he's got some pretty good cars already down.
Jeff Gordon leading Ricky Rudd. Mark Martin in third. Bobby Hamilton now fourth. And the fifth place car is Ward Burton. Bobby Labonte sixth. Dale Jarrett seventh. Ted Musgrave eighth. Derek Cope ninth. Bobby Hill in 10th.
Down here.
Won't be long till pit road gets very busy. Watch Steve Grissom trying to stay on the lead lap just ahead of leader Jeff Gordon, who also radioed in and said he felt like the right front was starting to give up a little.
Boy, oh boy. If those tires were worn out, Jeff Gordon's has got to be worn out too. So you see him, he's still sticking to the bottom of the racetrack though.
Change at fourth place as leader Jeff Gordon now has heavy traffic. Jeremy Mayfield just ahead. Robert Presley on the inside. Ricky Rudd is at the tail end of that pack of traffic, trying to get back to the leader.
Well, that
Gordon
car
to the high
working.
side.
Watch out. That's a bad place, but he made it.
Jeff right now is the 18th place car, 19th, 18th, so...
And Presley immediately drops to pit road once he went a lap down. Now Ricky Rudd will come into the picture here, the second place car, and the tide...
For Steve, hey, I'm going to get sideways here.
Gordon looking under Jeremy Mayfield. Mayfield, the 19th place car, last car on the lead lap. And Cale Yarborough owned RCA Ford goes a lap down. Ricky Rudd.
Guys, this right here is the signal. This is a big team. You know, he's been up in the lead lap, although Kyle was too, but I think you're going to start seeing him rolling in now, and I think Bill Elliott is going to be the signal of this whole deal.
Elliott goes a lap down as green flag pit stops begin at lap 113 here.
Mike just in front of Gordon here is the second place points man. Front straightaway between Jimmy Spencer and Jeff Gordon. Jeff was trying to make a move to the inside, and Jimmy moved down on the racetrack. I thought there was a little bit of contact, but he's going to have to give it up. Jeff goes right on by.
You know, Mike and Buddy, this is a dangerous point of the race, okay, because you got guys out there on old tires, say, running 26-second laps. Now you got guys on new tires coming running 2 seconds quicker. You're trying not to run over those guys, so if they can make it through this cycle, you know, that'll be a big bonus.
Now here comes the fastest on pit road. And Ray Evernham, when will he bring his driver, the leader, Jeff Gordon, to pit lane?
I'll tell you, Jeff's flying still, but just a little while ago, Bobby Labonte passed him, and he has almost a straightaway lead on him because he has new tires on the car. I would say Jeff Gordon better get in pretty quick.
Ted Musgrave is in, and Derek Cope.
As you watch Jeff Gordon, and now we're to Ted Musgrave, you know, the thing is that how much longer can Jeff stay out here, because these guys are flying around here, and they're faster than him.
To get somebody that Dale really likes too, because that's the important part, is the working relationship between the driver and the crew chief.
Ricky Rudd said much the same thing. He talked to 4 or 5 people already about Billy Ingles leaving that team. And he said, I'm in no rush to make up my mind. I want to make sure I get the right guy, somebody we can build this team with for a long, long time. Jeff Gordon at lap 131 surrenders the lead and comes to pit road. Ray Evernham and the Rainbow Warriors await. So does Glenn Jarrett.
Well, Mike Ray told me about 30 laps ago, or 40 laps ago, that they would go to lap 130. I did not see how they would make it looking at some of the tires coming off the cars, but he evidently knew exactly what he was talking about. As you said, it's lap 131, which will be a 4-tire change and fuel only. Again, no adjustments on the car. It is absolutely perfect. I don't think no big truck. This looks like a good stop. Incidentally, Bobby Labonte, good stop, 17.16. Bobby Labonte had a 17.
Green flag pit stops. Jeff Gordon in the lead. Bobby Labonte was the big winner in the pit stop derby. He's up to second spot. Here's Glenn.
Well, guys, again, I'm in Kyle Petty's pit. He just made another pit stop for another 4 tires. He radioed into the guys that the car was just awful. He could not drive it, so they brought him in with 4 more tires. He's only getting about 40 laps out of each set of his tires, so he's at a major disadvantage. Jeff Gordon went 90 laps the last time. Now, we talked about the good pit stop that Jeff Gordon had. However, NASCAR came over and admonished him a little bit. Said, hey, guys, if you don't have a guy there with the catch can on the fuel, the overspill, next time we're going to penalize you 15 seconds. They did not have a guy to catch the fuel overflow, so they have been warned.
Let me just say something about Jeff Gordon's pit stop there. The catch can, I did notice, was hanging on the back. So in other words, the catch can was hanging on the back, but no person was holding it. So if the fuel come out, it was going to go in the catch can. But
so they did have the catch can.
They did have it on there.
What was that man doing?
He was invisible.
2 laps. Jeff Gordon leading. Bobby Hamilton second. At 169 laps, Jeff Gordon remains the leader. Bobby Hamilton runs in the second spot. In third, Dale Jarrett. In fourth, Mark Martin. And fifth, Bobby Labonte. The Subway Sandwich Shops 200. The NASCAR Super Truck by Craftsman Series race live from Sears Point in Sonoma, California. We'll be up in California wine country Saturday, October 7th. 6 p.m. Eastern Time right here on TNN, so don't miss it. Well, Jeff Gordon out in the lead and not quite running away like he was, because the handling has gone to pushy loose. Push going into the corner and loose coming out.
Well, the rubber build up in the corner, as you can see, they have a groove now, and the cars will start to skate just a little bit, and I think what you're going to see when you're pushing like that, you get in the center part of the corner and you have the wheels cut, and you get back in the throttle, it throws the back end out, makes it loose coming off.
Bobby Hillen, you see, has caught the race leader there, number 77. But Hillen's pit stop took 24 seconds, and he stalled exiting the pit. So Hillen is 1 lap down. He just may, if he can continue to close up, and get a lap back.
I'll tell you one thing I've noticed about Jeff Gordon. When he talks about his car not handling good, when his car's not handling good, look how smooth he still looks. He is climbing the bank, and there's that push you're talking about, buddy.
What he's doing now, he's starting to diamond the racetrack a little bit because the front end's not sticking, so he's not trying to pinch it down on the bottom. He's giving it a little bit of room getting in the corner as he goes under Dave Marcus there, getting into turn 3.
Richard Napa Field standing update. Napa, we keep America running. As you look down this running order, the first 11 cars are on the lead lap. And then a big group of cars 1 lap down because of that long run of green flag racing we've had. We have been caution-free since lap 47. That's 133 laps we've been under green consecutively.
That ought to be some kind of record, that thing.
For here.
You know, the thing good about this concrete is once it does get rubber down, boy, I tell you what, it good.
Rusty better pick it up. He is only 5 seconds from going a lap down. That is, he is running 5 seconds ahead of race leader Jeff Gordon.
I tell you, Jeff Gordon is so hooked up right now that if we continue under green, he's going to lap the field.
We documented that Gordon's getting just amazing tire wear. The amount of laps he ran under green, most of the folks thought wouldn't be possible today. So before he made his tire stop, there is Gordon. About to put a lap on Ward Burton. Burton is the 11th place car. Gordon has a lead of 5 seconds now on Bobby Hamilton. Welcome back to Dover Downs. 193 laps complete. Mike Joy with Buddy Baker, Kenny Wallace, Glenn Jarrett, and Randy Pemberton on pit road for the Nashville Network. There's Blake Speed back on track. And they have put Ward Burton 1 lap down.
Well, it hadn't been but about 80 or 90 laps ago. Ward Burton was running second, but he's a little bit off on his motor, as Glenn reported earlier, and he's dropping back quite a bit now.
Brett Bodine, the Lowe's 4, giving those under the bumper views back to Jeff Gordon, who has led since lap 54. Robert Presley, Michael Waltrip also led this race, as did the pole sitter Rick Mast for the first 3 laps.
Look at that valance on the front, right front there, is almost touching the pavement. That car is getting tremendous side bite through the corner.
Mark Martin. Second round of pit stops under green we're having now.
Everybody but Jeff Gordon. I think he may just have a little bit of a secret as far as the handling on his car today, and he's able to go just a little bit further than anybody else.
Yeah, you know, it's not that these cars are that slow, it's that Jeff Gordon is that fast, so he's running his own race, and Ray Evernham and them are sticking to it.
And Jeff Gordon stays out at lap 202. He's either going to run him down and pass him, or he's going to wear him out by staying out there longer. But he has dominated this race. The front-running cars of Jeff Gordon, Ricky Rudd, Dale Earnhardt, Joe Nemechek, as those who have not stopped.
Bobby Hamilton and them just running Jeff Gordon down. It was kind of you didn't know what to think. All of a sudden, Bobby Hamilton just went right by Jeff Gordon, but I realized he had fresh tires on that car, and I mean, he has pulled almost straight away on Jeff Gordon in 4 or 5 laps.
It's going to be interesting to see when Jeff does pit, if he comes out behind Bobby Hamilton or not. Watching it, you wouldn't think that when the pit stop circulates that they would be together. And so it's been the story of the week up here. Usually it's drivers moving around, but a lot of crew chiefs making moves.
Andy Petrie will leave Earnhardt. Troy Selberg will leave the Butch Mock Todd Bodine team. Engine builder Danny Glad changing teams.
I know everybody heard me sound like a blown-out tire just then, but Ricky Craven come in the pits, and he was all the way sideways. He almost hit the tire at the end of the pit road down there.
But made it through okay.
It's hard to get.
So we're waiting here now. Jeff Gordon should be coming down any moment now.
Gordon will be in this lap. He and Joe Nemechek, the last cars to pit. And so here is Jeff Gordon making his second green flag stop of the day. Joe Nemechek is also in, so this will complete the round of green flag pit stops. Let's go back to Glenn.
And Jeff Gordon, he looks so slow when he comes down here because of the speed they have to run on pit road. Pit road is pretty dry now, but still a little bit slick. Again, a 4-tire change. We've got the watch on them. These guys have always been doing a good job, in fact, all year long. The fuel goes in, the first can's in, now they move around to the left side of the car, as you can see. They're going to put a round of wedge. You can see the guy on the right rear of the car. He's taking a round out. Jeff was reporting that the car was a little tight to center the corner. We got a 19.4 second pit stop with the wedge adjustment, and they did have that catch can man there at that time, so no penalty.
See Bobby Hamilton going by Jeff Gordon there.
That's what we were talking about earlier, buddy. What happened is the 43 had new tires on and made a lot of comment. Now let's see if the 24 Jeff Gordon can run Bobby Hamilton back now.
25 laps complete. Darrell Waltrip back in the race, and Rich Bickle has made a pit stop in the Kendall Oil Pontiac. I was asked why they concreted this racetrack, and I was explaining this to someone, and they made an apt analogy that some of our fans will get. The tires, the side bite was so great on a very hot day that it would just abrade and peel up the asphalt on this speedway. Here is Jeff Gordon moving up on Dale Jarrett and going by and picking up a spot. He made the latest pit stop. He has the freshest tires. So it would just peel the asphalt up and cause a problem. So Dennis McGlynn, Melvin Joseph, the folks here at Dover decided to entirely redo the track.
Whoa, look at this. Look
Jeff
at
Gordon.
this. This is for the lead, folks.
Coming up on Bobby Hamilton. And Earnhardt just pulled a power move a lap ago. He went around Ward Burton on the outside.
I think the track is, here goes, you know, Jeff has been running the highest lane all day. He's not running a low lane. He's doing like Buddy said, he's diamonding this racetrack. It's working for him in his race car.
Will that help tire wear to run higher on the racetrack?
Mike, anytime you can let the car kind of move around on the racetrack and not pinch it down and hold it on the bottom, it saves tires. A lot of times on racetracks, though, if you're getting a good bite on, you have to hold the car down to make the fastest time. In Jeff's case, it's working for him today.
Bobby Hamilton having a little trouble getting past Robert Presley here. You saw Hamilton march through the field.
Right now, Robert Presley's crew's telling him that's the leader. He knows he's going to go down another lap. And here he's trying to...
Oh, man, he got loose coming up out of the corner. That was not contact. That's when the air comes off the rear spoiler. He did not make contact there, but Robert Presley was in a lot of trouble coming out of turn 4.
Robert did everything he could do to stay on the lead lap. Just car's not as good as those two cars right there in the screen.
There are 10 cars on the lead lap. Bobby Hamilton, the leader. Jeff Gordon there right behind him in the DuPont 24. Dale Jarrett, Bobby Labonte, Ricky Rudd are the top 5. Dale Earnhardt, Derek Cope, great run today in 7th place. Mark Martin, Rusty Wallace, and Joe Nemechek also having a very stout run. Nemechek started 24th. He's in the top 10 on the lead lap.
You know, right now you gotta try to think, what is Ray Evernham and Jeff Gordon doing here? Okay, they've caught back up to Bobby Hamilton. They're going to win this championship if nothing happens. Or is he going to sit there and run with him, or is he going to go for the lead? Looks like Jeff's kind of, you know, backing off a little bit right now.
Jeff Gordon came into this race with 279 points on Dale Earnhardt. Sterling Marlin, 308 points behind the leader. Mark Martin, 433. Ted Musgrave, 495. So Gordon has a sizable but not an insurmountable point lead right now.
I know, that's for sure. We've watched Alan Kwiecki come back from this track right here after a crash and go on and win the championship.
And he was, I think Kwiecki was just about as many points behind as Earnhardt is right now. Kwiecki left Dover 278 points behind. Earnhardt comes to Dover 279 points behind. So this title chase is by no means over. But I think everyone in the garage is looking over their shoulder. Here's Jeff Gordon, 24 years old. This kid can only get better. Folks like Dale Earnhardt will only get older. They're good. They're great. But the clock is ticking, and this fella is coming on.
Mike, the one thing, 24 years old, if he does not win the championship, just to be in the spot he's in, that's a dream of every young man that's ever sat down in a race car. So anything he does is going to be great this year because he's already been great.
Yeah, I think pretty soon here, Jeff Gordon is a friend of mine. I think the phenomenon of Jeff Gordon is always going to be there, but it's going to start fading off a little bit because, you know, I mean, he's been running like this now for the last 3 years, and it's not a surprise anymore. Jeff Gordon has got himself in an area right now that if he runs 6, there's something wrong. I mean, you can definitely say that he has set a pace every race that it has been really awesome.
Jeff Gordon reporting that his car is the tightest it has been all day at 240 laps. 260 to go here.
See Bobby Hamilton here just a little bit ago. Jeff Gordon ran right up behind him, about 2 car lengths back.
Al Petty won here from 37th position in the spring. Glenn Jarrett and Jeff Gordon there.
Mike, as Jeff brings it in again, 4 tires, and we don't see any signs of making any adjustment on the car. Although for the last 15, 20 laps, Jeff's really been complaining about how tight the car was right in the center of the corner. He just has not been able to turn it. So evidently they made the adjustment on the left side tire pressure. Great stop, 17.9 seconds. A couple of...
But Jeff Gordon turned the wick up just a little bit. He's gaining a little bit on Hamilton right now, as he did just after the pit stop before. He does have a cushion problem in the center part of the corner that they're working on. If anybody can fix it, Ray Evernham can.
And yeah, that's what I was going to say, Buddy. Basically, that pit stop enabled, the race is so long that it's enabled Jeff Gordon time to, you know, maybe get his car a little bit better. You know, the race has definitely changed because Jeff Gordon dominated with a straightaway lead.
On the ground, it's hard to get that wheel snugged up to the hub and get them all tightened, and they did.
I mean, you know, you don't want to make excuses, but that's what competition will do to you. I mean, the guys in the pits are trying to keep him up there in position, and just a little bit too quick of a stop, you know, cost you a lap.
Jeff Gordon closing in on the race leader, Glenn.
Well, one reason he's doing it, Mike, is because he put on scuffs that time. Jeff's still saying the car's a little too tight, but they did not put new tires on. They put on scuffs. Kenny Wallace, you're exactly right. There's a lot of rubber buildup on the racetrack. Cars are sticking too well now, so they went with scuff tires that time. Dale Earnhardt has a radio problem. The crew cannot hear him. He can't talk to them, but he can hear the crew. So Richard Gilbert had him to wait to see if he couldn't hear them. So at least they've got contact with Dale, but he cannot tell them anything about the car right now. And you've already told about Ricky Rudd having the right rear tire release problem.
Thanks, Glenn. Jeff Gordon closing in on race leader Bobby Hamilton, the STP Pontiac.
Well, Mike, that's good communication now. Somebody in the pits made this decision. I guarantee you that Jeff Gordon was very happy right now with the change that Ray Evernham and the crew made on the car. You can see he's closing in on Hamilton about 8 or 9 car lengths every lap.
Thank you, Mr. Bagley. It's not really a secret anymore that about halfway at Dover Downs, we get the ice cream run. And Ice Cream Sundays Award. I think, who blew our cover at the last race? Was it Ernie?
All you guys are having ice cream with me. I figured if I was going to stay up here in this booth, I had to go on a diet. So they're power scarfing the day, all my crew up here, but I'm watching the race and enjoying it like all you people back home.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, we got us a great race. Now, all day long, we've had a leader that has had a straightaway lead. This is the best race of the whole day. Right now, we've got a race for the lead.
But you're not enjoying it like all the people at home because you don't have a sofa and a refrigerator up here.
Here comes Jeff Gordon trying to take the lead as they drive into turn 3 there. This car is getting great forward bite right now. As he starts off the corner, you can see him pull just a little bit on Hamilton out of the corner there.
Didn't take long for Gordon to run down Bobby Hamilton once they got the setup right and put the DuPont Chevrolet back into the lead.
Now, Mike, you see he's running the same groove as he was before, but now the tires accommodate his problem that he had with the car pushing, so he's able to run the same groove, but he's getting so much forward bite out of the corner instead of pushing out of the corner.
Right, yeah. Jeff Gordon's led the race up on the top, almost out of the black. That's a pretty good mention right there. Power steering is able you to turn down to the bottom all day long.
Jeff Gordon laps past Jeff Burton, who goes to the Jack Roush team next year in a 3rd Roush car. And the sun pokes through for the first time. If Jeff Gordon wins the championship, would he be the youngest Winston Cup champion ever? No, he'd be 2nd. Bill Rexford in 1950 was 23 years old. Richard Petty in 1964 won his first title at age 27. And Terry Labonte in 1984 at age 28. So Gordon could become the 2nd youngest Winston Cup champ ever. Jeff Gordon trying to put Derek Cope, the 8th place car, or rather put Derek Cope, yes, the 8th place car, 1 lap down. But he's trying to hand signal where he has to be turning into the corner and needs his attention and both hands on the wheel.
As he goes by the pits down there, he's got his hands full of steering wheel, but he's still trying to communicate. Now on the caution here, they will be able to talk to each other and get this thing sorted out.
Jeff Gordon brings the first of the lead lap cars down pit road. There's Bobby Hamilton and Dale Jarrett. Also on the lead lap, Bobby Labonte, Dale Earnhardt, Rusty Wallace back on the lead lap, Joe Nemechek, and Derek Cope got the big save on that caution. He was about to go a lap down. Randy?
Well, Bobby Hamilton is in. No major changes on the 43 car. They just put 4 tires on it and away went. How's he coming out down there, Glenn?
Well, Earnhardt brings the car in, buddy. You're exactly right. This is the break he needed. At least they can communicate now. Right now, they're servicing the car 4 times.
They just waved the green flag for the restart, and Jeff Gordon steps on it. Trying to get away from Bobby Hamilton, Dale Jarrett, Dale Earnhardt, and Bobby Labonte. Mark Martin there in the Valvoline car. Jeff Gordon has pulled the string. He is gone.
They must have 2 sets of stuff because he is really on that thing. He's pulling away. He's, like you said, he's about 10, 12 car lengths in the lead right now. The race is just behind him. Everybody's trying to get by Mark Martin to catch up to Jeff Gordon.
A whole bunch of people sitting here hoping he doesn't have another set.
On the lead lap right there, well, Jeff Gordon's checked out.
Jeff Gordon has led 24 of the 25 races this year. 9 races in 71 and the first 30 of 72. So Bobby has the all-time Winston Cup record of leading in 39 races in a row. Jeff Gordon has led everywhere, but I think Sears Point. 2 laps, 148 to go here at Dover Downs. Jeff Gordon, once again, is the class of this field. Jeff Gordon's lead in the standings is due to a lot of that. He has picked up 175 bonus points this year for leading and for leading the most laps. Dale Earnhardt has 100 bonus points. Rusty Wallace has 90.
Well, this is almost a repeat of what happened in Rockingham this year with the 24 car of Jeff Gordon. Once he got into the lead, he just went on. I mean, this car is really working now. The only car that might be measured up to him right now is, of course, Bobby Hamilton, who's in second.
It seesawed just a little bit today. Jeff got a little too tight. His car may still be tight, but it's a good tight. Let's put it that way. He's keeping a same margin on the 43 car, Bobby Hamilton.
Moving past Brett Bodine is race leader Jeff Gordon out of turn number 2. I think Barney just came to see what flavor ice cream we were having.
I think so. I mean, Kenny left more than I normally get. What a huge thing of ice cream Kenny Wallace has devoured here today.
Can't eat all that. You know, I got to run Martinsville next week. Got to make sure I don't get too much junk food in me.
Yeah, more left side weight. All right, 372 laps. Jeff Gordon up front. Bobby Hamilton in second. Dale J. There's the Tomahawk. Not the Atlanta Braves either. It's that Tomahawk that sits over the pit of Jeff Gordon, and there's one in the stand as well. The kid was doing the wave with the Tomahawk, and that's what Gordon's doing, is waving goodbye.
They call him the Rainbow Warriors, and I tell you, he's on the warpath right now. But just behind him, you could just see in that shot there, Bobby Hamilton closed in quite a bit on him.
Hamilton having perhaps his best career run. Also, Joe Nemechek having a career best today. He was 9th at Pocono in July, 10th at Dover in June, and Nemechek is in 6th place right now. Well, the sun continues to beat down on the grandstand. That's a welcome sight here. Some of those sweatshirts coming off. Folks getting a little warm weather wear here. It was very cool and damp this morning.
The sun's been out for about 15-20 minutes now, and then there's clouds moving in, so the sun's going to go out here in a little bit and can change the handling characteristics on this racetrack.
Todd from Pennsylvania calls in, says Robert Yates going to have 2 cars now with Ernie Irvin and Dale Jarrett. Where are they going to get the crew for the second car?
Well, one thing I do know is they've acquired a couple of people. One has come from the 6 team of Jack Roush. And, buddy, I don't know. What's your opinion?
Well, I think you're hiring people right now getting ready to do this team, and there's a lot of people around right now.
Car that Jeff drove to a lot of victories and also worked with that Dick Armstrong team when Jeff had such a phenomenal season in the modified. Has been working with the Bodine team for the last 3 weeks as well. And he's having a blast. Jeff asked him to come down, and he's down there. He's pretty much got the team in stitches. He's a tremendous chassis guy as well from upstate New York. Going to go back home to run Syracuse. Says he's never won that $100 grand. We'll give it another shot this year.
The crowd's starting to move around just a little.
Jeff Gordon out in front of Bobby Hamilton. Jeff Gordon continues to lead Bobby Hamilton. Dale Jarrett in the 3rd spot. Rusty Wallace, Dale Earnhardt, Joe Nemechek, Derek Cope, and Bobby Labonte are the cars on the lead lap. Ed from Arizona called this morning while it was raining when we first came on the air and said, Goodyear rain tires, would NASCAR ever use them? I guess they tested rain tires.
I would have said no, but Greg Fielding's, of course, come up with the answer to this
Another Field and Fast fact. 1956, Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin, Road America. One NASCAR Winston Cup race was run in the rain. Of course, tires back then had grooves in them anyway. They were the same tires used on your highway car in 1956. Tim Block won.
And they tested rain tires at Watkins Glen this year. Mark Martin and Dale Earnhardt did that.
So, don't count anything out.
Hey, I'd like to take this moment. My car owner, Philbert Martasi, his mother, Mary Martasi, had a mild heart attack about 3 days ago. And Mary, if you're listening, we hope you get better, and hope you're watching the telecast.
106 to go. Let's take you back through the top 3. Show you the interval back. We have 8 cars on the lead lap. Back through Bobby Labonte. 1 lap down. Sterling Marlin, Mark Martin, and Bobby Hillen continuing to run well after that awful pit stop that put him a lap down. There's your leader, Gordon. There's Bobby Hamilton, and we'll give you a lap time this time by on leader Jeff Gordon. 25 flat.
That 0 just hanging there, isn't it?
Sure was.
That's a pretty quick lap.
Especially considering it's been almost 70 laps since pit stops.
Right. And the sun is going in and out here. I bet these drivers are thinking, what is going on? For me, it seems like Jeff Gordon is kind of cutting through this field a little bit quicker towards the end of this race.
Oh, thanks a lot.
Yeah.
You really brought them all back to the television on that little comment.
Oh, yes. Yes, folks, don't touch that dial. Kenny, how long have you worked here? Not counting tomorrow.
He is flying.
This race is far from over.
Right now, he's even catching up on Bobby Hillen, who stayed in the tail end of the lead lap for the longest time and followed Jeff.
The best way to get everybody back in this race is to send one of our pit runners down to gather up all of Jeff Gordon's tires.
I think what made me say that, guys, is he's just about to put Bobby Labonte down, and that's
that's a good race car.
Bobby's running 8th right now, so he's getting ready to lap the 8th place car.
Well, you know, back in Rockingham, these were the two cars that really battled it out, Bobby Labonte and Jeff Gordon. And Bobby's just a little bit off, and believe you me, if you miss the handling package just a little bit, you look like you're so far out in left field that it don't even count. And sometimes you just can't make the adjustments to get the car back once it gets off.
Lapping past Bobby Hillen, who the first 200 miles of this race was one of the down. Jeff Gordon leading Bobby Hamilton, Dale Jarrett, Rusty Wallace, Dale Earnhardt, the front plus. Watching the MBNA 500 unfold, watching Jeff Gordon try to ride off into the sunset. Bobby Hamilton, Dale Jarrett, Rusty Wallace, Dale Earnhardt, Joe Nemechek, Derek Pope, and Bobby Labonte trying to run him down.
Well, he just goes by Ricky Rudd like he stopped almost, and Ricky's a very good race car out there. Jeff Gordon's got this thing dialed in. You see him going down the back straightaway there. He's fast off the corner, getting in the center part of the corner, so he really don't have any weakness to work on.
Now, a couple of weeks ago, we got 3 or 4 800 number calls in this game from Louisiana, Carriage from New Mexico, 2 or 3 more. One of the teams had a fanny pack or backpack compressed air system to run their lug wrenches so that they wouldn't have those hoses dragged across pit road. Governing it. Then Gary Nelson told all the Winston Cup troops, he says, any of you teams that have bought that scuba gear for pit stops, he said, send it back. It is not approved. You're not going to see it in Winston Cup racing, at least not this season.
Yeah, we pretty
much. Where Jarrett ended up in the wall in June on the 3rd lap of the race in the melee that followed the John Andretti spin. All right, Jeff Gordon is in the pit. Glenn Jarrett.
Well, Jeff comes in, Mike. They're going to make a 4-tire change. They will take some bite out of the car this time. Of course, Jeff has been complaining all day about how tight the car has been. They were going to take 2 rounds out of the thing, so obviously that's pretty tight. Everybody we have talked to up and down here has been Gordon was out in 19.88 seconds.
And today, coming to Dover, Jeff Gordon leads Earnhardt, who is in 2nd in the points by 279. Now, Gordon has already locked up 5 points for leading the most laps and 5 points for leading a lap, so he has 10 bonus points today to Earnhardt's none. There's your leader. With Mike Wallace, Randy Pemberton.
Well, Mike, yeah, like you said, buddy, earlier, you know, the walls, we're running so low on these racetracks nowadays with the tires are so fast and the cars that when anything happens, you've just got such a tremendous amount of ways to go.
For Plymouth, ranks 3rd. We'll be right back.
Of course, I said Jeff Gordon came in. They did take a little wedge out of the car. It's still a little bit tight. They put 4 tires on it. We can't get them to tell us if they put 4 stickers or 2 scuffs and 2 stickers. We think it was the latter.
This time by, starter has green in hand. They hold the flag or we get ready to go. I think we're going racing. Here's a great one, buddy. Off our 800 line. Why don't these cars have brake lights?
All you do is run your left foot on the brake about halfway down the straightaway and scare everybody to death. That's why they don't have them.
Kind of redundant. Yeah. All right, let's get ready to restart here. 4:23 on the board. It'll be 86 laps to go. And Jeff Gordon, Sterling Marlin wants to get back on the lead lap. He's the 7th place car. He's going to run Gordon hard into turn 1. Side by side up front. Sterling Marlin trying to get back on the lead lap, turn 3.
You know, Sterling was way off at one time. Now he seems to have the measures for Jeff Gordon. Here comes Bobby Hillen by to get back in the lap.
And here comes Hamilton for the lead on the bottom. Bobby Hamilton driving for King Richard. Puts the STP Pontiac in front, and Gordon is right with him.
You know what might have happened there? I didn't see him clean his tires before the green come back out. He might have had a little bit of tire buildup on that car, and it wouldn't get traction when he got down in the corner. You can see he's flying again now.
And he comes down the racetrack to cover the low groove. And Gordon has the lead. Hamilton, I don't think, is going to let him get away.
Well, if you don't clean those tires off, when they drop that green flag, it's just like you have a flat up there. In fact, have all that rubber buildup on your tires.
75 laps to go.
Gordon's strong, though. He stayed on the outside of Bobby. See the difference in line, though? Right in the middle of the corner, Bobby's quick. I don't think it's going to be much longer. These two are going to get their rhythm and run down those guys trying to get their lap back.
Jeff Gordon looking for his 7th win of the year. Bobby Hamilton looking for his first win ever in Winston Cup competition.
That may be the difference right there. Jeff Gordon has won this year. Bobby,
well, he gets the Attaboy award for the day because to get a lap back from Jeff Gordon on a day like this, that is a tall order. Baker and Kenny Wallace. And Jared Randy Pemberton on pit road as Ray Evernham has a look out at the racetrack, and his driver, Jeff Gordon, who has led most of this race, already locked up the bonus points for leading the most laps today.
To Dale, they did remove him and take him to the hospital downtown for some x-rays, but he is conscious, he is alert, he's in some pain. They think that he might have cracked a couple of ribs, but he told me exactly what I needed to do to find a way, a ride to the airport, that we were going home tonight. So everybody at home, he's okay. We'll be home sometime later tonight.
Has gotten a lap back. Jeff Gordon, Bobby Hamilton, Rusty Wallace, Dale Earnhardt, Joe Nemechek, Sterling Marlin, for who he has to race against and how they're running.
well, it comes down to this, Kenny.
Here it is.
Jeff Gordon out there leading the race. Just behind him, I think, a car that can run just as fast as him. Your brother there in the number 2 car.
Yeah, I was just going to say, you know, it's showtime now. And, I mean, I know Gordon's even going to run harder, but this is it. Those 3 right there on the screen. Bobby Labonte is down a lap. So it's going to be between these 3 right now.
Well, the question is going to be not how they run right now, but if this race goes to conclusion, how will they run on 65-lap tires when we get down to the final laps?
Well, we've seen this several times, and Bobby Hamilton has had a very good car on long runs, so I think it's going to be a very tight.
Now we're telling the fans to be patient. Jeff Gordon's taken off on the restart as we expected he would, but it is likely the race will come back to him. There is the lead that Gordon has on Bobby Hamilton.
The thing about it is it cycles out. You know, 30 laps, this car's fast. You know, at lap 50, this car's fast. So if there's no more cautions, you know, it's hard telling what's going to happen because they tuned on these cars all day long.
He's running up in the top 3 positions there. As a matter of fact, in 3rd, and he looks like he is as fast as either one of Gordon or the 2nd place car now.
Randy?
You know, I was talking to crew chief Robin Pemberton, and especially if they're not running well, they made 20 to 25 changes on that car. He said Rusty is without a doubt the best he's ever worked with as far as being able to find.
It looks like the only person that's got anything for Jeff Gordon is Bobby Hamilton. Rusty's kind of lost ground to him.
Was to wipe your goggles. I never knew that, and I wore them half my life.
Thought him for a fight, right?
All right, 53 laps to go. Jeff Gordon leads it. Bobby Hamilton trying to close back in and win him.
If it stays like it is right now, that's, I think, in Jeff Gordon's favor.
Moving up on Robert Presley, there's Jeff Gordon. So you can see Hamilton is gaining ground in that lap traffic.
Okay, obviously very loud, but Gordon is really tough.
Well, they're playing that Eagles song, The Long Run, down there in the STP pits. We'll see. There's the gap, 1st to 2nd. As Jeff Gordon gets underneath Dick Trickle, there are 35 laps to go. We'll be right back with you here at Dover Down. Is Bobby Hamilton catching Jeff Gordon?
For television, yes, he is. He's closing in here.
1.5 seconds is the gap. I think the gap is, or was, closing when Gordon got in traffic, and now it appears like maybe it's opened up just a little bit again.
Well, I'm sure Jeff's being very cautious right now. He's coming up behind Jimmy Spencer. You see him going down on the low side there. That car is nailed to this racetrack. It's going to take a great race car to catch him.
We were watching the 5th place battle, but Sterling Marlin has dropped way back off of Dale Earnhardt now. There's Hamilton in 2nd place, trying to win his first Winston Cup race and the first for Petty Enterprises since 1983. Richard Petty won 7 here. Very popular figure at Dover, as of course he is everywhere he raced. Jeff Gordon continues to roll on.
Let me tell you, I know Bobby Hamilton wants to win, but 2nd ain't bad. And he drove a great race today. He's drove his heart out, and if If he finishes second, he don't have to apologize to anybody. He drove hard all day long.
Kyle Petty won here from 37th. Hamilton started 32nd. For Crystal in Ohio, Johnny Mance came from 43rd to win the Southern 500, the first one in 1950. And Bonnie Flock won the Raleigh 300 in 1953. 43rd is the farthest back a winning driver has started in a Winston Cup race.
Boy, I'm surprised at that, because at Darlington they used to start 75 cars, 3 wide.
Was that in the olden days, or was that just...
Did you use a tiller, or did you have a steering wheel? What was the deal?
Kenny, all I can tell you is your mother and father hadn't met yet.
That was a long time ago.
Reset the field for you. Jeff Gordon continues to lead with 24 laps to go. We'll have final round action from the Pioneer Keystone Nationals NHRA event beginning today. It was going to be at 6:30 Eastern time. Get a little closer. That's Richard Petty. He'd like to see his driver Bobby Hamilton right up there to challenge Jeff Gordon over these remaining 18 laps.
Well, I think right now the whole deal is, if the 24 does not make a mistake, you see Bobby Hamilton still hustling that car as hard as he can go, but it's Jeff Gordon's race to lose now by making a mistake, because he is absolutely hooked up. Look at it. They're showing each other, though. They must have closed up a little bit. You see him showing the times there.
They're rooting him on, that's for sure.
Well, regardless of the outcome, Bobby Hamilton and the Petty team have had a great race today.
Here, here.
There's Rick Hendrick and Ray Evernham. Hendrick looking for his 10th win of the season as a car owner. And this would be the 19th win for Chevrolet's new Monte Carlo this year. And Ray Evernham looking to go to victory lane for the 7th time this season with Jeff Gordon.
Well, that car is just, you see it getting a tremendous bite from the center part.
This would be a better race at 400 miles, that the race is too long. However, Bobby Hamilton may go home today saying the race is about 10 or 20 laps too short. We'll see. A lot of it depends on how Gordon catches this race traffic.
That's for sure, because, I mean, although the groove has got a little bit wider, it's still not where you can keep your speed up passing somebody on the outside. You go to the outside to pass somebody, it's going to slow you up. Although I will say Jeff Gordon is running a groove nobody has run today. He goes in the corner low. He looks like he slides up almost clear out of the blacks. Let's watch him go into one. Well, he's passing lap traffic, but that is almost a groove he's been running.
Yeah, he's been higher on the racetrack through the corners than almost any of the lead cars.
Let's see if we can get him by himself here. He's going into 3. There he goes up the track. He's a real hot, well, compared to, say, Bobby Hamilton.
You see him pull it back down there. When he gets back on the throttle, he starts going lower, where Hamilton starts to go out towards the wall a lot sooner than does Jeff Gordon.
Right. Bobby stays right on the bottom, especially in turn 1 and 2 does Jeff Gordon get really high. But he's keeping a lot of momentum. That's enabling Jeff to drive in the corner hard. Here he's coming up off of turn 4.
See him pull it right back down to the bottom there.
Right, let's watch him go into turn 1 here. This is what I've been noticing all day. See if he goes as high as I've been watching him. Yeah, look at that, way up there.
He's very close to getting out there where all the marbles are, all that rubber buildup out there, and he don't want to get the right side out in there, or we will see the change for the lead.
Right, Bobby Hamilton's a clear full car length lower.
10 laps to go, and Gordon has approximately a 3-second lead. Let's take you back lap. Gordon the leader, Hamilton second, Rusty Wallace third, Nemechek fourth, Earnhardt fifth, Sterling Marlin sixth, and now Derek Cope has gone a lap down, joining Mark Martin in 8th place, 1 lap down. 2 laps back, Bobby Labonte and Ricky Rudd in 10th, Ted Musgrave 11th, Kenny Schrader 12th, 3 laps back, Bobby Hillen is 13th, and 4 laps down in 14th is Robert Presley. Terry Labonte is 15th in his 500 career start today, consecutive start.
We're following Jeff Gordon around here. Sterling Marlin made up a lap a while ago. Here comes Gordon to put him that lap back again. I mean, Jeff Gordon is not wasting any time around this racetrack.
And you know what, buddy? I look a couple cars ahead of him. There's Dale Earnhardt. I mean, Jeff is just on a rail.
Robbie Loomis voted the Western Auto Mechanic of the race. Very deserving award. There is Robbie. He'll pick up a nice check for that. And Bobby Hamilton, it appears, will get his best career finish today. 6 laps, 5 this time by.
Yeah, this is when you can hear every bolt in that car and everything that moves. You can hear everything. When you're out in the lead like that, you start hearing the ghost in the back end of the car and the front also. But Jeff Gordon's won so many times this year. They have a great team.
Jeff Gordon has worn them out today. In 1974, Richard Petty led 491 of the 500 miles. This is the second most dominant performance in some time for Jeff Gordon. It is the most dominant performance since Richard Petty led all but 9 laps here in 1970.
Well, this would have been the same type of race for Bobby Hamilton had Jeff Gordon not been here today. But Jeff Gordon is flying around this racetrack. You see Bobby Hamilton about a half a straightaway back.
Bobby Allison in 1982 led 486 laps.
Boy, he just hogged the whole show up.
Bobby ran really well here at Dover. White flag for Jeff Gordon. The young 24-year-old driver from Pittsburgh, Indiana. He is 2 turns away from his 7th victory of 1995.
Boy, oh boy.
Ray Evernham, Rick Hendrick, the car owner, Randy Dorton, and Hendrick Engines. Powers off the corner, all but laps Sterling Marlin, and the checkered flag waves over Jeff Gordon. Bobby Hamilton, a well-deserved 2nd place for the Petty Enterprises team. Congratulations there going out to Robbie Loomis. And Jeff Gordon will leave Dover with a 309-point advantage over Dale Earnhardt in the quest for the Winston Cup. TNN's live. There's the trophy that goes to Jeff Gordon and Rick Hendrick, Ray Evernham, Randy Dorton, and the rest of that Hendrick Motorsports DuPont team. And in victory lane, Glenn Jarrett.
And Jeff Gordon is climbing out of his Monte Carlo. Big cheer from the fans. These aren't fans, these are crew guys. Saw Jeff put his sunglasses on. I told him, I said, Jeff, what are you doing that for? It's not, the sun's not shining. He said, man, from where I'm sitting, it's shining brightly. Jeff Gordon, another dominant performance. What a great day you had in that car.
I don't know if I've ever had this good a day, man. This car was just awesome. You know, I really got to thank these Rainbow Warriors on this DuPont Chevrolet, man. That thing was just hooked up today, and you know, Ray and them made the call this morning. We didn't know what it was going to be like after it rained, and man, the thing was just perfect. We had one set of tires I got a little bit tight on, and it got me real worried, but man, the guys came right back, freed it up. Man, that thing was just awesome.
Another giant step toward that first Winston Cup championship.
Well, you know, again, we didn't gain a lot of points, but we gained some, and you know, we certainly didn't lose any. And you know, we're not going to give up, and I'm not stroking, and neither is Earnhardt, you know, but you know, it's tough out there. This is a big win for us. You know, here in DuPont country, they've always wanted to win one here in the Winston Cup car, and this one's for you guys, man. Appreciate it.
Congratulations to Jeff Gordon. Just so you'll know, you did gain 30 points today. If I can get Ray Evernham over here, Jeff's going to get a big kiss from his wife, Brooke. Ray, come on over. We'll present the Miller Genuine Draft plaque. Ray Evernham, of course, the winning crew chief. On behalf of TNN and Miller Genuine Draft, the Pit Crew Award, you guys did a great job today. Good pit stops. You made the right calls, and most of all, you kept your driver cool. Congratulations.
Well, thank you. And as always, I accept this as just being part of the crew. You know, we've got to thank God first because he's the one who lets us do this. And it's a special weekend. It's great to win here in Dover, Delaware for DuPont. And I've got to say it's a great week for me. I want to say hi to my son, Ray J. He's in remission 1 full year, September 26th, without chemotherapy. So it's a really good week.
Well, for you fans that don't know, Ray J is Ray's young son, has a form of leukemia. A couple of times there, I know I talked to you. You had to keep Jeff calm. He gets a little excited sometimes on the racetrack. You're in his ear all the time. He did a great job for you, but you got to take some credit, too.
No, I got to tell you, we talked about that. It's actually me talking to him. It keeps me calm, you know, because we didn't talk in Indianapolis, and I said, man, I was so nervous. I think we messed up. So he likes me to talk to him, and I don't know. I hope he doesn't grow up and not need me someday, because he really made the calls yesterday afternoon to get this car. He knew what he wanted. I was kind of going on down another road with the chassis, and he had a feeling that he was looking for, and he found it. It showed today. And again, I'm so proud of these guys and proud to be part of this Hendrick Motorsports DuPont team. It's well, I don't know what to do.
Well, I tell you, I think they're going to grow old together. Congratulations to Ray Evernham, car owner Rick Hendricks, And driver Jeff Gordon, like I said, another giant step towards that Winston Cup championship here today from Dover Downs.
Well, this is kind of Evernham's home Winston Cup track, too. It's from Hazlitt, New Jersey, up in modified country. And that Pit Crew of the Race Award is brought to you by Cold Filtered Miller Genuine Draft and Miller Genuine Draft Light, taking the country by storm. Welcome back to Dover Downs, where Jeff Gordon has worn them out today. Let's have a look at the Winston Cup point standings as Ricky Rudd was just looking them over before Randy talked to him. Jeff Gordon, Dale Earnhardt, Sterling Marlin, Mark Martin, and Ted Musgrave. No change among the top 5 except that Gordon extends his lead. Speed record here today, I'm a little surprised, 124.7. Jeff Gordon's winning average speed. Bill Elliott's record, 125.9. That last caution flag kept the record out of Jeff Gordon's hand. We'll be right back to Dover Downs after this. Jeff Gordon with a thoroughly dominating performance, leading 400 of the 500 laps today. Well, buddy, Jeff Gordon wore him out today.
He did that, and talking to Richard Petty there, I've seen that smile in victory circle just like Jeff Gordon many times here. Look at Jeff Gordon. This is just the first chapter in a great book.
Well, Richard Petty's a fellow who knows never to give up because he came from 6 laps down to win here in 1975. Jeff Gordon puts it to him today. Bobby Hamilton finishes 2nd, Rusty Wallace 3rd, Joe Nemechek, the season high 4th, and Dale Earnhardt finishes up in 5th. We hope you enjoyed our exclusive live telecast from Dover Downs on TNN, the Nashville network, the one that stays with auto racing as its #1 priority all day long. We'll bring you the race live no matter how long it takes. For Buddy Baker, Kenny Wallace, Randy Pemberton, and Glenn Jarrett, I'm Mike Joy. So long from Dover, Delaware.
Like at the end of last season, those same top 3 are at it today. The Pennsylvania 500 looms as a high hurdle on the road to the 98 title. Dale Jarrett knows this tri-oval well, but defending title holder Jeff Gordon, he's been the dominator with a 52-point lead on Martin, charging toward a 3rd championship in just 4 years, seeking to make his own Winston Cup standard of excellence. For the spot in Poconos.
Hey, Ken, Jeff Gordon set fast time in qualifying on Friday.
A lot of folks in the garage area think Jeff Gordon is the man to beat today. He's qualified on the front row for the 8th time in the last 9 NASCAR Winston Cup events, and here at Pocono, he's finished 1st or 2nd 5 of the last 6 races. Gordon on the outside of the front row today, the Winston Cup leader by 52 points. He's a 4-time winner this season. To Randy Pemberton.
Well, Dale Jarrett comes into the drivers ready to kick it out another time, 16 times in a row.
You know, start on the front straightaway. I mean, it's the longest straightaway that we have on the circuit.
Number 1, we'll have Ward Burton with his 2nd pole of the season, 5th of his career. On the line, right beside him is Jeff Gordon. For row 2 of the 91 and 96 winner, Rusty Wallace is there and back out of turn 3. And riding scratch on the field, Rich Bickle at 43rd position. Field coming down to the line, and we're racing at Pocono Raceway. 3 wide immediately. Wallace drops to the inside. Tunnel turn coming up.
From the pole sitter, Ward Burton. Look, that time he was right on the nickel. Perfect start, and he's out in front as they come around to complete lap number 1.
5 points, that's a lot for these guys to go for. You can see right now that Rusty Wallace has the 5 points for leading the first lap and looks very, very strong, starting in 3rd spot and already leading.
And it's still Jeff Gordon and Ward Burton at it hard for that 2nd spot. For the moment, Gordon is there. And look at that instability as they take that turn number 1 up on that high banking. That's one of the toughest turns in all of automobile. On the move in the 91, and Earnhardt closing on it. Up front, Wallace there. Turn number 1 area.
Mark Martin's already showing his car's got good grip in the corners, but Jeff Gordon wants that 5 point for leading a lap, and he's after Rusty Wallace. Has closed in right to about a car length and a half now down the back straightaway.
Bobby Labonte taking over in third, puts the Pontiac up in there. Ford Chevy Pontiac, 1, 2, 3.
If Jeff Gordon has the car right now, he'll try to set the 2 car of Rusty Wallace up as they go through the flat corner, turn 3. He'll try to get on the inside as they come off the corner and try to make the move before he gets to the flag stand.
Key stat on that graphic was Rusty Wallace in the win column, 0 for 46.
Look back there, 4, 5 wide down the front straightaway as every
Car which goes a little high as it comes out of 1. Look up in front. Here he comes. Gordon going for first. He's got it.
Bobby Labonte running a strong third right now. The 18 car, the green one, running in third spot.
The man who was on the pole last time here, back in June, Jeff Gordon, takes over up in front for the moment from Rusty Wallace. And there you see them deployed around this very flat, and we'll call it flat. It's still 7 or 8 degrees of banking. And down the main straightaway. Longest straightaway there is in Winston Cup racing. Ward Burton deployed 4th, Mark Martin in 5th, and then it's a second or so back to Joe Nemechek. And Nemechek runs this track well. He was on the pole for this race a year ago.
Gordon's picked up his 5 bonus points for leading the lap. Same car he had here in June, finished second to Mayfield with this automobile. Same spring and shock combination in it for Gordon, but a more powerful engine this time.
Take a look at that pass by Gordon.
Okay, coming up out of turn 1, Gordon takes the inside line there. Rusty starts to push out just a little bit, side by side down the long pond straightaway. You can see right there, Rusty says, if he wants it that bad, go ahead. I have a good car.
11th consecutive race that Gordon has led this year, 14th of the season. 18th race of the series, and from here
Didn't get much of an opportunity to try a race setup, and as a result, they had to throw a combination at it.
Jeff Gordon is your leader.
So often, fuel mileage plays a role in who wins this event, for sure.
High attrition, big question. How many are going to last this test? And then, of course, Martin's never won here. Another major story. Earnhardt is on the move already. He's come from 9th up into 6th position. And Rusty Wallace, 0 for 46. He really wants to turn it around today, buddy.
Oh, he has to. I have to think Martin right now is showing a lot of muscle. But, you know, I'm watching Rusty Wallace. He dropped back about 20, 30 car lengths, and all of a sudden just decided to turn it up a little bit. That's a brand new motor that they put in there early this morning. They had a vibration. They couldn't find it. They changed transmission, motor, and gear. Looks like he hit a pretty good combination.
Sure does. Solid.
8-powered car as it comes off the corner. You see they'll learn
A lot to the crew, but they think the car's a little tight, meaning it wants to go straight off the corners instead of cut as well as it needs to. So that's why Ward Burton has slipped back just a little bit. Let's go to Randy Pemberton. Well, Rusty.
We're still seeing Gordon as the quick at 162.3 in his last lap up on the point. Back with the leaders for a moment. And there you see how they're deployed. Gordon in first, Wallace in second. They have completed 16 of 200 laps. And that leaves about a half second for Gordon over Wallace.
He only has third gear at this point. They're going to try and fix the transmission and get him back on the racetrack. But again, he's only got third gear.
So they'll try to get it out of here. The thing just slowed down for a moment. It looked like it had totally lost power.
Yeah,
Out of transmission.
Yeah, get it in the only gear he's got, get it back. That's not the first guy that's going to have transmission trouble this afternoon. The more they...
You have no choice down the front straightaway. You have to get back into high gear because you're turning right at 200 miles an hour getting ready to go in the corner here. So you have to take a little load off the engine.
Let's get our math right. Now that's 4 gear changes per lap for the guys who are changing on the backstretch and the front stretch. And that's
2.5 miles covered Pocono, Pennsylvania. Made it look pretty easy there. Anything but when you're out there in that seat.
Oh, you can get in trouble so quick here. All you have to do is, like Dick was talking just a few seconds ago, just miss the shift going into turn 1. The brakes won't hold you. You have great brakes, but they won't hold you. You need the steering and everything to help you get in the corner. You see how close you come to the wall coming out of the corners here. Just one little bobble in there into that concrete.
Gordon and Wallace first and second. Burton. On the pit road comes Gordon. Alan Bestwick waiting for Jeff Gordon, the number 24. Also coming in is Bobby Labonte in the Pontiac. Let's go to Alan.
Jeff Gordon's in. The Rainbow Warriors around the right side of the car. Bobby Labonte in the very next stall in front of him. Right side tires on Gordon's car. They come around to the left. Everything's smooth and fast so far. Left side up. Fuel going into the machine. An efficient-looking stop to this point. Best in the business. Down and away. Gordon is in just over 17 seconds and gone.
With all this going on, Mark Martin has led a 5-point lap now.
Fantasy becomes reality for some 120,000 gathered here today. And for you folks watching around the nation, it's the 25th annual Pennsylvania 500 on this 2.5-mile track. With the guy who sat in the pole for the very first race here, Buddy Baker, alongside Dick Berger, and I'm Ken Squire, covering the action topside and down in the pits today. Steve Burns is with you, Randy Pemberton and Alan Bestwick to tell you what happens when they pull onto pit road. And right now we can tell you that Jeff Gordon continues to dominate, leading Mark Martin. A pretty good lead it is, buddy.
Oh, he's got a great lead, and his teammate just in front of him, Ricky Craven there in the 50 car, just about to go a lap down. Jeff Gordon is mowing down some great cars.
31st position is Craven, the guy that sat on the pole at New Hampshire in the last outing 2 weeks ago.
Second effort after his comeback. Craven had sat out for a whole bunch of races most of the season with post-concussion syndrome. Right now, here comes his good buddy on the inside. Gordon's going to get him and put him a lap down.
Tire wear an issue here today, and Alan Bestwick can tell us more.
Well, Ken, it won't be an issue here today, and that's a story for later on in the race. The tires that came off the car of fifth-place runner Bobby Labonte, as well as leader Jeff Gordon, showing absolutely no wear whatsoever in that first run of the race. What that means is if we get a short run later on in the event, within the final, say, 50 laps of the event, look for some two-tire stops to be a factor in this race. I want to see how you get better from pit stop 1 to pit stop 2. This is Bobby Labonte's pit. They are watching and timing a videotape of their pit stop, trying to see how they can get better for the next time they come down pit road.
So the way the cars are now deployed, you have Gordon first, Martin second, Wallace third, Burton, and then Bobby Labonte the front 5. There's your leader, and let's get an STP pit roundup going here. You see Gordon came in first and got out that way. Rusty Wallace dropped one. Martin the loser by 2 spots in that stop on that first time around under green. Hey, we're showing 49 laps now complete here today. That's 122.5 miles. 43 starters, and all are back on the track. Penny Wallace, who was in there for some time, he's out here once again and running, but many laps down to the leaders. Call it 27 laps down to the leaders at the present time. Wallace, who had a transmission problem, back out in the Square D, number 81.
Rich Bickle has just made a pit stop. Robert Presley is sitting in the pits with his car jacked up and Kenneth looking underneath it. And this guy's car is running just perfectly. Jeff Gordon on a rail, running beautifully this afternoon.
Jeff Gordon, remember 1995, that dramatic moment when he missed a shift on a restart. Had it all his way all day, and then with 7 laps remaining, missed that shift and watched helplessly as the leaders drove off and left him back in 16th spot. There you see the number 90. Dick Trickle hard at work, trying to stay up there. That would be the tail end of this lead lap. Jeff Gordon continuing to mow them down. Consistency is a mark of greatness. How the Rainbow Warriors been so consistent over the last few years.
I think if you look at, the great teams in the past that have won a lot of championships, especially Richard Childress with Earnhardt, they kept the same people and really kept that same focus for many years and won a lot of championships. We're trying to do the same thing. We've made very few changes. Yeah, there have been changes, but very few. Pretty much the core of the team is still there. The biggest combination is Ray Evernham and myself. We just, really work well together. We get along great. Of course, when you're running well, that helps. That also.
He's running rail wide now, but Dick Trickle's trying very hard to stay in 31st and not go a lap down.
There's Ray Evernham walking around in the pits there, the mastermind of the Rainbow Warriors. He's checking everything. He's looking at the computer there, making sure everything's right. He's going through everything. does not leave one stone unturned.
You know, Gordon says they haven't changed much in the last few years, but I would disagree. I think they have just gotten better at absolutely everything they do. There's no place where this team is weak or soft. Their pit stops, their engines, their chassis.
Back with you live at Pennsylvania with 55 laps now complete and still all green at 137 miles, 137 and a half. That's how they're running. With this man, Gordon, out in front by some 4 seconds. Gordon is leading by 4 seconds. Burton is a full 5 to that leader, Gordon.
He would have went straight out into the wall.
Pretty easy to do on this track anyway.
Oh, yeah.
Talk about this tunnel turn. If you ever want to come to Pocono and just want to be in the infield, station yourself over there. If you want the thrill of a lifetime, every lap, you gear in there, and that thing just keeps getting shorter and tighter, and it's a blind corner. You can't see through it. And every one of those guys goes in there rooting and gouging every single lap. There's your race summary now with 4 different leaders, and we've swapped the lead 5 times, and nary a caution over the first part of this distance, which is now getting towards 60 laps when they come by. And with 60 complete, we're at 150 miles in the book there.
And Gordon has absolutely dominated this event so far. He is about 3.7 seconds ahead of the second-place car of Mark Martin, and obviously running just perfectly smoothly on a rail. That engine with more power than they have brought here to Pocono so far. Chassis just right. He's going to be tough to beat.
Brett Bodine has put the number 11, that paycheck car, back behind the wall for the moment. Paycheck number 11 is back behind the wall. We'll try to get an update on Brett Bodine and how that one is running. Everybody else is still out here, hard on it. Gordon stays first, and Martin has closed in. He's picked up a full second. Burton in third, 5 seconds back, and is trying to close. And comes Rusty Wallace fourth, followed by Bobby Labonte in fifth. Earnhardt a good stout 6, and Mayfield, who came out of the back of the pack, I've seen in Pocono, Pennsylvania. Next week, Indianapolis. Then it's on to Watkins Glen, New York. Then out to that 2-mile track at Brooklyn, Michigan. Bristol, Tennessee. Back to Loudon, New Hampshire. Labor Day, Darlington, South Carolina. That's the one that Baker used to run pretty well. And remember that? Those were the good old days.
Let me tell you, we used to run 16 races in 2 weeks, and they're talking about worrying about running 16 races to November. I mean, yeah, you know, it's going to be tough, folks. The main thing that you can get yourself into trouble, if you tear up something that you need 2 weeks or 3 weeks down the road, then you have to go in and try to build a new car and keep everything going for the next week. It's really tough.
Dick, especially so with Daytona and Talladega, one right after another, and if somebody has trouble at one, they're going to really be in deep trouble for the next.
That's a full season for so many series, 16 races, and they're going to run them off, and this is from the halfway point on, or just past the halfway point. Today, we're all on pit road. Here comes Gordon, Martin, the Burtons. Bobby Labonte is in, Waltrip. So let's go down on pit road and see what we can find out.
Jeff Gordon's crew is in. During the last segment of race, he had radioed back and forth between himself and crew chief Ray Evernham that the oil temperature on this car began going up a little bit. I talked with Ray about it before the stop. He says he thinks it's a false gauge. He thinks they're okay. Gordon is down and away.
Gordon in first, Gordon out first.
Well, he's led everything but 6 laps out here today. Mr. Dominator is Mr. number 24.
Great pit stop by Mark Martin. He comes out in second place.
You've got Gordon out in front where he's been all day. One of the fans was saying today, no question about it, he has the support of all the rest of the racers here. And what do you mean? He said, well, he's going to have all the competition behind him all day. And by gosh, the guy's right. Except for 6 laps, all the competition has been behind him. In 1998 alone, Jeff Gordon is a 4-time winner, and a very generous one at that. He's taken generosity to the next level. He's got his sponsor donating.
You too could be a winner by helping to save somebody's life. Take the Close-Up Challenge and call 1-800-MARROW-2, and Close-Up Toothpaste will donate $1 for every call received today.
Pretty good call. That bone marrow thing is very close to Ray Evernham and that team. There is that team. And there's Brooke up there looking on today. Jeff Gordon's wife.
Crew Chief Ray Evernham's son suffered from leukemia. Car owner Rick Hendrick still suffering from leukemia. So the bone marrow drive program is very, very, very near and dear to the hearts of everyone on that team. They know just what it means.
And for so many people,
who really want to do something where they really feel they can participate. That bone marrow program is the thing. All right, we're ready to go green again, because you really can participate and you really can personally feel you could save someone's life. 74 laps complete as they take green. Jeff Gordon is out in front, and that margin is Zippo again now. Martin is there, Labonte and Wallace running second, third, and fourth. Let's listen to Mark Martin's car as he tries to make up on Jeff Gordon.
Awful close to that concrete wall.
Yep. Back to the leaders here. You see Jeff Gordon has about a 7-8 car length lead, but the guy on the move right now, Jeremy Mayfield, the winner of the race earlier this year.
Graham was very fraternal and very friendly. It ain't so friendly right now, folks.
Down on the flat part, I guess at any other racetrack you would call it the bottom part down there that they don't run on, but here you go as close to the grass as you can down in turn 1.
Jeff Gordon out in front, and there's the interval back to second, where you've got Arkansas's Mark Martin right there, and then he's trailed by Bobby Labonte and the number 2 of Rusty Wallace. Brett Bodine, he's fallen by the wayside. Kenny Wallace has pulled back out, so we've only lost.
Nobody drafts with him, and he's closing in on him.
To win here at Pocono. He's led 6 out of the last 7 races here, including today. He's got 3 poles here, 6 top 10 in a row, 3 top 5 in a row. Does that sound like a guy that's overdue to win at this place?
Gordon off to a very slow start. He's only earned $1.7 million over the first half of the year.
It makes you want to cry, don't it?
It's going to be hard to pay the bills.
Yeah. Take a look at the field as they come by here. Yeah, a paltry $18 million. This 26-year-old, past 5 years. And they say you can multiply that times 5.5 to get what he's included with sponsorship deals and so forth.
And T-shirts.
And T-shirts.
Lots of T-shirts.
And keychains.
He's in there in the draft. This man right here is handling perfect, though, Jeff Gordon. I'm not telling you anything you can't see, because every time you look, he's opened the gap up a little bit more.
Jeff Gordon stays in the lead, and that lead is now just about 1 second over Mark Martin. Rockbridge, Virginia's Rick Mast has just put his car behind the wall. Rick had been
garage where the Remington team works on Rick Mast's car. Rick, what happened?
I don't know, Al. Something in the transmission that, was going along pretty good. You shift here. We shift twice here. I do during the race. It's real easy shift. Nothing like a road course. We lost overdrive for some reason, and then it started turning up the transmission. But the car was real good. The run before, we'd gotten it off a little bit. That particular run there, the car was flying out fast. Coming up through there, each lap we were half a tenth quicker or half a tenth slower than the leader. Really trying to be a little conservative for a change. Just trying to get over this bad luck deal. But it bit us anyhow. So maybe Indy, man. Maybe Indy.
All right, Rick. Good luck next week. What's that? The 3rd transmission today, Ken Squire?
I believe it is the 3rd transmission today. Understand that Brett Bodine's trying to get back out there, but this is the track that does tear up motors, tears up transmissions. But I must say, again, the engineering of these Winston Cup guys, that attrition that we thought was going to be developing, cars following by the wayside, that's not happening.
Well, so far so good, but we're only on lap 96 of the 200 laps that we have to go around here. And as this race wears on, surely we will see some more engines fail, some transmissions fail, and probably some other pieces and parts go away as well. This racetrack is just so tough on equipment.
Yeah, 96 laps, 240 miles complete, getting to that 250 very, very shortly as Jeff Gordon plays the role of dominator, leading now by 1 4/10 seconds. I'll tell you one that's whipping around and beating up on the rest of them. That's Mayfield. Buddy, you were pointing out that Mayfield has broken away from the people he was running with, and all on his lonesome is closing down from 5th spot on those 4 leaders: Gordon, Martin, Bobby Labonte, and Ward Burton.
Well, his crew told me this morning, they said, listen, don't pay any attention to our qualifying. We are very good in race trim, and they're proving it right now, moving all the way up to 5th and closing in on the lead pack as we speak.
It's 1 1/10 seconds between 1st and 2nd, but Mayfield's only less than 3 seconds back, 2.9, and he is closing in.
Yeah, his crew chief, Paul Andrews, really knows this racetrack. He has won here with 3 different drivers: Alan Kulwicki, Jeff Bodine, and Mayfield.
The one thing I'm noticing right now, Earnhardt himself is moving up. He's moved all the way up to 7th spot right now.
Do you think that 120,000 people are sitting here watching these cars and understand nothing to it at all?
A ride in the Pennsylvania countryside.
That's right. Just drive up to a blind corner at 170 miles an hour, keep your foot flat on it, and go around and pray nothing's wrong on the other side.
Not my rental car, you don't. Huh? Not my rental car, you don't.
Leave it to Baker. Just about everything but 6 laps have been led by Jeff Gordon. Jeff Gordon has been the dominator from the outset. Rich Bickle was saying earlier, boy, he wanted to make this thing run well at TAV Ford. Let's go to Alan Bestwick.
Jeff Gordon's in. The crew goes to work. Been busting off great stops all day. They hand him in an ice pack in through the window. Pull away a little strip of metal that was hanging on the bottom side by the exhaust pipes. Let's go to Steve Burns.
Mark Martin's in. The good news for Mark Martin fans is they are not making any adjustments to this race car. It's very good shape. A little bit slow on the jack. Let's go to Randy Simmons.
Well, Jeff Gordon beats everybody out. Bobby Labonte was in. They added 2 rounds of wedge. He beats Mark Martin out. Heck of a race on pit road.
I love the look. All these people in the grandstand from the start-finish line down are up and cheering as they come out. They understand the car. It has been a Jeff Gordon story. If it stays green, take a look at this action.
He's coming on the outside, do you, buddy? Blocking him? Nah, he wouldn't have done that. No.
Burton, Gordon, Earnhardt, Jarrett.
Ray, what is it?
If we do need that second stop, it'll be with about 1 to go, and it'll be a long one.
Okay, I just thought I'd stick the mic in there and get that from Ray Evernham.
That's Ray Everham with Jeff Gordon. Coming down to complete 120 laps, 300 miles. Ward Burton in the skirmish, weaving his way through some traffic, and here they come in that great cluster of automobiles down out of turn 3, up to 200 miles an hour as they come to the start-finish line, inches apart. Dramatic racing, and look who's on the bottom. Number 3, Earnhardt, weaving his way through.
Earnhardt, brave as ever, makes a move on Jeff Gordon and takes the spot away. But Ward Burton is checked out. You see the silver car, he's way ahead of him there down the back straightaway.
But you know, as we're talking fuel mileage, let's remember that Ward Burton pitted before that yellow flag. He will have gone some 10 miles more on the fuel in his tank than the rest of them. If fuel plays a factor, he's in trouble.
You're riding with Burton as he peeks out the back and sees Jeff Gordon there. Gordon and Burton fighting for first place. $2 million race, Pennsylvania 500, Winston Cup competition at its best. Gordon is down to the inside in turn 3, even across as they come to the line.
Kenny Irwin Jr. has just as much straightaway speed, but as they head down into turn 1, you can see the 24 car has great grip getting in the corner. Dale Jarrett comes up on the 24 now, trying to get by and makes the pass going into the corner.
And they're still side by side, headed for the tunnel turn. Who's going to lift first? Talk about macho. Here it comes.
Jeff Gordon in a very bad spot. He's going to have to roll out. Kenny Irwin Jr.'s right there where he needs to be when he rolls out going into the tunnel turn. Gordon stays in there, makes it too wide through the tunnel turn. You got to tell Jeff Gordon that because he's doing it.
He just did it, yeah. Crowd's going wild. Yeah. They're loving this. They really are. Well, look, you've got Earnhardt in the lead. You've got Burton in second spot. Gordon in third. DJ is running in fourth. That's enough to make anybody want to stand up and holler.
And cheer.
You bet.
Not only has he took the lead, he's put a pretty good little distance on Ward Burton there in second place.
Dick Bergen of Stock Car Racing Magazine, colleague to the left here, was saying as this race started that Ward Burton needed a day and needed it badly. And right now, that day looks like...
You were inside of Jeff Burton's car just a second ago. He's having a very, very strong run. The two brothers doing quite well today.
Just in front of Earnhardt, lap traffic, but she's got a needle through. Here comes Gordon on the inside. Ward Burton on the outside.
Oh, Gordon loses it.
Boy, I mean... That was as close to a wreck as you can have.
That was a wreck. It just didn't happen.
He rolls out of the throttle, checking to make sure he does not have a tire going down. Now he's back up to speed. Jeff Gordon absolutely pushing the 99 down the straightaway as they move forward. You see on the inside, the 24, Jeff Gordon making a move back towards the front again. You're riding and looking back from the 99 car.
At what speed?
Oh, they're running close to 180 miles an hour right along there. Probably 190 by now.
Take a listen to this.
competition now. You can see Jeff Burton fighting back on the inside as they head down toward the front straightaway.
Compared to the others, that car is not as good as it was before that last round of pit stop. Gordon had dominated this race until that point. Now there are others who are at least as good, if not better, than he is.
Such sweet thunder. And it's never sounded better or looked better out here than at Pocono this afternoon in this last 10 or 15 laps. Here's Rusty Wallace. And there's a guy who will muscle you. Doesn't matter if it's 80 miles an hour or 180 miles an hour, he'll go for it. 327.5 miles have been completed, and a black cloud for the two leaders is beginning to descend in the form of a rainbow already for Ward Burton. The rainbow has struck him. Gordon is into second, and now he's after Earnhardt in the number 3 for the lead. There you see the interval between those front three. That's the trio setting the pace here in the 25th annual Pennsylvania 500 at Pocono this afternoon. Turned into an outstanding race in the last 25 miles. They have really put on a show worth every penny of it. Earlier this season, Earnhardt drove that checkered flag at Daytona, but that has been his only victory in the last 76 races. How's he handling that
situation?
situation?
Want to pick something out to say, well, what's wrong or what's this or what's that. And that doesn't bother me. We've got a great race team. I can still win races and win championships. We're not out of it. We've got off track a little bit. We're getting back on track. I'm telling you, Winston Cup racing has gotten more and more competitive, and people don't believe that to a point. Somebody is winning in 94. 95, 96, 97, it really got turned up to heat, 96 and 7. It's just more competitive now than it has ever been. And, of course, I think the multi-car teams has enhanced that. The learning curve, the things you can learn, the things we've come up with, and the shock packages and spring packages and things that we're racing now, we never used to race it.
At 47 years of age, Dale Earnhardt, the 71-time winner, the 7-time Winston Cup champion, the Daytona 500 champion this year. It was created because Marlin and Elliott and Waltrip on the, there's your move. Here comes Gordon one more time, trying to work their way through those lap cars. Gordon, Darrell Waltrip looking back here as that leader pulls up. He's on the tail end of the lead lap. Waltrip in the Pennzoil car. Here's Earnhardt. That's his team car that he's muscling right there.
Oh, you can see right there. Close the door on Jeff Gordon.
Yes, it is the team car, is it not? But look at, here comes Waltrip back.
Yeah, I'm afraid right now they got the 3-car of Earnhardt on the outside there. Jeff Gordon will get a great run off this corner on both these cars.
That's going to be something if those two duck themselves up into the wall.
Yeah, Darrell's going to pull over.
Darrell let him go by.
Yep. Last run in that number 1 car for Darrell Waltrip, and what a great adventure it has been. Here comes Gordon.
He's looking to the inside, Ken, as they head into turn 1.
Earnhardt comes up just a bit. And that may be enough for Gordon to sneak through in the bottom. A couple of Chevys duking it out here on that second straightaway. Inching along, up comes Jeff Gordon.
Look at Darrell Waltrip sideways there. He had to get out the throttle. He lost a lot of momentum coming out of the turn 3 there.
And you see the Pontiac number 22 weave right back into this picture another time. Ward Burton, set on the pole for this race, is there. These are the top 5.
Earnhardt just inches off the back.
Oh!
There's contact.
Trouble. Gordon in trouble, just lost a whole bunch of spots.
Earnhardt got into the back of 24. Jeff Gordon there going into the corner. Slight contact, just enough to get him offline.
Well, I think he must be taking a very deep breath right now, but he keeps fading back.
Yeah.
Earnhardt is staying up with it. It may be that something happened to that car, and Earnhardt had to run into him because all of a sudden it seemed to come down a little. He's picking up the pace again, but for a moment.
Ken, when you back out of the throttle, you lose a lot of time. You see him back up to speed going along with Mark Martin right now. I think when somebody gets directly under him, he gets a little bit loose.
Martin is in that 7th position now, and Gordon falls to 8th in this group. Let's take a look at that contact again.
Earnhardt is a master. It gets very, very close without contact. Let's see right there. Yes, he does make contact. You can see the 24 get just a little bit sideways. Earnhardt up there with him. They both go offline.
Now we understand that the radio, it's a little hot out of Gordon's number 24 right now. The communication is in very short, intense sentences.
Jeff Burton, Dale Jarrett said that's just...
So there's a long time for Jeff Gordon to get it all gathered back up again. 62 laps to go. Here you see Earnhardt. There's Mayfield's number 12. You tail ender in all of this now?
Boy, I tell you, he's just absolutely flying around here.
He's in that group.
Yeah, Mayfield's fifth right now. Earnhardt's fourth.
I think you may see Gordon right in there behind him.
Gordon is making his way back toward the front right now. This will be interesting when they get back together again.
Steve Burns.
Guys, you were talking about Dale Earnhardt's determination, his fire, desire. Let's talk about his experience, his knowledge. Yesterday in happy hour, Dale Earnhardt correctly predicted that this track would loosen up, that it would get a little slick with some hotter temperatures. So he left his car a little bit on the tight side. That's a lot about experience and knowledge. Let's go to Randy Pemberton.
Well, Ray Evanhaven and Jeff Gordon have certainly been on the radio before the last pass and since then. And Jeff Gordon, Ray told Jeff to take your time before that. Pick and choose your spots. Don't abuse the right front. Now, the car was pushing when he was up behind Earnhardt, so he decided to go ahead and make his move, go by. We saw what happened after that. Ray has since come over the radio and said, look, take your time. There's a lot of laps left. We got to make another pit stop. We'll get this thing.
As you look at that trio, Jeremy Mayfield is going to play the role of cool hand Luke. You got a couple of multi-millionaires. You can throw the money away right now. Jeff Gordon's got fire in his eye, has been heard on the radio, and he's on a charge. He's trying to get back up there and try to duke it out again with the number 3. Now here's Mayfield to the inside on Earnhardt. This is for fourth.
Oh, Mayfield comes off, wiggles just a little bit. Earnhardt gets about a half a car length lead. Now Mayfield comes into the tunnel turn with the advantage on the bottom side.
Gordon comes with him. And he slips through.
Yeah, Earnhardt lets him go.
Excuse me?
Yeah.
Pardon me, boys. Is this the Chattanooga Choo-Choo? I think I'll hop on board.
Oh, that was a smart move by Gordon. That was a good, clean way to get by Earnhardt.
Jeff Gordon didn't like that set of tires. They bolted on 4 new ones. He's down and away. Steve Burns.
Tire on pit road. Someone's errant tire pushed it down pit road.
As far as Jeff Gordon is concerned, we talked about he didn't like that set of tires. Because he doesn't like them, because when he gets under somebody or right behind somebody, the car picks up a major push. So they ripped off a good pit stop for him and got him out front. They think they can go all the way to the final pit stop. Expect the final pit stops to be a possible gas and go. Alan?
That's Gordon on the hustle. There's that tire getting kicked out. Bobby Labonte getting a restart ready with Gordon first. John Andretti is in second. Michael Waltrip is in third. Jeff Burton is in fourth. Musgrave, number 16, is in fifth. Mayfield, sixth. And you've got Burton in seventh. Ward is back to seventh spot now with Earnhardt in eighth. Labonte in ninth. So Jeff Burton takes over in second. John Andretti falls to third. And right now, it's Jeff Gordon again in command of the event, as it was very much in the first half of the race. Back with you, the Pennsylvania 500. Rolling into the final moments of this one. We have 154 laps now complete. 46 to go with Jeff Gordon out in front.
Pandemonium in the pits. Gordon beats everybody out.
Here you have it. Jeff Gordon out in front now by 2 seconds. After that final pit stop, he's worked away from Jeff Burton in second, Ward Burton in third, with Earnhardt lying fourth, and Bobby Labonte in fifth, Jeremy Mayfield in sixth. And there you see why this interval between first and second is building. That 163 plus that was put up there by Jeff Gordon. That stretched him to 2 9/10 second advantage between first and second. And Jeff Gordon, as he did at the outset, he dominated, leading all but 6 of the first half of the laps. Struggled early this season, but what was the turning point for these Warriors?
Charlotte's always a special place for us, and we always seem to do well there. But you know, we came in there well prepared and fired up, and you know, we sat on the pole and had a great day. But there was like besides the wake-up call for me, you know, there was kind of a wake-up call for the team. I mean, we just kind of got together, worked real hard, came out of there with a win, and it was an exciting win for us, you know, to get the 4 tires at the end, to get by Rusty and Bobby Labonte and Mark Martin there towards the end, and win that race the way we did. It just got us fired up, and boy, we've really been, you know, have had some momentum and a lot of confidence in what we're doing out there ever since.
Well, they may be fired up, but they may have just turned his damper down. And this is the one thing that the number 24 did not want. He runs so much better by himself, free and clear. Just scats, goes away. Cloud cover, as Alan Vestrick was pointing out a moment ago, may be working in his favor, but he's going to have them all gathered back around him.
Neva to get out in front.
Bodine, Michael Waltrip, Sterling Marlin had a good run. Chad Little, they'll be in for 4. Here it comes. Pit lane's where it's going to happen. Last chance to fuel, take on rubber with a war to the finish. Let's go to Alan Bestwick.
The Rainbow Warriors go to work. I believe it's going to be a 2-tire stop. We'll see as they go after it. Now they're working on the right side, down and away. 2 tires to Randy Pemberton.
1 pound of air added to the right rear of the 99 car. 4 tires of fuel. He's going to go down away. No, yes, they are going to go 4 tires. Back to Allen.
4 tires for Ward Burton. 4, and he's down away. He burns.
And Dale Earnhardt said he's also getting 4 tires. No chassis adjustment. 20.86 seconds for Dale Earnhardt.
Earnhardt's on 4, right up in there. We'll get a commercial break in and then come back as we get ready to resolve this 25th annual Pocono 500. Complete, 35 to go. Let's talk about who got 2 tires out here. We mentioned Jeff Gordon. There were 3 that didn't get mentioned.
Now the 33 of Kenny Schrader also took 2. The 21, Michael Waltrip, and the 97 of Chad Little. Those cars all have just 2 tires. Most everybody else took 4. 4 tires should be an advantage, should make the car run better, but you lose track position doing that.
Okay, Mr. Strategy. What about it, Baker? Huh?
Let me tell you, if Jeff Gordon gets a great restart, but you remember what happened a few years back on the restart.
We were talking about it earlier.
Yeah.
Right here, 95, he missed that shift on the restart, 7 laps remaining. And he just sat there and watched as everybody lumbered on by. Wound up 16th that day. Of course, he came back in 96 and he blew the field apart. Waxed them.
What Jeff Gordon has to do right now is get a great restart. Hope he does not get hampered by the cars on the inside. He really needs to get out in clean air and get going.
I think Mark Martin also took just 2 tires.
Hey, buddy, tell us again, why does that 24 car run so well when it's up there by itself?
Well, I think when a car gets directly behind him, he gets a loose condition. I watched him 2 or 3 times get sideways coming off the corner. So he needs to get out and get in clean air where he's getting perfect air over the top of the car. He runs very, very fast when he can do that.
I wonder if we can get any kind of reports from our folks along pit road, from Steve Burns or Alan Bestwick or Randy after this last pit stop. Any update on any conditions on these cars that you folks want to report? As we get set on a restart here this afternoon and get down to these final moments, is everybody okay in those front 19? How about it, Alan Bestwick? Or Steve, or Randy?
Well, Ken, I think your discussion up there about Jeff Gordon is exactly right. Ray Evernham wants to make sure that car stays up front because that's where it's run the best all afternoon long. So he wanted to make sure that he didn't get caught by somebody else getting 2 tires and find a way to get himself behind where that car was not performing as well as it does when he's got everybody chasing him.
Well, that's the story on the 24.
We've seen him win races before with tire strategy, and I'm trying to remember if we have ever seen him lose a race with tire strategy, and I can't remember one.
I saw him this year run out of gas in the winter.
That's not tire strategy, though.
Let's get an update on Jeff Gordon will bring them down. It'll be Martin in 2nd. Kenny Schrader is now in 3rd. Bobby Labonte in 4th. Michael Waltrip 5th. Chad Little in 6th. And it's Jeff Burton in 7th with Dale Jarrett 8th as they take the flag.
Darrell Waltrip under our race leader right now, Jeff Gordon, as they head down to turn 1. Waltrip draws even with him as they head in the turn.
Trying to get that lap back. Not to be.
He's only one down.
Riding in the Pennzoil #1 with Waltrip. Takes it out in the backside. Heads for the tunnel turn.
Gordon opened up a lead already. 2 tires or not, he's gone. We'll see what happens at a few more laps, though. See if that 2-tire strategy is going to work.
Down the main straightaway and ready once again for the old Pocono shuffle.
Look at him fan out. That's neat.
You see what happened right here. Main chute. He's down on the inside. Gordon pulling away. He's got him covered by 1 6/10 seconds for the moment. But remember, he only changed 2 tires. Those immediately behind him have changed 4. Question is, can they run him down?
It looks like Jeff Gordon made the right call. Or Ray Evernham, I should say.
So far, we'll see. There's still a good ways to go. Tough fix.
I wonder if that tractor got a little greasy.
You usually say, why don't you use epoxy or something? But in that type of situation, no.
Sure is. Gordon took 2. He's in the lead. Second, Mark Martin took 2. Labonte.
Fields bringing him down. Waltrip has made up his lap. He is running in 9th position in the #1 in that Pennzoil Chevy as he gets ready to go. 20 remaining. When they come to the line, 20 laps to decide it.
$2 million at stake. Here they come.
Ready.
Jeff Gordon brings him down. Green is unfurled.
Spencer on the inside is down just 1.
Working to try and get it back.
Gordon, Martin, Labonte.
Gordon stays out in front. Here comes that first lap, and already Gordon's working on an interval. 1 Dover, Delaware, 187 races since. 4 Winston Cup checkers to his credit. Gordon stays first and stretches it to 9/10 of a second. Evernham wanted cloud cover. He has it in turn 1, but nowhere else. As you go down toward the tunnel turn, it's right back out into the sunshine. Car runs so much better with that cloud cover.
The other thing he wanted was to be leading, and he's got that too.
We'll check that interval between first and second. Jeff Gordon, as he works on his 5th win of the season. Here he is back to the line. And he picks it up a notch. He's widened it out to over 1 second to Mark Martin. And Labonte a little further back, another 15-car length. Gordon is there. Can anyone take it away from him? Refuse to lose. That's the theme of the Rainbow Warriors. With Gordon looking on, checking that watch and watching that interval continue to build in favor of Jeff Gordon. 184 complete this time by of the 200 to be run. And that DuPont Chevy is clicking them off right now. Qualified second and has dominated here today in the Pennsylvania 500. Up on top in the points, and for good reason. 9 top 10 finishes in the last 10 races this year. Third up there at New Hampshire 2 weeks ago in that event on the mile. With Jeff Gordon in points lead, what does Mark Martin say about that 2-time Winston Cup champion?
Get tired of him winning all the races.
4 Winston Cup victories this year, as does Jeff Gordon. Jeff Gordon has 4 wins in 17 races this year, and his average finish has been a 9th over these 17 races.
Yeah, unbelievable. Yeah, well, he was right around that same average finish last year and the year before that as well. Gordon and Evernham and the whole Rainbow Warriors bunch, what a great team Rick Hendrick has put together. This has got to be pretty good medicine for Rick Hendrick, sitting at home, suffering from leukemia, trying to get his health back together again, to see that team run as well as it's running today.
Well, the kid he said would be the franchise is proving to be just that for another time here at Pocono, Pennsylvania. We'll be with you in Charlotte, North Carolina for the 500 mile there on that 1.5 miles.
That's always such a good race.
Oh, and it's such a great racetrack. Yeah, it is. Well, here you see Gordon, and he stays at 1.5. That has not changed. That is stabilized at 1.5 seconds between first place Gordon and second place Mark Martin.
Well, if anybody's got anything at all for Jeff Gordon, now is the time to play the cards. 10 to go, 2.5 between Gordon and Mark Martin.
Bulldog said to this guy, Mark Martin, just like a pit bull is what he said. Once he sinks his teeth in, he just refuses to let go. And he's not letting go now. There you see that interval. First to second. Martin would give anything to find any way of just crawling up ever so much closer to that number 24. Cuts it down. It's 1 and 3. 10 seconds. There's first. There's second. Now you see third. And that green car, fourth. That's all the way back to Bobby Labonte. That's the interval here at the track. In front. Gordon pulls away by another couple of tenths. He had it at 1.4. It's back to 1.6. But unless something really untoward happens, Jeff Gordon, they're tied at 4 Winston Cup wins each. The crowd is standing. They will be now at 5 and 4. With Gordon taking the advantage and up in front of the Winston Cup points. Here is Gordon coming across the stripe as time begins to run out. Ray Evernham looking on. He's made some good calls on this one, Dick Berggren.
He always does. Evernham is clearly one of the top crew chiefs for sure. Brooke Gordon, Jeff's wife, she's got to be pleased. Her man's done a terrific job today. That whole team, as always, everyone pulls together, pulls their weight. Came back from some adversity. Gordon looked like he was in trouble earlier on in the event. Got shuffled out of position.
Take a look back. There's your number 6. That's that interval, first to second, that Mark Martin has been trying to overcome.
No, it's a given that Ray Evernham is right when it comes to tires.
There you have
That's the answer. I'll tell you what, if you want to know what the right thing to do is with tires, just watch what he does, and that's the right thing.
And there's another team that did the right thing. They fixed that 88 when I thought he was absolutely out of the race in an oil pan puncture, and they fixed it when he's out there, brought himself all the way back to 5th spot.
Reminds me of Ted Williams. Remember everybody used to boo Ted Williams every time he hit a home run? Those great days in Fenway. That's the kind of thing you think about Gordon. He just keeps on winning. He's going to increase that point lead. White flag is out. 1 lap to go. Just think, in 1990, Gordon had never driven a stock car, although he won in everything else. He went down to that Buck Baker School in Rockingham in June of 90. He'd been winning in midgets and sprint cars and all that stuff. Went down there, called up and said, hey, I think I found something I really want to do. I want to go stock car racing. And the rest is history.
Headed for his 5th win of the season, 34th of his career. Jack Roush coming down, accepting defeat with about a third of a lap to go. Jeff Gordon on his way.
Jeff Gordon's eased out the throttle just a little bit so he does not make a mistake. Mark Martin's running as hard as he possibly can. I don't think he has time, though.
Final corner. Jeff Gordon ready to put him on at Pocono, Pennsylvania. He's coming down. Checkers are down. And Jeff Gordon increases his point lead to 62 over Mark Martin as those two slugged it out right to the finish.
And the crowd that some say boos Gordon too much, they were all on their feet and everyone was cheering him as he came across that line.
You could see Jack Roush applauding his driver, so he got 2nd and 3rd. Not a bad effort.
Good effort.
Mark Martin pulls by. Headed for victory lane. It's Jeff Gordon one more time. Goes for another title. Could be a big day today. Alan Bestwick.
Well, Ray Evernham has taken off the radio after exchanging the high fives with the crew. Ray, congratulations. The 2-tire call with 36 to go. It obviously worked to your advantage. What was the thinking?
Well, I think that caution helped us. You know, I was a little bit scared. I thought we were going to get beat by taking 2, but I wanted to keep the car out of trouble. And I just want to thank DuPont and Quaker State Pepsi, everybody that helped us out, and say hi to Rick and Linda. And thank God for giving us the opportunity to do this. It's a great race team, and I'm going to tell you what, I'm a lucky guy to be part of it.
Congratulations on your 5th this year.
Thank you.
Ray Evernham, the winning crew chief today.
Plastic Coat winning finish interview with the crew chief of the day. That is Jeff Gordon. for the official spray paint of NASCAR. Proud to sponsor that winning finish, Ray Evernham himself. Plastic Coat presenting $1,000 to the crew chief of the highest finishing Winston Cup team participating in their award program. At the end of the year, that crew chief with the best average gets $10,000. Congratulations today to Ray. Back with our winner in a moment. The man of the hour still seated in that car waiting for us. Let's get down there now and meet Jeff Gordon.
And Ken, Jeff Gordon, his 34th career victory, stands atop the car. Boy, this is a well-earned victory for the Rainbow Warriors. Jeff, I got to know, at happy hour yesterday, you said the car was okay. Ray said you're struggling. It didn't look like you struggled today.
Well, I knew the car was good, but, you know, the sun was out today and clouds are coming in and out, and you just never know. And, you know, it's a long battle the whole day long. And I tell you what, I never dreamed we'd have this good of a race car. The Lord is certainly blessing me and this entire team. I mean, to give me a race car like that is just unbelievable. And I want to thank Ray and the guys for working so hard on this DuPont Automotive Finish of Chevrolet, and all the guys at the engine shop. Man, we brought back some power, and it really paid off.
Jeff, what was the key today? What was the turning point?
Well, you know, getting out front was the most important thing. I tell you what, you know, I would struggle just as much as anybody if I got back in traffic. It just takes the air off the front end of the car, or gets me loose. And there's a couple of close calls out there. I thought I'd lost the car and, you know, our day was done. But like I said, God was looking over us, and I want to thank him for that and for blessing this entire team. And you know, I'm just amazed right now. I mean, this is a great win for us. Yeah, we had a great car today, but yeah, it just isn't over till it's over. And so thankful. This Chevrolet and Goodyears were awesome today.
Well, congratulations on a great team victory. We'll let you celebrate with Brooke and the rest of the team.
Average speed 134.660 miles per hour, and the average finish in 1998 for Jeff Gordon is an 8.6. Let's go to Randy Peppenburden, standing by with a guy who gave him such a great race today.
Well, he gave it everything he had, no doubt about it. Mark, another great finish, second, but unfortunately not good enough today.
Tell you what, I got in front of Jeff Gordon there once, and I was just totally in his way, man. I couldn't get out of his way fast enough. He was so fast. They found a lot of straightaway speed in that car from last time here. That's what they got beat on, and they found it this time. They put a whipping on us.
Victory celebration continues here at Pocono, Pennsylvania. The 500 is over, and Jeff Gordon being interviewed here on the track PA system to a big ovation from a congregation which is not leaving. They wanted their chance to say congratulations to this 26-year-old driver.
I was so impressed with the two Rouse cars. Of course, Jeff Gordon, by winning the race, was the most dominant car all day long when he was there by himself, but he got caught up in traffic. He was just another race car. Ray Evernham made a great call, put him out in front, and from then on, you couldn't head him.
Well, Jeff Gordon in that victory lane interview, you know, with all the success that he has had, none of it has gone to his head. He is still astonished every time he wins, despite this incredible team, those great cars, and his own ability.
Well, he's helped to bring racing to another level, that's for sure. And, of course, we can look forward to more of these kind of great young talents. At 22, Jeff Gordon won his first Winston Cup race. It was the Coca-Cola 600. And as he came to the line in tears, he said on the system back there to the pit crew, "Thank you, men. God, I love you guys. You're just great." Ray Evernham said to him back on the radio, "You drove your butt off." Nothing's changed since 1994 in May at Charlotte, North Carolina. Our congratulations today to the Rainbow Warriors. They've nailed another one. For Buddy Baker, Dick Berggren, Randy Pemberton, Alan Bestwick, Steve Burns, I'm Ken Squire saying so long from the Pennsylvania 500, where Jeff Gordon's your winner. And don't forget, October 4th, the UAW GM Quality 500, starting at 12:35 on TBS Superstation. Next, it's America's funniest home video.
Gordon. As we welcome you to the Dodge pre-race.
You know, the comparisons, I don't know about comparisons. You know, me and Jeff did a lot of the same type of things in midgets and sprint cars, Silver Crown, but in NASCAR, he's done a lot more than than most everybody in NASCAR.
Race show, 10 laps with Kevin Harvick, and we'll talk with Jeff Gordon and Robbie Gordon. Nice to have you with us here. Those numbers represent where Jeff Gordon finished in his last few races, but he's on the pole today. Clearly the man to beat. Last week, engine problems cost him a win. So let's hear more from Jeff with our own Steve Burns. We'll head down the hillside, Steve.
All right, thanks, Chris. Yeah, Jeff Gordon, 4 poles, the only driver to win 3 races here. And Jeff, it has been a bumpy month for you coming in here, but this seems like this could be a place where you could turn that around.
Well, we certainly hope so. I mean, all we can do is just keep putting out that effort. You know, we put great race cars on the track here the last, well, really most of the year, but the last month I think the cars have been phenomenal, and we've got another great one today. We just need to take advantage of it. I don't think we can really change anything we're doing. You know, things are going to happen, but as long as you just keep putting that fight out there, you're going to get the results eventually, and we'd love to get them today.
How do you target this racetrack? How do you approach it?
Well, you know, there are areas that you can attack, but I think for the most part this is a finesse racetrack, and, you know, just trying to stay out of trouble is the biggest part of it. There's a lot of places you can get off here that you, if you're too aggressive, you can get yourself in trouble. And you know, we just need to be solid all day in the pits, me on the racetrack, my communication with Robbie. I think we can have a great day.
All right, best of luck, Jeff Gordon. Appreciate your time. And back to the Merlot boys up the hill.
Hey, and you know, 7 road course wins, the most of any driver in history for Jeff Gordon. So this guy can run anywhere, Darrell, on the moon, on Pluto, and have success.
And the thing about today is he's got to have bad luck for anybody else to even have a chance. He's won every session, practice, ran off the track qualifying, and still sat on the pole with a new track record. He's the man to beat.
And a guy in the top 10 in points like Jeff Gordon, Kevin Harvick, hailing from California. And we invited Kevin to play our
The rockets, red glare, the bombs bursting.
NASCAR on Fox from Sonoma and Infineon Raceway. And from where we are, you can see Infineon and beyond. Let's join Dick Berggren along with Jeff Gordon on the pole, Rusty Wallace right up front, and Dick Berggren.
And just like his team boss, Jeff Gordon, he tapes up the hand to help with the shifting so he doesn't get calluses and also blisters. Chris?
Yeah, thanks, Matt. Jimmy, one of 3 California drivers in the top 10 in points. Those are the hands of Jeff Gordon, who's had such success here and has been such a successful road course racer. Participants in today.
And the man who has done it best is Jeff Gordon. Budweiser, official beer of NASCAR, proud sponsor of the Budweiser Pole Award, given to the fastest qualifier at each NASCAR Nextel Cup race. Jeff Gordon now 3 poles in 2004.
Boogity, 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 boys, let's go gear slamming. Whoa, they made contact.
That didn't take long, did it?
Oh, Rusty was trying to get the line going up into the...
Oh, car in the wall, turn 1.
That sounded huge.
No caution flag.
Austin Cameron.
Austin Cameron.
The West Coast driver.
What a tough break.
Kurt Busch in the 97, Rusty Wallace in the 2, up there in the turn 2 area. They got to the inside, got by pole sitter Jeff Gordon in the 24.
He's going to try to outbrake Rusty into this braking zone and doesn't.
Listen, here's what everybody out there today knows, Mike, Larry. That 24 car, if they don't stop him some way, he's a runaway train today.
This is the trickiest part of the racetrack. The leaders going into that turn 10 area, high speed.
Number got off there in qualifying to the outside. Turn 11, Gordon looks inside Kurt Busch. Can't make the move.
That's the passing zone right there, though. You get set up off of 10 back there and then get a run underneath the guy coming down into 11 here. The first gear in this corner to give them a little extra acceleration out of it because you are going so slow. Oh, there goes the...
yeah, that's Austin Cameron back to the pits. He made it back around.
I saw that car is torn up a lot worse than I thought it was.
Jeff Gordon in that 24 putting a lot of pressure on Kurt Busch here. Kurt Busch did lead the first lap. You see that white car trying to move to the inside of Rusty Wallace. That's actually the 39 right here. I think this is where Jeff Gordon will try to make that move on Kurt Busch, outbrake him to the inside of turn 11.
That's classic right there. You just get a nose underneath the guy, take the line away. And I got to tell you something. That may be the last time they see Jeff Gordon.
I think what happened when Jeff Gordon and Rusty Wallace touched here in turn 1, it broke his momentum. That's how Kurt Busch took the lead at the top of the hill on the first lap.
Oh, Tony Stewart is in the wall.
Jeff Gordon, Kurt Busch, Rusty Wallace, Scott Pruitt in the 39, Mark Martin, Kevin Harvick. As speed builds.
Oh, another car around.
That's Sterling
area, and we stay green.
Boy said you're Mr. Excitement. Got into the back of Sterling. It's a terrible restart. Guys running all over each other.
He almost got into Sterling before the green flag and did down in turn 1.
Well, they kind of needed to get them all separated a little bit, so I guess that's one way of doing it.
Boris Badenoff runs in 18th.
Almost looked like something happened to Sterling. I mean,
including Sterling.
And we talk about going to Daytona, Talladega, tough on spotters. This place is that they could before that first pit stop.
I'm not sure Gordon has a tire going down. He just likes to run.
Junior had a lot of high expectations coming into Infineon after finishing 3rd last August at Watkins Glen. And it's good to know that Junior spun in the final practice session entering turn 11. The team had to change the entire driveline because they had a vibration after that spin. 2nd spin of the weekend now for Junior. To Steve.
Hey, Matt, following up on Robbie Gordon in the 31. So we said moments ago, crew chief Chad Canals on the 48 told his driver Jimmy Johnson, be careful, the 31 may have a flat tire. But Robbie Gordon has come by his pit box. And crew chief Chris Andrews looked at the car. Spotter also looking at it from the tower. Robbie Gordon confirmed that the car is all right and do not think they have a flat tire.
I'm not so sure that what happened to the 8 car there, Dale Jr., is not the same thing that happened yesterday.
Jeff Gordon has opened up a lead. Ricky Rudd has just spun up at turn number 7 as we continue under green at Infineon Raceway.
Ricky was running in the 11th position when that happened.
New 2nd place car. Here he comes at you. Scott Pruitt.
Now see, that's, you talk how good Jeff Gordon is. We don't know how good, but way too much.
Kurt Busch led the first lap. Jeff Gordon has led ever since.
Green flag to begin lap 19. And everybody completes turn 1 cleanly this time. Tony Stewart also stopped. Jeremy Mayfield. Some of the drivers who were running toward the back, P.J. Jones, made stops under this caution. Look at that downhill into the braking zone for Ford. Darrell, Jeff Gordon, he's got it in the groove.
Boy, he does. The car just looks so good. It's sitting nice and flat. It's not rolling over. When it brakes, it doesn't go diving down on the front end. He's got the perfect package under that car today. Look at it. Watch the nose on the car. It stays real flat to the racetrack, even though he's going left, right, left, right.
Never gets it out of shape.
No. And you can't drive. When these cars have got wheels up in the air off the ground, they don't drive very good.
Braking zone, turn 10, where Gordon went off at the exit of 10 during qualifying. Right there with 2 wheels, still won the pole.
Yeah, it set a track record, won the pole, and basically missed that turn. Larry knows this. You got to have a strategy, and you got to stick to it here. You don't let the race conditions dictate here what you're going to do. You figure out when you need to make your stops. You make them then, because you're going to come out ahead at the end of the day.
You almost have to put blinders on to your competition.
Exactly. Well, you don't run it like a oval. Here you run it like it's a different kind of animal, and it is.
Dick?
Well, Bobby Labonte's pit stop is not scheduled. It turns out the left front tire had gone down, so they are in here pitting the car now for 4 tires and fuel, but who knows? This may work out anyhow.
But depending on how far he can go on fuel, if he can run about 45 laps.
Yeah, Scott had a little trouble qualifying as well, so the road course was tough on the rookies.
Competition.
Matt? Jeff Gordon has a 2-second lead over road race star Scott Pruitt. Welcome back to Infineon Raceway, where Jeff Gordon's lead now stands at 2.5 seconds over Scott. Anybody who can stay within sight of Jeff Gordon is doing a good job.
When you get on the brakes, sometimes there's just not enough tire patch, and it'll lock it up.
Jeff Gordon has finished in the top 3 here, 6 of the last 7 races. Runner-up last year to Robbie Gordon. Here are your first 2.
He's not liking it today at all.
Robbie Gordon gets lapped by Jeff Gordon.
But I think the problem Robbie Gordon's fighting, you heard Steve Burns talk about it, and we saw those sparks when he lost the tire and wheel. It rubbed the sway bar arm off.
Passing.
So we stayed green. No caution. Now, the guy that really hopes it cycles through all these pit stops under green is Jeff Gordon and Terry Labonte's teammate, Jimmy Johnson. Remember, he pitted just before the caution came out back on lap 15-16, got his 4 tires, so we know he can go to about lap 50 without
Gordon telling Robbie Loomis the car is loose on the left-hand corners. It's tight on the rights. Now he says it's definitely loose on the lefts and a little loose on the rights. They're talking about what adjustments to make. They're scheduled to pit around lap 34.
That can be a little more complicated. Dick Berggren.
Well, Joe Nemechek has pitted. He's having a good day today. He qualified in 9th position, was running in the 5th spot before he peeled off to pit the car. This is a regularly scheduled pit stop, and a nice job done by his crew.
Pit stops will move Mark Martin up to the 5th spot and Boris Said up to 6th.
Tell you what, Scott Pruitt in that 39 car, he is closing in on Jeff Gordon. In fact, that last time he beat him almost 0.4 of a second. He can see him now, and Jeff Gordon can see him.
Jamie McMurray peels off. Scott Wimmer's been in, and here are both the leaders, Jeff Gordon and Scott Pruitt.
Somebody must have told Scott, if you do what that 24 car does all day long, you might win.
You'll have a good day.
That's right.
Rusty Wallace comes in as well, giving up 3rd place. Matt?
Jeff Gordon comes to a stop, chasing his 8th road course victory. Kevin Harvick was just in. They tried tightening him up. They're going to try to tighten Gordon's car up. Air pressure and a track bar adjustment as well. They're talking about chassis adjustment on the left side. A little bit of trouble on the left front. He's down and away, Dick.
Scott Pruitt, quite a good run, given that he has not been in a stock car since last year at Watkins Glen. That was in August. Crew right now doing a good job. This, in fact, is Casey Mears' pit crew that's working on the car. Steve.
Ryan Newman just had his service complete, Dick. They talked about making air pressure adjustments in both rear tires and pulling a piece of tape off the grill.
Scott Pruitt
beat Gordon off pit road, Mike.
Yes, he did. A really quick stop by that Ganassi crew.
That was a great job, and I thought that Jeff was going to get by him, but he shot out in front of him and got the lead.
Greg Biffle is in. Klaus Graf is in. Elliott
goes down in turn 11. Yeah, look at there. Got a lead change, guys. Well, yeah, I keep saying that, but eventually it'll be a lead change.
It will be once pit stops finish cycling through. Actually, officially on the board, it's for 3rd place. Now here's the pass for the lead.
We'll get it
okay,
right. It's not. It's
might as well be.
Yeah.
Like you said. That's turn 7.
Gordon's car is just so good under braking. It doesn't die. I love the way it stays flat all the time. It doesn't get off on the one side or the other. Just stops flat, accelerates flat.
Jeff Hammond.
Guys, I'm out around the course. I've been working my territory from turn 2 all the way up to turn 3 and watching the guys come off of 2 to make a run across that part of the course. And the one thing I've noticed, Larry and Darrell both, is the fact that Jeff Gordon's car, right at the end of his run, he started getting a lot of tire spin. Scott Pruitt, on the other hand, was still hustling his car. That's where he was gaining ground, but now he's got new tires back on. Jeff Gordon, once again, getting back in the throttle off of turn 2 and really accelerating hard, getting a lot of forward bite across over to turn 3, which is gaining a lot of ground on a lot of these guys.
Yeah, and I know Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Brian Vickers, they're hoping for a caution because they can probably run another 14 laps, but they're just giving up so much time right here on these old tires versus new tires.
A lot of different strategies playing out as Dale Earnhardt Jr. leads from Brian Vickers, Jeff Gordon, Scott Pruitt, and P.J. Jones.
But what I do see right now, Jeff Gordon in that 24 car is starting to put some distance on the 39 car of Scott Pruitt.
He's about to inhale his Hendrick teammate, the last year's Busch Series champion, this year's Nextel Cup rookie. Ooh. Little room, please.
Coming through.
There you go.
And Dale Earnhardt Jr. in 8, Brian Vickers in the 25. They can run probably about another 8 to 10 laps on their fuel.
Second place changes hands.
Passed for second, and I think I heard some. The 21 car, I don't know, did he go to the garage? He had a broken track bar.
Broke a track bar, yes. He's behind the wall.
So they're second and third with Pruitt 4th, Rusty Wallace 5th. Jamie McMurray and Ricky Craven has climbed up into the top 10.
But I'm telling you what, going back to that 24 car, we're 42 laps into the race. He just turned the fastest lap that he has ran in this race.
Yeah, those adjustments they made, that wheel spin that Jeff was talking about, they'll drop some air out of those rear tires, and that baby will come alive.
Jeff Green has made a pit stop in the Cheerios Dodge. There's Gordon's speed compared to Dale Jr.'s. The gap was 3 seconds. Gordon took a 10th out of it that time.
Well, Gordon's a 1 second a lap quicker than Dale Jr. is right now. So it doesn't take long to catch up when you're a second faster.
Yellow is out.
Now this is definitely a caution to Dale.
Jeff Gordon has been running rather well.
Dale Jarrett stalls it, but he gets it going. Tell you who else this caution was a big break for through the cycle of all those green flag stops that our leaders were making. He still got, I think, an ill-handling car and an uphill battle with 61 laps to go. But Robbie Gordon and the 31 were riding with him on the right side. He's back on the lead lap.
He gets that sway bar hooked up. Oh, there was somebody that was in big trouble. Who was that? The 9 car coming out of the S's there. Tell you one thing, he's not shy with that race car. I've seen him put it in a bunch of tight spots today.
You know, he almost won the ARCA race at Nashville a couple of months ago, finished 3rd over there.
Down the hill to 4.
Problem again, they had that earlier, and they aren't going to go ahead and put 4 tires on the 31 while they're here. And they're having a problem with an air wrench to boot. The line has come loose. There's no pressure at all on that air wrench. Problems mount for Robbie Gordon.
When it rains, it pours. That's about all you can say, especially at a road course.
His problem started in qualifying.
They've continued 2 days later.
As bad a day as he's had, Jeff Gordon's day has been nearly flawless. But look at Scott Pruitt. That big bullseye is closing in on Jeff Gordon once again.
The instructions to Pruitt consistently are tire management. You're doing a great job, nice and smooth. Every once in a while, he'll key the radio, tell the crew how happy he was with the last as the race wears on.
Understeer, that's a formal term that nobody uses around here.
Yeah, no, I tried to stir that in what the guys expect.
I think the law of physics takes over.
It's going downhill.
And he's still throwing that car around here like he's got a chance.
He does. He doesn't ever quit. A while ago, he's coming out there and the thing was smoking the tires. What is that?
Boris inside Biffle from 4 across to 7. Big group there. They were side by side coming out of turn 4. And Jeff Gordon, 3-time winner here at Infineon. 6 road course poles. Can he hang on to win it? We'll see.
Jeff Gordon, your leader, he's led for some 49 of the 62 laps. But how about Jimmy Johnson, the points leader?
Jeff Gordon is definitely a very fast race car on fresh tires. But what's impressive is it seems like Scott Pruitt is very happy to basically stalk him, not to overuse his car, overuse the tires, and keep Jeff in sight. And the longer the run goes, it seems like he inches his way right back up on him. And just before he went to pit stops last time.
Race today when it started. Pruitt is a 44-year-old from Sacramento, co-rookie of the year in '89 at the Indy 500. Is there an advantage or disadvantage when you're a specialist coming in where you don't have to worry about points like Pruitt and you're chasing a guy like Jeff Gordon who's in a points race?
Jeff Gordon has got to be careful in this case right here. Scott Pruitt doesn't. It's all or nothing for Scott. So if he really puts the pressure on him, you'll know it really makes a lot of difference right there. And let's go back here and take a look to see what happened in the 99 car a minute ago. Again, he looked a whole lot like Larry Gulson, who also has got a white car. But Jeff has been having a pretty...
Thanks, Chris. 64 laps complete of 110. We're past the halfway point. And several drivers, including Scott Pruitt and Michael Waltrip and Brian Vickers and Jeremy Mayfield, have all just turned their personal best lap of the race. Jeff Gordon over Scott Pruitt. There's the advantage. It's 1.3 seconds on the stopwatch. And Rusty Wallace just another second back and coming into frame right there.
Those cars are so equally matched, those first 3. Their lap times almost mirror each other every time they go around the racetrack. You got to have a great car like Jeff Gordon.
3 cars on the lead lap, except for the restrictor plate races. We don't often see that.
And if you'll have to restart single file, so you could restart back in 15th, 20th place with a really good race car.
Now, I think we're going to see all these leaders come to pit road. This will be about 42 laps to go. These guys, though, most of them are going to have to conserve fuel when they leave pit road till we go back racing.
Oh, they'll make it now, Larry. Golly. You can run 42 laps here. That's with a legal fuel cell.
Not one that Hammond's been working on. Yeah, you see all the leaders coming to pit road. And you should see Casey Mears and Casey Kane, the 41 and the 9, stay out. Steve Burns.
Jimmy Johnson and Larry Mack, 4 tires, no other adjustments. Ryan McRae and Ron Malik, the tire carriers, doing their job. Again, no adjustments. Matt Yoakum on Jeff Gordon.
Dropping the rear air pressures on the 24 car to help with forward bite. He's down and away.
Wallace in that 2 group, they come right out behind Jeff Gordon in the 24. This should be the 3rd and 4th place car right now behind Casey Mears and Casey Kane.
Well, so the way the race started with a little contact from the 2 and the 24, getting down here near the. By the way, it bumped into the tire carrier there on the 1 car. I don't think it was serious, so it looked like he just brushed up against him. Pruitt did it.
Mike, an update on the 24. Before Jeff Gordon even hit pit road, Robbie Loomis was telling him as soon as we drop the jack, conserve fuel, conserve fuel.
So he peeled out. But track position being a little more important at the moment, right, man?
I know DW said you can make it with a legal fuel cell. Talked to these crew chiefs this morning. That's borderline right there. That's the reason they're saying conserve fuel.
I love borderline.
It'll blow away about the first time they come through. Whoa, Gordon almost ran out of raceway.
Well, you know why? He was so close to Pruitt. He didn't realize how close he was, I don't think.
But I tell you what, I'm pretty impressed with Casey Mears in that 41
Casey Mears,
car.
Not Pruitt, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Caution, tires at turn 10.
Got to be a caution over there, guys. There's too much debris on the track over there.
But what this caution does for these guys that were borderline on fuel, it lets them save more fuel. This will probably give them the insurance to get to the end.
Gordon has led most of the laps so far today.
Jimmy Johnson and Elliott Sadler, the top 10. The point leaders, Johnson is 9th, Earnhardt 15th.
Scott Pruitt, the 39 car, back in the 5th position, got a pretty good jump on his teammate Jamie McMurray. He decided not to as they headed into that funnel in turn 1.
They just ran out of room right there, and there's no way. You got to be careful. Seen that happen a couple of times today.
Matt?
Mike, back on lap 72, Robbie Loomis told Jeff Gordon, we are still very tight on that fuel. If we get a few more caution laps, we should be able to turn you loose then. Conserve if you can.
Jeff Gordon had a look coming out of turn 4 to the inside on Casey Mears, and he makes the pass.
He's there. Here comes Rusty.
Yeah, they're going to freight train Casey Mears in the 41 if he's not easy. Now, the thing about it, Jeff Gordon gets out there and gets the lead. He'll be able to conserve that fuel.
Now, Casey's done a bunch of open wheel road racing, and of course, the Mears gang, probably the most famous family in off-road racing. Matt?
Casey Mears says he's very, very loose right now, telling his team they're just trying to hold on for a top 5 finish.
He better hold on tight.
And that's the same report we was getting on the
burns down.
In front of you, Bud. We got some mirror.
Oh, the car will tighten up a little bit, but what usually happens on a road course, when it tightens up, you start pushing the front tires, try to put the power.
Yeah, I would have to say that would pay off as much as anything having Jeff Gordon set up.
Rusty will have to force the issue here pretty quickly because Jeff Gordon is leaving them behind.
I was going to say, this is great news for Jeff Gordon in that 24 car.
Meanwhile, Jeff Gordon is slipping away from this battle for second.
There he goes.
Bad news for Robbie Gordon is bad news for Jeff Gordon. His lead has been erased.
The only person that will listen to him is each other.
Oh, jeez. All right, 81 laps complete here. We're about 29 from the finish.
Getting ready to go green.
We're under caution once again. Jeff Gordon, Jamie McMurray.
We are coming to the green.
How about Jamie McMurray's day? A fellow who came in here didn't have a lot of credentials as a road racer.
I say that he's going to give Jeff Gordon a fit based on what I saw there at the end of that run.
Dick Berggren.
Well, McMurray has certainly had the...
Can Jamie McMurray beat NASCAR's best road racer? Here we go.
Green, green, green.
I'll tell you who's going to be in a hurry, and he's not going to mess around this time. It's going to be Rusty. He's going to get that 41 out of his way, I expect.
But he's got his rearview mirror full of the 41's teammate, 39 car of Scott Pruitt.
Boy, look how Jeff Gordon just gets away so quickly. And then these guys have got to work hard to chase him back down.
You know, and I watched Jamie McMurray in the 42.
Here somewhere.
Well, it isn't going to be up in the front, doesn't look like. I thought that 42 car might have something for Jeff Gordon, but Jeff just keeps getting faster and faster.
And most importantly, he got away from Jamie on the restart.
Exactly, and he's running 76.5, and Jamie just run a 77.1, so 4/10 in the bank.
Jeff Gordon has just passed Parnelly Jones for 5th on NASCAR's all-time road course lap leader list. Jeff Gordon's lead continues to expand.
And Dale Earnhardt Jr.
Let's show you earlier coming into this and how Jeff Gordon is increasing his position leading this race.
Yeah, he's trying to battle his way back. He's had the dominant car all day long.
Jeff Gordon's lead over McMurray is 2 seconds. Casey Mears is 5.
Leader Jeff Gordon, you look at Jamie McMurray and Casey Mears in the top 4. They only have 1 start here.
Let's check in at the leader's pit.
Mike, the last caution certainly helps Jeff Gordon's bid for an 8th road course win. They are still close on fuel. Robbie Loomis continues to caution Gordon. Conserve fuel for me if you can. We still need to conserve fuel. The only issue Jeff has had all day, his aluminum seat has gotten hot. The last stop, they actually passed 4 ice packs through the window to help cool him in that seat. The next car in front of Gordon is the 9 of Casey Kane. The last caution, they had to add padding through the window so he could put in his lower lumbar area. He was having lower back issues.
Well, if he's trying to save fuel, Jeff Gordon, you better tell him to slow down on the clock because he keeps setting fast lap every lap.
When you're in his position, you can conserve fuel. You're just trying to stay out front just a certain amount. Matt Yokin and those guys are giving us. I think Jeff Gordon's just running that car as hard as he needs to with 15 laps to go, conserving fuel.
I'm not so sure he hadn't done that for about 120 laps. Car's just been impeccable. It's just perfect all day long.
You know, surprisingly, Jeff Gordon has only led about half of his road course starts in NASCAR, 12 of 23 races. But when he leads, he usually wins. In his past 11 races that he has led on a road course, he's won 7 of them.
Wow, that's impressive right there.
But you talk about Hendrick Motorsports going into today since Martinsville. Those teams, Hendrick Motorsports teams, has led over 45% of all laps. They have turned the wick up in the last 6-7 races.
Well, it's like Jeff said last week when his engine blew. The way these things are running, you're going to lose one every now and then. I think that's the big thing.
I think that may have been a good thing for Casey Mears the last time through there.
Within 2 seconds of Jeff Gordon, but it's hard to close on the car that's been fastest here all day.
So I got a feeling that Robbie Loomis is telling Jeff, save a little fuel, and I got a feeling that Donnie Wingo is saying, it's time to go, my friend.
Scott Pruitt now 4 seconds back. Rusty Wallace 8 seconds off the lead. Michael.
Well, you're sitting there when you're trying to get going again. I think I might have just sat there and waited for a little bit better opening.
So Jeremy's going to go all the way from 11th back to 26th position as we have 30 cars on the lead lap with about 8.5 laps to go.
And that can happen to any of these cars out there right now. I mean, you're on old tires. You can just make one bad turn, one bad move, and you could go to 25th position.
Darryl, we talked about it in the opening. We're in that 10 laps to go. This is where these guys try to start stepping it up, and you step across that line.
The big question mark on Jeff Gordon's day has not been his skill, his concentration, his pit stops. It's all about how much is left in that fuel tank.
And power, when you have a lot of horsepower, it takes a lot of fuel to feed those ponies.
The computer says he needs to pit in 6 laps. That would leave him 2 laps short.
But the computer don't know how much he's been saving.
And that's based on the fact that that's a 22-gallon fuel cell.
And that it's picking up 22 gallons.
And it's picking up. There's a lot of variables. It's not a perfect science.
That's what makes us show 4th position 10 laps down. Not what you would expect out of that 31 car coming to a road course.
Well, Mike, he's had to retar about 5 times today.
Yeah, but I give Robbie Gordon a lot of credit for the defending champion to have that many troubles, and he's still there gritting it out and trying to finish this race. Attaboy.
And the thing about it, he has not created any of it.
No.
I mean, the tires have run off that car, and it's nothing that he...
Guys, I've been watching Jeff Gordon, and he's quickly closing on the 01 of Joe Nemechek, as well as Austin Cameron, and he's going to be catching Austin in part of the race course. It's very difficult to pass on, and if Austin doesn't give him the lane, he could lose a lot of valuable time to Jamie McMurray, the 42 car, as well as Scott Pruitt.
4 to go, though. If Scott Pruitt can't get past McMurray, it's starting to look like game over.
Yeah, I said from the outset of this race that the only thing that would beat Jeff Gordon today would be Jeff Gordon.
Yeah, even that last lap, going by lap traffic, like Joe Nemechek, he still beat Jamie McMurray by 1/10 and a half.
Got to be tough for Pruitt as Gordon moves to the inside of the lap car. He can see Gordon. Gordon's not that far in front of him. He can't get to him.
No, but you know what? I think he's been a good team player. Mike, I believe that I believe Pruitt's quicker than McMurray, but I believe he's going to follow McMurray to the finish.
And right now, Jeff Gordon has cleared all the cars, so he'll come around and get 3 laps to go. No more cars on the racetrack should be a factor.
How good has Jeff Gordon been this weekend? Have a look at the stats. Pole, fastest all weekend, and he's led 88 laps today. That is a track record.
And the only laps he has not led has been through the cycle of green flag pit stops, so that's really a deceiving number.
And I remember, you think back when he qualified and he run off the track over in turn 10, I said, well, that time will never hold up. And he said he was on pole.
I think you had a comment about him back in 1992, didn't you?
He'll never make it.
Jamie McMurray has chopped Gordon's lead down to 1.86 seconds, but unless Jeff makes a mistake or has a fuel issue in 3 laps, that's a lot to overcome. Doesn't look like much on the screen, but that's a lot on a road course.
Now, Larry knows and Jeff knows that when that fuel gets low in the tank, you can start to have issues. You can start having the engine to skip. A lot of things can happen when it gets down to the bone dry.
Yes, it can.
Jeff Gordon has thoroughly dominated this race, but the question in his pit is, does he have enough fuel? They've been telling him to save fuel. Jamie McMurray and his road racing coach, if you will, Scott Pruitt, running right there in 2nd and 3rd, trying to chase down Gordon in the 2.5 laps that remain.
But I'm like you, DW. I just believe Scott Pruitt could have went by Jamie McMurray several laps ago. Not to take anything away from there for the Jamie McMurray, but he's just been sitting back there riding, kind of riding defense.
2 more, nice and smooth.
Well, you know, Jeff Gordon's had a couple of bad weeks here in Dover and Michigan, so he needs to turn it around if he's going to stay in the top. Oh, there's a car. I couldn't see who it was. I just saw it go off into turn 1 with a lot of smoke and dust flying.
Austin Cameron, Darrell, once again.
Oh, okay. I
just dropped a wheel off, kicked up some dust. So
sorry, guys, but I just saw that go out of the corner of our view over here.
Yeah, I mean, when you think about Jeff Gordon, remember how bad of a race he had back at Lowe's Motor Speedway in the Coca-Cola 600. Next week had a good car at Dover, blew the right front tire, hit the wall, did have a decent run at Pocono, and then lost the engine last week running up there leading the race.
Yeah, if you watch Scott Pruitt and Jamie McMurray, they're now 1.9 seconds back. Pruitt has been holding station 1 to 4 car lengths behind McMurray. Hasn't even tried to put a nose up under him. Being a good soldier, he's here to win it. McMurray's here to score points with the big picture, the full season in mind. So both drivers, though, doing a great job today. And McMurray could almost reach out and touch Jeff Gordon.
Yes. So Jimmy Johnson goes by. Now Rusty Wallace has got to make this whole 2 miles back around.
He's done.
Of course, that asks the question again. Half a lap to go. Can Jeff Gordon in that 24 car make it?
The good news for Gordon, it's all downhill from here.
Better not sputter. That's all I can tell you. That 42 is close enough that if anything should go wrong.
Down about 1.3 seconds, 1st to 2nd.
Scott Pruitt has backed completely off of his teammate Jamie McMurray now for 2nd.
Boy, look here. Jeff is just being so cautious.
1 corner to go.
And he has every right to be. I mean, he's just driven a flawless race all day long.
McMurray is almost there, but Jeff Gordon will come off turn 12 and score his 67th career Cup victory and his 8th road course checkered flag.
But what a run for Jamie McMurray in that 42 car right there behind him.
That's a career performance, Larry.
in only his second start here. You see all the celebration by the DuPont group. Scott Pruitt in third, Michael Waltrip fourth, Jimmy Johnson fifth, and Borstead comes home in sixth.
You know one thing about Michael? He has finished every race that they've run here. Wow. I think he's only lacked finishing a couple of laps here in 15 races.
Now 16.
16 races. I don't know if I've ever seen that before.
Jeff Gordon has done it again. He's rebounded to win again on a NASCAR road course.
Welcome to the Nextel post-race show. NASCAR and Nextel partners in speed. Let's get out of victory lane. Jeff Gordon, the California kid, cashes in, and Dick Berggren is standing by. Dick?
And he is out of the car already. You made it look easy on the racetrack, but Jeff, are you okay?
Oh, I'm beat, man. My cool system didn't work worth a darn, and I was just driving my heart out, man. I wanted this win so bad, and what an awesome car and awesome effort by this DuPont race team. I want to thank DuPont and Pepsi and Quaker State Lay's, GMAC, Chevrolet, Goodyear. I mean, I think we got Tyvek or Corey or somebody on the deck lead, Quaker State. What an amazing weekend for us. Hendrick Motorsports is on top of it right now, and man, we need a win so bad. These last 3 or 4 weeks have been not too good, so that was sweet.
How did you keep your concentration given how tired you are?
I drove out and got as big a lead as I possibly could, and then I gave it up at the end. I mean, I couldn't drive the car as hard as I needed to there at the end. Those guys started catching me, but whew, you know what? It's Nextel Cup racing, man. How bad have you got it, right? That's what they say, and we want it really bad, and we got it today.
Congratulations. Jeff Gordon absolutely spanked him, led more than anybody else, won for the 4th time. Let's go to Steve.
Thanks, Dick. With about points.
Well, that's true, except when it comes to your team cars. You know, you could slide up inside some of these other guys, but it was fun. Chips gave me a great opportunity, and I'm loving it.
In case anybody wonders how physical this sport is, just take one look at Jeff Gordon in victory lane and this guy, and you have the answer. This is no easy sport.
All right, thank you, Dr. Dirt. Dr. Dick Berggren there. A candid comment from Dale Earnhardt Jr. about the kind of car he had. And there's Jeff Gordon, who said his cooling system went. As we're with Jeff Hammond, Chris Myers, nice to have you stay with us here on NASCAR on Fox from our Hollywood hillside. And Jeff Gordon led 92 out of 110 laps. An impressive performance, bouncing back. He's the all-time king of the road. Nobody has more wins on road courses, and a very outstanding, really as masterful a performance as you could have.
It really is, and you take a look and watch right now as the teammates try to work with him, cool him back down. I mean, when you get inside one of these stock cars and you commit to run up front and stay on top of the wheel like he did today, it will take a lot out of you. You saw it from Dale Earnhardt Jr. Undoubtedly, his cool suit didn't go out. He's still worn out. Jeff Gordon's cool suit did, but yet he was able to stay with it, and he didn't want to lose this race. He knew he had the car that, that could get the job done all weekend long. Won all the practice sessions, won the pole, clearly dominated the field.
And he is a co-owner of the car. Jimmy Johnson, who's the points leader, also in the top 5. The two of them, Gordon and Johnson, this offseason went shark fishing or scuba diving for sharks.
Yeah.
And Jimmy Johnson said, Jeff's crazy. The sharks, he swam towards the shark, I swam away. That kind of toughness in Jeff Gordon helped him win today. Finishing second, though, Jamie McMurray. And let's check in. He's with our Matt Yoakum.
Second going into Watkins Glen. What'd you learn today? What's the biggest thing that you leave from here?
I don't know, just good race cars. And this place, you can drive it a lot different. Scott talked to me a little bit about going through the S's and stuff, so it's good to have a teammate that helps you. And I tell you what, Casey, good job. He kind of let me go, and I'll make sure I return the favor.
Well, from perfection to rejection for Jeff Gordon, he never went lower than 10th, and of course won the race. We're back in Sonoma in the wine country, and Chevy congratulating Jeff Gordon and the DuPont Chevrolet, the Monte Carlo team on today's big win, dominating win. No car has dominated Cup racing like the defending manufacturer's champion Chevy, an American revolution, and becoming an American institution the way he continues to drive. Jeff Gordon with his 67th career win. For some final thoughts, let's go back upstairs to Mike, Larry, and Darrell.
And we're joined by an Infineon Raceway. Talk about the Incredibles, the incredible day Jeff Gordon had, and Jimmy Johnson expands his point lead, and we're off for Daytona.
Yeah, we are. But you know the thing about Jeff Gordon, he's sitting there in victory circle. He is worn out. That's the best feeling in the world. Go home, worn out with the smell of champagne, all the way back to the East Coast. Looking forward to next Saturday night.
Some guys we didn't get to talk to, watching him yesterday in practice.
And the best car all weekend won.
They did. I felt from the get-go that Jeff Gordon had a superior car, and I think he just drove it hard enough to win the race. He also drove it hard enough to wear himself out as well, but he's in victory circle.
Jeff Gordon, a dominating performance. He's won back-to-back races this year. This is his third win. I mean, the guy wins on road courses. He won at Talladega Super Speedway. We're going to Daytona, restrictor plate racing next week. He could be back-to-back again.
Oh, he could easily be back-to-back. I mean, these guys have got their act together. If they didn't have the engine problem last week, he could have had back-to-back victories probably already this week and be headed into Daytona looking for 3 in a row. But this is what you've got to do if you want to get yourself back in the championship hunt. You've got to come out and flex your muscle, and today they flexed their muscle.
And we'll be flexing our muscle as we wind down our coverage of NASCAR on Fox next weekend.
Now we're getting ready to go back to Daytona, the Super Speedway. We're going to see some fast, aggressive, big pack racing next week.
An outstanding performance today, as well as a road course can be run. Jeff Gordon bouncing back after finishing beyond the 30th spot last week, and then his cooling system goes, and he stayed calm and cool under pressure. Put himself higher up in the points race. Jimmy Johnson, who is the points leader. Jeff Gordon is a co-owner of that car. So a good day for Chevys all the way around. In the wine country, whether you've been down on the track or up in the air in a hot air balloon.
Pepsi presents a Jeff Gordon moment. The date was April 20th, 1997, and the place was Martinsville, Virginia. Starting from the 4th position, it took Jeff Gordon just 22 laps to show that this was his day to dominate NASCAR Winston Cup racing. Gordon led a whopping 429 of the 500 laps that day to earn his 18th trip to victory lane.
So they will wave the white flag on Rusty Wallace, 0.533 miles away from win number 2 in 1997.
And heavy traffic right in front of these cars. I don't know if it's going to play into anybody's hand. Gordon takes a look again. Rusty's coming down, slam the door. Gordon on ahead. Here comes Jeff Gordon to take the lead.
Gordon takes the lead. Rusty slips. Jeff Gordon will win at Bristol, Tennessee. Ray Evernham is ecstatic.
How can that possibly happen out there?
I don't know. I'm going to have to watch it. I have no idea.
You know, it was pretty tight down there. I mean, that's what Bristol's all about. You get down to the closing lap at Bristol, and it's any man for himself. I've seen it done many times.
Got second. That's about it.
It's short, it's tight, and it's action-packed.
Jeff Gordon's win boosted him to 3rd last week. Now, when you think of short tracks, you normally think of Rusty Wallace. And certainly in the long term, he is the king of the short tracks. However, look at the results from 1995 to current. In the last 18 races, Jeff Gordon is the driver who leads in every category except one. Rusty still leads in the laps led with over 2,000. We've been talking about how you've got to save the brakes today, but Benny, is it going to be that easy? Check ties his career best start outside row 1. Jeff Gordon has 7 poles and 4 wins here. Rather, Jeff Bodine does. Jeff Gordon, the winner of last race here.
And we see Jeff Bodine and also our pole sitter, Kenny Wallace. And we're about ready to go racing.
Coming down for the start. Green flag is out. The first lap that Joe Nemechek has ever led here at Martinsville, and the first lap he is...
Now here comes the leaders. Joe Nemechek on the left side of your screen is the leader. He goes in the corner. He tries to go above the oil. So does Jeff Gordon. But they get in it, and up the hill they go. Kenny Wallace tries to come on the inside. Now Jeff Bodine gets right in the oil. He saves it once, and then he spins, goes down in.
All we can do now is get it fixed and go back out and make some points. And just got to be a little more patient.
Steve Grissom trying to get a lap back. He's on the inside. Remember, he spun, but he can't do it. Nemechek gets the bite off the corner. But now they're going through the oil dry.
Still a little slippery up there, it looks like. Nemechek up in the high lane, got a little wide coming off the corner. Here's the square D onboard camera as Kenny Wallace tries to work to the outside of Jeff Gordon. No caution yet.
And Russell is going to be the back. He gets that last back.
Now there's a caution. But they did not take the caution flag that time. I think Steve's still going to have to come around and be ahead of now leader Jeff Gordon.
Yeah, he needs to race on back. Evidently, his spotter has told him that, so he's running hard into turn 3. I don't think that Gordon will just bust his can to try to beat Steve Grissom back. Let him get that lap back, and he's going to do it.
And Mike Skinner, their third in line, also had thoughts of doing so, but he realized that he couldn't make up the difference, and so Skinner remains 8 laps down.
I called that about 22 seconds too soon, didn't I?
Billy, it's Jeff Gordon at the front of the field early on in the Goodies Headache Powder 500 point standings. Jeff Gordon is at the front of the field, and we're on board now with his Quaker State camera. He's leading his 6th consecutive race here at Martinsville, and now on board with Michael Waltrip as the green flag comes out for the restart. Is second, then a couple of lap cars, Jeff Bodine and Mike Skinner, then the third place car of Hut Strickland.
Too much brakes.
Jeff Gordon has pulled out to a pretty substantial lead here over Kenny Wallace, and by the same token, Wallace has a lot of racetrack between himself and the third place car of Hut Strickland. This is the 8th consecutive short track race that Jeff Gordon has led. Kenny Wallace with a square D on board, and you can see that there's quite a bit of racetrack between himself and Jeff Gordon up ahead.
Yeah, Jeff Gordon's pulling on away, Bob, just a little bit every lap.
Here's an AutoZone on-track interval. Laps 43 through 47. The interval went from 1.3 seconds.
Watch how consistent. Look how consistent the times are on Jeff Gordon. 20.6, 8, 7, 7, 7, 8. And here Kenny Wallace, look at this one, 21.1. Those are the ones that kill you right there. He lost 0.4 of a second. Kenny Wallace did to Jeff Gordon.
Now if you could just be a little more consistent on your underlining or lining on the...
Yeah, you're a lot better with it.
Tell us straight if we can go right.
There is something flapping.
Yeah, there's something.
I guess that's a piece of tape that they've got wrapped around something, or he's picked up something on the racetrack.
Obviously not affecting the car because he's moving ahead, as they say. In fact, catching up with some of the slower cars now at the back of the field. He has Dave Marcus, Steve Grissom, and Bobby Hillen just ahead of him. We'll take another break. Jeff Gordon at the front of the field in the Goodies Headache Powder 500 at Martinsville, and he has begun to lap some of the slower traffic already gotten by Dave Marcus and Bobby Hillen. Steve Grissom just ahead now.
And oh, by the way, a moment ago before we went to break, that thing flapping beneath Jeff Gordon's car, the crew down here took a vote. Half said it was tape, the other half said it was a plastic bag. It rolled off here about 4 or 5 minutes ago. It was a plastic bag.
So that problem is solved. The choices that have been made in the NFL draft that is going on all this weekend.
Mike Wallace. Span car will go a lap down to our leader. That is the 34th place car.
And Doug Reichert isn't here this weekend because he works on a Craftsman truck, right?
That's right. He's in Phoenix for the Craftsman truck race out there this afternoon. And I think Todd Myers is the fellow calling the shots this afternoon.
Trying to catch Jeff Gordon, who leads the Goodies Headache Powder 500 at the moment with 85 laps on the board. And here's Jeff as he's still out there with a comfortable lead, passing some of the slower cars. Back with more in just a moment. Full straightaway ahead of this man, Jeff Gordon. the Quaker State onboard camera, and he is our true value man of the race. Won his 22nd career victory last week at Bristol. 5 top 5 finishes this season. And True Value, on behalf of Jeff, is donating $1,000 to his favorite charity, the Leukemia Society of America. That's one of many organizations that Jeff is involved in. And Jeff Gordon is in a whole bunch of traffic. There he moves around Dick Trickle.
Trickle, who ran in the Busch race last night in Nashville, Tennessee.
Yeah, you got to think that Dale and Teresa Earnhardt are pretty happy today because their driver, Steve Park, won that race at Nashville last night.
Yes, a great job, Steve Park. Congratulations.
Let's take a look at the speeds at the line here as Jeff comes off the 4th corner and onto the main straightaway.
And these speeds are in miles per hour.
Next time by, we'll do that.
Of course, he's in heavy traffic right now. He isn't going to run as fast as he has been running because of the traffic that he's in.
And the other competitors are saying, thank goodness.
Yeah, because he's already put the lap on some good cars like Sterling Marlin and Ernie Irvin and Brett Bodine. And some of those, caution is out there, debris somewhere on the racetrack.
Well, so much for our speeds. Now they are reduced because of debris on the racetrack, and the 4th caution of the race comes out.
Now the race to the line here. Dick Trickle's getting his lap back. Sterling Marlin's going to try to come and get his lap back.
Here comes Sterling Marlin. He's on the inside.
Jeff Gordon's going to let him do that. Robbie Gordon's the next car back there, but he got sideways coming off the corner and couldn't make it.
Boy, he sure did get sideways, and he was going so fast that he had to slam on the brakes. You see him there on the inside to avoid hitting the cars that had already slowed down after crossing the line. We'll be right back. Pit stops that occurred up here with Gordon, Hamilton, and Kenny Wallace. ISO.
Jeff Gordon stops. Now we see the 43 car, the 81 car still coming down. And Rusty Wallace comes in the pits. There you see him, he just stopped.
Rusty is pitted behind the 16 car of Ted Musgrave, and it pretty much boxes Rusty in.
Up here. And when he finishes his pit stop, he's going to have to back up. We see the 24 car leaving. Here comes the 43. And Rusty Wallace has to back finally and almost makes contact with the 5 car as he leaves.
Jerry has more on Gordon and Wallace.
Well, Jeff Gordon didn't want any major changes on the race car, so the track is changing, but the car itself is very good. They made a slight half-pound air pressure adjustment on the left side of Gordon's car, number 24. Now, in Kenny Wallace's pit, Kenny wanted more forward bite in the square D Ford. They made an air pressure adjustment in the right rear, and the big thing about their pit, they had a great pit stop and were able to beat the 43 car off pit road. That put them second on the racetrack. Let's go to Bill Weber.
Well, as you might imagine, the two team pretty
You know, we're often quick to criticize when the tires wear out early or there's a problem with the race tires, but we'll hardly ever compliment Goodyear on a great job. Take a look at the right rear tire off Jeff Gordon's car. This tire ran 102 laps and still has the wear indicator dimple showing, meaning when you measure this tire, he has worn only 1/32 off the right rear tire. Incredible. Ray Evernham just radioed Jeff, said, I have never seen tires with this little wear at Martinsville. Goodyear has done a whale of a job.
Lead lap.
Green flag comes out again. You'll notice that Dick Trickle did cross the line ahead of Jeff Gordon, but apparently NASCAR took it away. He lines up to the inside.
Yeah, I thought he and Sterling Marlin both got their laps back, but I guess not.
Apparently Jeff Gordon had taken the flag before that, and so neither Trickle nor Marlin get a lap back.
Trickle.
Now he does.
Yeah, he's got it back right now.
And here comes Kenny Wallace for the lead, diving down to the inside and trying to pass Jeff Gordon.
Now, he started on the pole, but he hasn't led yet, has he? Kenny Wallace.
Not.
Joe Nemechek took the lead right from this start.
Yep, we've only had 2 leaders and 2 lead changes. Jeff Gordon and Joe Nemechek. We may make that 28 here in just a minute, or 26, I should say, as Jeff Gordon positions himself to the inside of Trickle, and they bump.
Contact down the backstretch.
The fans have been watching this battle for several laps. Trickled on as long as he could, but finally Gordon got by. Jerry?
Jeff Gordon's spotter went over to Dick Trickle's spotter and said, hey, here's the deal. If you won't hold us up and let us go by, if the caution comes out, we'll let you have your lap back. If you hold us up and we have to race you, we can both end up spinning out here and tagging the wall.
Oh, there's a real deal, huh?
Yeah.
And they almost did spin out.
Jeff Gordon continues to pull away. He has put 0.8 of a second between first and second.
Bobby, it'll be interesting if Rusty Wallace is able to get by the 43 of Bobby Hamilton and 81 of Kenny Wallace. If he will be able to close in on Jeff Gordon, we'll see if he has one of the better two cars here today.
And you see that every lap was at 20.7 from Jeff Gordon. Every lap.
So Jeff Gordon moving ahead here in the first 138 laps of the Goodies Headache Powders 500 with Kenny Wallace, Bobby Hamilton, Rusty Wallace, and Ricky Rudd running. ESPN Speed World coverage continues. Jeff Gordon lapping some slower cars, going around lake speed on the 146th lap of the event.
Lake Speed has on his car today Steel Chariots, a movie about NASCAR West Cup racing. It's going to be released early fall.
And that, by the way, put Lake 2 laps down. He is in 36th position. Gordon now coming up on Ward Burton, who's still on the lead lap at the moment in 26th.
And Ward Burton dives to the inside of Rick Mast, and Jeff Gordon says, yeah, I think that's the way to go.
So with Jeff Gordon in big traffic,
what up, Bob?
I was going to say we're going to check his speed, but we'll do it later.
Ward Burton dives to the inside of Elliott.
There's Joe Nemechek, who is not too far from going a lap down, is he?
No.
He was our outside pole sitter, but now it's just there are just two cars between Gordon, the leader of the race, and Joe, who's in 25th spot.
Gordon dives to the inside of Ward Burton. Ward is in the 26th spot.
Even running in this traffic, fellas, he's able to maintain almost a 4-second lead over Rusty Wallace, and that's what it was about 10 laps ago.
There's another one of the Wallace boys, Mike Wallace.
Gordon finished third in this race last year. Of course, he won the fall race here at Martinsville.
His lap speed, according to my stopwatch, the last lap went from, he was running about 2070 down to 2124, so it cost him about a half a second in the traffic that time.
The short track event. And there is Joe Nemechek, who is just about to get lapped. Jerry Punch, it won't be long.
I won't, Bob, as Jeff Gordon moves it on the car number 42. Nemechek's car is just so loose in the middle of the corner. I talked to Mike Hillman. You see he started second, and he's currently back in 25th spot. He said, we've tried a couple of things, but the car will not hook up in the middle of the corner. He has to wait to get back on the throttle, and that cost us valuable time. And right there, it just cost him a lap.
Yep. He's a lap down in 25th. So Jeff Gordon now has moved through quite a bit of traffic and has a little breathing room before he catches up to the next duo. That
Once again, if you folks watch the starting lineup today, you'll notice 42 cars started the race here at Martinsville. It's a huge number around this race.
There he is. But he's just a few car lengths ahead of Jeff Gordon. So that completes our circuit and showing you the cars on the lead lap at the 170 lap mark in the Goodies Headache Powder 500. There's the leader, Jeff Gordon, coming up on Ted Musgrave. He has already put Morgan Shepherd a lap down. And now Ted will be next.
Ted is running in the 20th position.
Keep in mind that graphic that we showed you at the beginning of the program and how Jeff Gordon, at least in the last couple of years, has been the driver to beat on the short tracks.
And we see these fellows, when the leader comes up to put them a lap down, you see them sometimes struggle to stay in that lead lap. Last week at Bristol, Tennessee, Dale Earnhardt raced Rusty Wallace back on the line. Remember when Wallace stopped up in turn 4 and Earnhardt drove on the bottom of the racetrack? And he was able to get himself back in the lead lap. If he had not done that, the best he could have finished was like 14th. As it was, I think he finished 6th. That's a huge difference. You've just got to... There's the leader. Trying to get through the traffic.
Just put a lap on Robert Presley. Presley in the 20th position.
Boy, he's got a lot of traffic ahead of him, though, in the next 25 laps or so.
Yeah, but he's coming up on some race cars like Dale Earnhardt and Ken Schrader, and Dale Jarrett's not that far in front of him.
Now we have some speeds for you. Looks like that at least the first 6 cars, among them, Kenny Wallace had the fastest lap that time.
Kenny Wallace, because he had clean racetrack that time. You're strictly dependent on where you are. And we see Jeff Gordon almost ran the back of the 30 car. Once again, the 81 with that clear racetrack. And look at all this heavy traffic. Ned, you're right. There are some serious cars in front of them, in front of the leader, Jeff Gordon.
So this is where Kenny Wallace can make some headway here by...
Robert Presley. Yeah, he and Robert Presley got together, and Robert Presley's going to try to move back on the inside of him going into turn 3. He had just put a lap on Presley.
On there, Presley gets a little nudge from the 16th from behind.
Well, it certainly reduced Jeff Gordon's lap speed down to 85. He was sideways coming off the second corner.
He really was.
Just on board with Jeff Gordon. He goes in the corner behind the 30 car. Then he starts going the outside. He says, no, I can't do that. He go back to the inside, and he turned back, and the 29 car was beside him.
Yeah. But it didn't deter him any. Take a look at it from the copter cam as it flew over turn 2.
You see exactly what Benny will be talking about. Right there, you see he gets a little bit of a nudge. He came back down into Robert Presley, and that's all it took, just a little bit of a nudge. See, Robert then tries to pull up beside of him and get back in the lead lap, but he was not able to accomplish that.
Jeff still in traffic, now behind Skinner.
Right in front of Jeff Gordon is Dale Earnhardt. Not too far away. There we see him. They're in the same corner anyway.
Yeah, there's about 3 other cars now between Gordon and Earnhardt. Dale running back in 18th. He had a good run going there for a while, but it seems to have stalled out.
It doesn't seem to be quite as strong as he was in that first long green flag run.
This run, I think that most cars slowed down this time, I think, but Jeff Gordon's car is still running the same. And look at Mark Martin. He has moved up into 9th spot and checked on the pylon.
Yeah, his car is on the move. Mark Martin has a very good race car here today.
Wallace is also involved. Wallace gets going the right way, and the 7 car of Bodine is going the wrong way.
And a lot of cars tried to get their laps back. All that you see in the picture there, they were trying to race Jeff Gordon back to the line.
4 tires for Jeff Gordon. Great pit stop again for Kenny Wallace and the Square D team. Also, Rusty Wallace down pit.
All those wheels and where the brake dust is collected on those aluminum wheels.
All right, back to green on lap 206. We were cautioned for 9 laps.
Okay, Rusty Wallace is trying his best to get by the 41 car of Steve Grissom. There he goes. Dives in the corner. Now then, let's see if his car is going to be good enough this time to catch the 24.
This is the closest.
And while they battle, Jeff Gordon's able to open up a 6-car length lead or something like that. And the more they battle, the bigger his lead will become.
But still, it appears to me that Jeff Gordon has the fastest and best car so far today. Derek Cope did not. And Derek will lose another lap.
It's a shame he lost a lap by about 50 yards.
It's our 6th caution of the day, and it comes as we approach the halfway point. Green flag comes out, and we're back to racing.
I think Musgrave was the only driver on the lead lap that did make a pit stop. Ernie Irvin stopped on the backstretch a couple of times.
That Square D Ford has a great run going today. Kenny Wallace did not start driving the race car until fairly late.
The next car to be lapped, Dale Jarrett. When Jeff Gordon leads this lap coming up, he will clinch the 5 bonus points for leading the most laps. This will be the 251st lap that he has led out of 273.
How do you say dominate? 24?
I think
that's what you'd say it today, that's for sure.
The fact is that the interval between Jeff Gordon and Rusty Wallace really isn't diminishing that much, is it?
I don't think so, Bob. I haven't had a clock on the last few laps, but it doesn't appear like it is just looking out on the racetrack.
Jeff is in a little bit of traffic. Jeff Gordon continues to lead here at Martinsville. He has put a lap on Dale Jarrett, and until today, the only driver to finish in the lead lap every race has been Jarrett. Of course, the race isn't over yet. Dale could still get back on the lead lap. There is debris on the racetrack.
It's a beverage can. It's laying on the racetrack. Jeff Gordon would certainly not want to see a caution flag right now, but 98 car. John Andretti would love to see a caution about now.
Yeah, because that's the next car that will be lapped. Andretti running in 17th position, but you can see how close it is right there. The white and red number 98 RCA car.
All right, let's take a look at the Bud Race recap. Jeff Gordon now has led 260 of 281 laps, 2 lead changes, 6 cautions totaling 47 laps, and the average speed is a little over 72 miles an hour. Not much in terms of drivers that have led this race. Joe Nemechek led the first 21, and then Gordon took over and hasn't been headed. Off the track, we have Gary Bradbury and David Green. They didn't make the race. The 2 cars that are off the track are the 91 of Mike Wallace and the 44 of Kyle Petty. Those 2 cars off the track.
Here's Gordon now trying to put that lap on the car number 98 of John Andretti. The RCA Ford running in 17th position.
Andretti trying his best to stay on the lead lap. Dives on the inside of the 77 car. It's Bobby Hill in the Jasper engine car.
He's about to go 7 laps down.
Goes back and forth off the corners.
Yeah, he's doing a lot of wiggling coming off the corners, not getting the traction that he needs.
Andretti moves over, tells Jeff Gordon, okay, go by on the outside. Jeff, I'm not sure I can do that.
Not with these hot tires on.
Here are the real 2 drivers that are off the track. Nobody is shown as officially out of the race, but Mike Wallace and Kyle Petty are behind the wall working on their cars.
There we see Jeff Gordon pulls up dead alongside the 98 car.
John races
up the hill they go.
And there Andretti goes a lap round.
Place car is side by side with the leader, and that's Kenny Schrader. Well, they were side by side. Schrader managed to get back out in front of him.
He held Jeff Gordon off that lap. Gordon tries it again.
They used to be teammates at Hendrick Motorsports, and now Ken Schrader over with the Leo Jackson group.
Or Andy Petrie.
Yep.
Dives down to the inside. He must have known there was going to be room there because
200 laps to go. Now 199. Oh, he's having a heck of a time getting around Kenny, isn't he?
Yes, he is. And Schrader once again holds him off. To the delight of the pro Earnhardt fans here in the grandstands, because they want him to hold up Jeff Gordon, because his next victim will be Dale Earnhardt to put a lap down.
There he comes up once again. Awfully close. Just say, hey, I'm still here, Kenny.
In case you didn't look in your mirror that time, I'll let you know I'm here.
Looks like he's going to give him another little bump.
Yeah, he's going to try it on the outside.
Well, that didn't work either, not that time.
He motions to Kenny. Come on, man, let me by. Okay, up the hill he goes. Let's try it this time.
Oh, man. Schrader's got some great straightaway speed.
He said, man, give me a caution. I need a caution right now. But I don't want to be it.
Yeah.
And John Andretti has caught back up to him now. He went a lap down.
And he's trying to pass Jeff Gordon.
Yeah, he's trying to get back in the lead lap.
All right, Jesse. Okay, let me calm down. Let's get everything back under control. Let's try this again.
But he's still maintaining a good lead over Rusty Wallace, Gordon is, even with all of this racing.
That's right. There you're going to see the interval. Here comes.
Did we tell you that Chad Little's wife, Donna, had a baby born this week?
Yeah, I think Bill mentioned that during one of his pit reports.
Okay.
And another member of their crew had a baby 2 days after Chad had Chris Webb, and his wife Noel had a 8-pound baby boy 2 days after Chad's was born.
Gordon still hasn't put a lap on Ken Schrader, and there's a whole bunch of traffic up ahead of Kenny, so it's going to get interesting here in the next few laps. We'll be back for it in a moment. ESPN Speed World today at Martinsville Speedway in Virginia for the Goodies Headache Powder 500, being led by Jeff Gordon, and the Pennzoil Copter Cam has a great overhead shot of Jeff Gordon, who, as you can see, has finally gotten around Ken Schrader and put a lap on him. But Jeff now approaches other slower traffic.
Click, it looks like right now. Oh, boy. Yep, we got some cars spinning. No, we didn't spin.
They just did a lot of bumping. And it was right ahead of Jeff Gordon.
And there we see the 23 and 3 battle for position back for 14th and 15th and right in front of the leader. Now, they're going to be a little difficult to pass. Jeff Gordon said, why me?
We're hearing there will be about 20 laps for pit stops. Certainly, as far as gas is concerned, they can go that far, no problem. They've only run about 120 laps since they were in the pits, and certainly they can go probably 160 or so on gas, but they might be. I know there's some drivers that want some new tires on those cars.
But if they stop now, then they got to stop again. So they really need to stretch this and do it on one more stop.
Well, we hear that the gas mark is at about 345 laps, which is about a couple of laps from here. He likes flat racetracks, says Earnhardt almost went a lap down, but not yet. Jeff Gordon's got a little work to do there yet before he puts Earnhardt a lap down. But, you know, Bobby Hamilton won his first race out of Phoenix last year, which was a flat track. It's a mile track. But he always seems to run well.
And here comes Jeff Gordon. He's trying. He's a little bit ahead. But here comes Earnhardt fighting back.
Well, he's trying desperately to stay on that lead lap, just like Ken Schrader did, but right now he's a lap down. Ted Musgrave comes into the pits.
Oh, some contact between the 24 and 3. And Jimmy Spencer, he's trying everything he knows to stay in front.
Well, you got to be careful. You can mash a fender real easily here and get a tire rubbing.
Earnhardt drives up on the outside of Spencer and passes Jimmy Spencer to take the spot away.
This is 14th and 15th place, Spencer and Earnhardt.
And right behind the 33 is the second place car of Bobby Hamilton.
Look at this, how Hamilton has closed in and taken the advantage completely away from Jeff Gordon. Well, this thing is going to get interesting here. Looks like Jeff is going to be able to lap Jimmy Spencer, and you can't forget about Kenny Schrader either, who's right behind him.
Oh, the leader goes around.
He goes.
And the second place car goes by, I don't think there's much damage.
I don't think there's much damage to Jeff's car. Looks like there was some damage to Hamilton's car, though. Wow. He's got donuts all over.
Here we go. There's Spencer in the 24. The 24 goes up the hill, slides up the hill, but now he starts coming back down. And he and Spencer make contact, and Jeff does a great job. Nails the gas, does a 360.
And Dale Earnhardt said, Yahoo! Because he was right in front of him, went all the way around, and stayed in the lead lap.
So what is Bobby Hamilton hit his right rear quarter panel on?
On Jeff's left front, or right front.
Must have on Jimmy Spencer. He must hit Jimmy Spencer. Well, let's see.
No, it comes right.
But Sterling Marlin.
There.
Sterling Marlin. He hit the left front of Sterling Marlin, I believe, and tore up the right rear. Let's see if we can tell from Jeff Gordon's. No, he's behind us, so we won't be able to see anything. It's going right almost a complete lap. Going down in turn 1. Earnhardt slides up the hill. I guess Jeff learned that in the old midget days when they would spin. They didn't have starters and they had to keep the thing running. So when they got sideways, they just nailed the gas.
And you notice how quickly he got that thing in gear and shot out of there.
Well, he only dropped back to third position. He only lost 2 spots to Hamilton and Wallace.
We'll watch the crowd reaction to all of this.
Well, I don't know who they're cheering for, but
that is amazing. Look at those people.
I think we got a lot of Rusty Wallace fans down there in that particular section.
Or Dale Earnhardt fans.
Let's get down to Bill Weber.
Hamilton is here with Wallace. Right side tires already going on. Bad news for Gordon. He can't make it the rest of the way from here on fuel. Jimmy Spencer just radioed and said he had a bad push. The brakes were going away. And the left side tires are on. They're side by side down pit road. And Hamilton will beat Gordon.
Gordon was caught up on the outside, and his car just didn't seem to go up there too good, so he got back down to the inside. Now trying to pass Ted Musgrave. Ted has made a green flag pit stop, so he's a couple of laps down now. 28th place.
Look at Rusty Wallace. He is right on Jeff Gordon's rear spoiler.
And Ted Musgrave hanging tough.
I said he was 2 laps down. Actually, Ted is 3 laps down now.
Gordon still can't come off the corner and let it go up the racetrack the way he wants to. Now he can.
And look at Mark Martin. Track crew is out on Martinsville Speedway cleaning up some oil that was put down by Derek Cope after his car collided with Dick Trickle.
We are told that Jeff Gordon definitely could not go. Their calculations say a pit stop around lap 483, 485. They would need 3 gallons to finish, and likewise Kenny Wallace would be very, very close, and so would Rusty. Car number 8.
Okay, here's the green flag. We go back at it. It's lap 359 complete, green on lap 360.
And Jimmy Spencer, I did not realize he was a lap down.
Yeah, he got lapped in that 4th turn melee up there when he and Jeff Gordon got together.
Losing positions. What a bad break for them after having such a good run, and they had pitted because of a seatbelt problem during that last caution.
In 4, he's okay.
And Jimmy Spencer has gotten back in the lead lap. He's in 16th position.
And Jeff Gordon now is challenging the leader, Bobby Hamilton. Rusty Wallace also right there in 3rd position. And Kenny is in 4th.
And there's Mark. I'm sorry, the 40 car, Robbie Gordon, took his car to the pits on the backstretch, and there was pretty serious damage on the right side.
Now, he was one of those cars that was 1 lap down. Robbie Gordon was, so he was still in the top 20.
And a battle for the lead. Gordon took a look.
Jeff Gordon once again takes a look to the inside of Bobby Hamilton going into turn number 1.
He looks again coming off at turn 4, but he can't quite do it.
Hamilton comes off the corner high every time down in turn 4, and that gives Joe, and boy, Gordon got a substantial bump there from Rusty. Don't count out Kenny Wallace, who's staying right up there with the leaders. In fact, Mark Martin and Terry Labonte are all right in the thick of things here. We've got the first 6 cars running right together on the racetrack. Until today, Bobby Hamilton had only led 1 lap this year. That was at Richmond, where he had his best finish of 97, 5th.
Boy, Jimmy Spencer has just driven away from there once he got around Hamilton. We'd love to see a caution.
Here's a Napa Field summary, and Jerry has more on Bobby Hamilton.
Bob, you mentioned the best finish of the year for the STP Pontiac came in Richmond. He finished 5th. That was the same race car. It's just Bobby's favorite car of all the ones they built out at Randleman and Level Cross. This car came here last fall and set on the pole at Martinsville. It's also the same car they took to Phoenix and won for the first time for the King, Richard Petty, as a car owner. Maybe number 2 comes today.
He's looking good here with 371 laps completed.
More Gordon working on him. Gordon's sprint seems to be coming off of turn 4. His car really gets a good bite coming off of that corner.
Here's a spot that Ned said was his better spot. At that time, as he tried to turn under, the back end jumped out a little bit, not able to make the move.
Martin just moved over and let Terry Labonte go by.
And now Rusty Wallace has ideas of maybe trying to do something on the outside.
Okay.
Give it a whirl.
It works, yeah. But Gordon has ideas on the inside.
And nobody's passing anybody.
Well, maybe now.
Jeff has a good chance here because Hamilton again comes off the 4th corner wide. He says again, that gives
Bobby led that lap. But Jeff does have the preferred line there. Certainly his car seems to work better on the inside.
Wheel to wheel down the backstretch. 1st and 2nd, Gordon and Hamilton. And Rusty looks on from 3rd. now Jeff is going to get the lead and lead that lap.
Well, this is exactly what NASCAR would like to have, a Chevrolet 4 in the Pontiac running 1, 2, 3.
Yep.
Throw a blanket over him.
So Bobby drops from first to third here as Gordon and Rusty Wallace have command of first and second. 124 laps to go. Welcome back to Martinsville Speedway in Virginia. You're watching live coverage of the Goodies Headache Powder 500 NASCAR Winston Cup race. The 24 car of Jeff Gordon is the leader of this race. He's trying to pull off another spin and win here this afternoon. He did spin a few laps ago over in corner number 2, but he has since resumed the lead and in fact has pulled out to a few car lengths lead over Rusty Wallace.
It's turn 4, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Was it?
It was.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Just keep you straight.
I appreciate that.
There's C. Jeff Gordon come back, complete another lap. Rusty Wallace just can't gain on Jeff. It's like that DuPont Chevy pretty well hooked up today.
It is hooked up, no doubt. That thing will stay right down on the bottom of the racetrack.
Has 22 career wins. Looking for 23 today.
Because he's running far enough ahead of Jeff Gordon that he'll be in the lead lap in 15th position.
How about that? So another caution flag with 105 laps to go. 395 completed at Martinsville. Back at Martinsville where pit stops have been completed, and now the question as to whether a few cars can or can't finish the race with fuel, that is a non-factor anymore.
Yeah, and
we'll show you what happened that brought out this latest caution flag. It was the 7-7 car of Bobby Hillin that spun, and from Jeff Gordon's onboard camera there we see the 23 car of Jimmy Spencer coming off the corner, coming off 4, almost gets out of shape, goes down in 1, and he dives under the 77 car. And right there's some contact between the cars. The 77 goes around, and Jeff Gordon able to dodge it, puts it in third gear, and drives away.
So during the caution, we had pit stops, and here's how it went. Gordon, Wallace, and Hamilton. And you can see Jeff wins the battle out. Bobby second, then Labonte, and I think maybe Kenny beat Rusty.
Guess who's leading the race?
Mark Martin beat them all out.
Mark Martin in the back pit is leading the race. Jerry Punch.
Another great pit stop by Gil Martin and Kenny Wallace's crew that didn't beat some of the others off pit road. They put one round away. Jeff Gordon wanted no changes, although he was complaining the car gets loose coming off the corner on the long runs. They were happy to see this caution. They had refigured the fuel mileage. Mike Landis told me if we did not get a caution, we would run out of gas on lap 498, 2 from the end. Let's go to Bill Weber.
Well, 4 tires for Rusty Wallace, no chassis adjustment, 4 tires and fuel for the...
Now there's a discussion here with some of the NASCAR officials. Mark's still out in front of him, right?
Well, no, they just moved the 24 back in front of him, John. In fact, I was looking straight at that as it came across the line on the backstretch back there, and Jeff Gordon, it looked to me like did beat Mark Martin, but Bobby Hamilton didn't, so that's where NASCAR has put them back there right now, so we'll see if it stays that way.
So to sum this all up in a pit stop summary, Jeff Gordon stayed the same. 402 will be complete at the green flag.
Hi, Brooke. Watched intently, but there's no audio there because it's too loud.
Well, yellow back out here, guys.
So we will not go back to racing, and so into the pits. Here's the green flag. We're back to racing.
John Andretti down the inside. He had made a green flag pit stop, so he's in 26, 3 laps down.
Well, maybe Mark Martin will be proving everybody wrong when you say you can't win from the back pit. He's already proven you can run up front from the back pit.
And he changed 2 tires on last stop, and the rest of them changed 4. And his penalty from back there was he still is not leading the race. So,
and obviously the tires are going to go away faster than they are going to on the other cars. John Kernan.
You know, after happy hour yesterday, Mark Martin was not happy with the way the car was.
Remain under caution, so another break. We'd like to bring you as much green flag action as possible in the commercials during the cautions. The cars just took the green flag and they raced down into turn number 1 with the cars not on the lead lap to the inside and those on the lead lap to the outside. John Andretti trying to get a lap back.
He's 3 laps down, but
the 98 car has been black flagged for NASCAR for jumping the restart.
Whoa.
So John Andretti's problems continue as Mark Martin closes up right on the back bumper of Jeff Gordon. Better be careful. He'll do the same thing while he's able to get in the pits without being hit from behind. Now, Mark Martin, what can he do with the 24 car? We haven't seen this combination all day.
There is a lap car between Mark Martin in second and Bobby Hamilton in third, that being Robert Presley, who's a lap down in 16th spot. But Gordon once again puts a couple of car lengths between himself and his pursuer, in this case Martin.
Presley goes high. That's Bobby Hamilton on the inside. Presley is
wow. A lot of damage being shown by some of them and a little damage being shown by everyone, including the leader Jeff Gordon, but everybody's still out there in competition. Well, it was 1.58 last lap. This lap, it was 1.92, the separation between Gordon and Hamilton. So Jeff Gordon gained almost a half a second there. But now Gordon in a little bit of traffic. That's Ernie Irvan, who is 31st, 5 laps down.
Well, we see that that Bobby Hamilton gained about 1,500 of a second that time.
Yep. And all 10 cars are within 10 seconds of each other. It was 1.77, now it's 1.57.
0.2 of a second. Bobby Hamilton getting closer and closer. Well, Ernie Irvan a moment ago moved over and let Jeff go net pretty easy, and I would expect him to do the same thing with Hamilton.
I think he would. As here's Gordon now moving up on the car number 98.
Remember last time, Gordon had a heck of a time getting around John Andretti, but looks like it will be much easier this time.
Yeah, well, John's already 3 laps down, so there's no point the other time he was trying to stay in the lead lap. But made a green flag pit stop since then.
And we see it now. It was just under a second and a half. A second and a quarter. So Hamilton gained a quarter of a second that lap, although Jeff Gordon did have some trouble getting by the 98 car. But Hamilton is there.
But he's got to move through those 3 cars that Jeff Gordon has already cleared. And the interval goes up a little bit.
Yeah, Hamilton's having to pass cars on the outside right now that will definitely hurt his lap time.
So Gordon enjoys a 1.5 second lead over Bobby Hamilton with 39 laps remaining in the Goodies Headache Powder 500. Dwindling down here, we're on board with Jeff Gordon, the leader of the race, who still has an advantage over Bobby Hamilton.
See that 800 marrow too? That's for the bone marrow donor program. They had a program here Thursday at the racetrack. Had some people come by and join the program. And there's Ray Evernham checking out his driver, Jeff Gordon. Right now, everything looks pretty good shape, but you never know about this business.
He just seems to get better and better, though, doesn't he, Jeff Gordon? Since his first start, he's 22 wins in 131 races, winning percentage of 17%. Since he won that first race, He has a 25% winning average, and since the 1996 season, 13 wins in 38 races, a percentage of 34%.
So that means he wins every one out of every 3 races he enters.
Yep, has since last year.
And this is not going to hurt his average today if he goes on to win, but
now look at the number of cars between Gordon and Hamilton.
Yes, Bobby really has his work cut out for him now.
And we have only 30 laps remaining in this race. Gordon off the 4th corner. When he crosses the line, he'll complete lap 470.
Jeff Gordon did not want to see this.
Nope. Had himself a good lead. Okay, now Benny, you know, tires, we've already established that they don't wear that much. You got enough fuel to go the rest of the way. So do they pit?
I don't know. I don't think so.
I think I agree. Now, certainly those towards the back will pit. I'll guarantee you Dale Earnhardt will pit.
Yeah, I think so too.
His car was not as good as we've seen it earlier here today anyway. I say I guarantee 15 cars on the lead lap, so we'll see.
Well, no, they did not stay out this time because they chose to stay out because pit road right now is still closed. So we'll have to wait till another lap before we find out if they're going to stop or not. And boy, don't you know there's some chatter on the radio right now.
Guess that if the 24 car comes in, then they'll come in. I will guess that. Well, we'll see. But it might be, they know that Jeff Gordon's crew's looking up there and say, what's those guys going to do?
Square D's got the board out. Cherry Punch.
You guys are right. Jeff Gordon did not want to see this caution come out. And as we're watching here, we are told that they're going to try to stay out on the racetrack, but expect some of the guys that are back in the back part of the lead lap to come on the pit road, like Ricky Rudd, for example. Rudd is going to come in, take a round of bite out of the car, and do what he can do to try to maybe gain some spots. He is currently 13th on the lead lap, and also DW will make a pit stop.
And Hutch Strickland also back in the pits.
Jerry is there.
Well, both Rudd and Hutch Strickland wanted to come back in and take on left side tires. They'd only taken right sides on their previous stop.
Tell you what, when you've got 42 cars on this racetrack and they're all the way around the racetrack in single file, it's hard to be the last car and come in and change tires and not get lapped.
Just a little over 20 laps to go in this race. Jeff Gordon, the leader right now. Come back in just a moment. Jeff Gordon is the leader. And here we go. The green is out. Laps left in this race. Bobby Hamilton is in second. Can he close in on Jeff Gordon? The fewest number of cars to drop out of a race at Martinsville is 3. At the moment, only 1 car is listed as out of company spot.
So Jeff Gordon not able to pull right away from Bobby Hamilton, but Bobby Hamilton also not able to close up on the back bumper of the 24 car.
Bobby Hamilton showing that damage in the right rear of the car from an incident with Gordon and others.
Ken Schrader and Bob.
At the moment, Jeff Gordon has a comfortable lead, as comfortable as you can have.
Want to finish this race.
Okay, Jeff Gordon on his last lap. Bobby Hamilton's clear traffic. There's no cars now between Gordon and Hamilton. Here is Jeff Gordon in the 4th turn. Looks like he's going to be able to do it. Yes, Jeff Gordon wins the Goodies Headache Powder 500, his 2nd straight win at Martinsville.
Bobby Labonte and ODW was in that picture.
Yep.
So that was a battle for 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th.
Jeff Gordon has won this year at Daytona, Rockingham, Bristol, and now at Martinsville. And Jeff Bodine's day has ended. But there is the man of the day and the man of the hour. Jeff Gordon, his 4th win of 1997, his 2nd straight, and his 14th win since the beginning of 1996, and he adds to that great winning percentage. It's his 23rd career win.
You know, Jeff Gordon's getting to know where Victor Lane is at all these racetracks.
Sure is.
Yeah, he's been here before.
Let's take a look at the unofficial results. Mark Martin finished third. Jeff Gordon led the most laps. Here's our McDonald's Winner's Circle interview with Dr. Jerry Punch.
Well, Jeff gets a nice cold drink in the race car, and while he sits in the car, Jeff, congratulations, second win in a row. You made it 3 springs in a row last week at Bristol. What a run.
I tell you, it sure was, Jerry. You know, these guys did an excellent job in this car. First thing I want to do is thank the Lord. Certainly on our side right now, and you know, I got to praise him. He's what makes this thing go around and round, and it's really nice to be driving this DuPont Chevrolet on days like today, man. These guys in the pits did a great job. You know, got me out front where I need to be, and gave me a great car today. And Goodyear Tires did a great job. Got to thank Quaker State and Pepsi and everybody that's a part of this car and this team. It's a great honor to be a part of it.
Spin and win about halfway through. You came back from that. That was a close call.
Yeah, I figured Jimmy'd get me back someday, but didn't know it would be right there. But, you know, that was a close call. And, you know, that's when you know you've got the Lord on your side, when you can do things like that and come back and win. Luckily, I didn't damage the car too bad, and we were able to get back out there.
Jeff Gordon's 4th win in 1997. Bob?
Take a look at the point standings now. Coming up next here on ESPN with Rusty Wallace. We'll see you next week from Talladega. This has been a presentation of ESPN, the worldwide leader in sports.
Will Jeff Gordon, just 75 points behind, bounce back from his low point at Lowe's in the Coca-Cola 600?
Please remain standing. Now for our national anthem, I present to you country music recording star Doug Stone.
So let's take you through, based on point standings, today's MBNA starting grid.
3-time Dover winner Jeff Gordon starts alongside pole sitter Dale Jarrett. Gordon has redemption after last weekend's pit road miscue in Charlotte and last year's dismal Dover performances. In the last 12 Dover races, Gordon's led a total of 1,570 laps, but he didn't lead a single lap here last season. Gordon enters with plenty of motivation, and judging by the final practice session, a very fast race car.
All right, DW, I tell you every week, but I'm going to stress it here. Pull them belts tight. 400 laps, 400 miles.
Yes, sir. Here we go. No passing until you cross the start-finish line. All passing to the right. And we're going to go boogity, boogity, boogity.
15-year-old junior flagman at the base of the stand. He's got a flag in hand. So does the starter. We're racing at Dover. It's going to be a fight for the lead off turn 2, won by Jeff Gordon.
Boy, yeah, not much of a fight. Gordon just flew by on the outside and is checking out.
Got a good run in that high groove off turn 2. They'll run around the bottom, and they'll try to get that upper groove to come in just as soon as they can. Johnny Benson in the 10 car, he's working on it already.
Jeff Gordon has now led 12 of his 17 Dover starts, and he's led 12 of the 13 races this year.
And boy, right now it is pinch time. You got to hang on that bad boy, because he's going to be a little trouble in water.
Welcome back to Dover. We're half a lap from going back to green. We've run 11 laps. Jeff Gordon has led them all.
He must think he has a flat tire. He wouldn't be coming down pit road now.
But he'll lose a lap changing it as we are back under green, and Harvick hauls along at the pit road speed of 35 miles an hour. These cars out there come out to 150 or so miles an hour.
Oh, it's murder to make a pit stop under green. You're going to lose a lap and a half at best. There goes Gordon by, and Harvick still in the pits.
Flat right side tire before that last restart. He came back and got 4 fresh tires. Wants to get that lap back.
He's got a car good enough to do it too, I believe.
And his tires are 20 laps fresher than Jeff Gordon's, and there he goes.
And that will pay off big time if this thing just happened to stay green for a little while.
Rusty Wallace trying for the lead on Gordon, turn 3. Not going to get it there.
This place, Mike, is notorious for riding around under caution, and when you go back to green, you think you have a flat tire.
He ran over something under the first caution and punctured this tire. He did come back in and take on 4 tires, but this is his right rear tire, and that's what's giving this team an early setback, Mike.
Wallace again looks for the lead out of turn 2 to the inside of Gordon. He's got room this time.
There is no race car out there today that's any faster down the straightaway than that 2 car is. That thing boogies down that straightaway. I saw it at California, and I saw it at Charlotte. It's doing it again today.
since California. Wallace has led each of the last 6 races. Here's Gordon right back by him.
No time to fight. Got the position. Let him go. He'll get him back.
For more on Rusty, here's Steve Byrne.
Well, Mike, Rusty said his car is turning very well, but it's turning just a little bit too well. He's loose off the corner, and Rusty's already talking about what changes they're going to make. They're going to add air to the right front and put 1 round of fight in when they make their pit stop.
Darryl, you got to be so careful here. As the race goes on, a car will normally get tighter and tighter and tighter just because of rubber going down on the racetrack.
Yeah, you'll start off real loose, and that's what's happening to these guys when they have these early wrecks. Cars are really loose for about the first 10 laps. Then all of a sudden, when you're complaining loose, you start complaining push. They're bouncing like a basketball.
Now, Darryl, in IndyCar racing, they have bleeder valves. If the pressure exceeds a certain amount, it will bleed off that excess air pressure. Would that technology work here?
Oh, that'd be a beautiful thing until something happens.
Jeff Gordon has flamed out to a 1.7-second lead over Rusty Wallace.
Now, Harvick's not conservative. I take that back.
There's the gap, first to second. That's a lot of lead in very little time.
Yeah, it is.
Caution laps we've run, simply a chance for these teams to look at those tires, make adjustments.
Well, you know, in some series, Mike, they have what they call a competition yellow. I believe we ought to have that. When there ain't no competition, we should have a yellow.
But I'm wondering if Jeff Gordon is after him, trying to get him so he can put him back down that lap before the caution comes out, seeing how strong he is, because if he doesn't, he may have to contend with him later on in the day.
I don't know, fellas. If you're Jeff Gordon, are you racing the racetrack or racing Kevin Harvick?
You're racing the racetrack right now. That's one car. You don't ever really want to focus in on any one particular car. Harvick gets back on the lead lap. Guess where he has to restart.
But he surely is having problems involved in that second accident. He made 3 pits.
Stacey Compton makes it to...
That's what I was saying in the opening. You can't work on your car under green. You don't have time. It puts too much pressure on everybody. You can't be putting spring rubbers in, jacking around on that thing. Gas and go. That's all you can do.
So he's now several laps down. This week on Fox Saturday Baseball, interleague action returns.
Our last week's winner, Jeff Burton, I mean, he is just about ready to go a lap down.
Yeah, they were not very happy with their car yesterday. I talked to Frankie Stoddard this morning, his crew chief. He just kind of shook his head. It's like they went from the penthouse to the outhouse in 1 week. That's the thing about this sport. It's a humbling sport.
And let me tell you, I don't know what they did last week. I don't know what car they had, but that's the one I'd be running this week.
Well, I asked him, and he said it is not the same car they ran last week. And I just, good. You know the competition's always working. Go in there and get a little bit better. Don't hurt things. Plus, also, with the new tire, this could be a place to Tony and to Greg Cimpadelli, his crew chief. How much has the package changed from last year? So 2 reasons, I think, behind Chester.
See, you're the same way I am. Why do I want to go somewhere and test, waste a taste of a test where I don't run good? An hour down that, all the way down pit road. It takes forever. Reiterate, this is from lack of practice, not really a lot of time on the racetrack, and it's just for everybody's own benefit. This doesn't help anybody, doesn't hurt anybody, and everybody gets a chance to look at the tires.
It benefits one guy, Kevin Harvick, in that 29 car.
But, you know, he had bad luck, so...
They recovered from that, and they're now married.
And so, she married him anyway.
Good communication eventually.
All right, 31 cars on the lead lap, and all of them are coming to pit road 4 times.
Well, Dick, Jeff Gordon said he's just a tick loose, so they're going to drop air pressure just a bit. Todd Kidd and Shane Shirts changing tires. Look at back.
The 20 car and the 40 cars, Tony Stewart and Sterling Marlin pitted right in front of each other. A track bar on the adjustment on the 40 car, he's down, the 20 car is down. They made an air pressure adjustment, and there's a loose tire on pit road. It's flipped up over the wall.
Johnny Benson hit that tire, and that's one of the...
A lot of work to that car. He was loose. He probably took spring rubbers out, and here we go back to green, guys.
Mike Wallace in that 7 car, he'd like to get his lap back. He's in the 32nd position right now, 31 cars on the lead lap.
Gordon, Stewart, Marlin, Skinner, and Jarrett, the front 5.
I wish Mike Wallace well, but he's going to have to muster up a lot of steam to get around that 24 car.
He's got other problems with Tony Stewart, that Home Depot 20 car behind him.
Yeah, well, he can stay there for a lap or 2, but if he isn't able to go on, then he'll have to start moving over and letting these lead laps.
Jeff Gordon now 1.6 seconds up on Mike Skinner, and another second back to Tony Stewart. Then Sterling Marlin, Dale Jarrett.
You know, Gordon said last week in Charlotte, all that was wrong with his car was that right front fender. You know, we talked about what his problem was, and that messed him up all day. Let's see if we can get down. Man, I need to get in one of these babies. Let me see the water running out the exhaust pipe. Well, did you see the grill opening? If we get a shot back at the grill opening of that car, there might be
91 laps are complete. Jeff Gordon has led 90 of them.
Skinner.
Jeff Gordon in the 24 car, it's the same car that he won with at Las Vegas, won that $1 million bonus.
He got a lot of cars he could say that about, I think.
I guarantee.
He won 5 of them.
Won a Winston Cup championship, a Truck Series championship, and on track to possibly win a Busch Car National championship.
Just struggling again today, and they're going by him left, right, left, right. Jeff Burton. I mean, he can't even get up to hardly race speed.
And he's not the only fella in trouble.
That corner up makes the back end come around as you enter. Then you're too tight off because you got all that compression in the shock and you're sliding the nose. So loose in and tight off, that's big problem here what you fight most of the time.
Absolutely.
Jeff Gordon's lead over Sterling Marlin now 1.8 seconds in the MBNA Platinum 400. Jeff Gordon leads by 1.9 seconds now over Sterling Marlin, Dale Jarrett, Ricky Craven, now up to 4th, and Tony Stewart 5th. Here are two fellas trying to stay on the lead lap just in front of Jeff Gordon.
Robert Presley in the 77, Hut Strickland in the 90, beating and banging, but as you said, Mike, desperately trying to stay on the lead lap. Second fastest in practice yesterday. Talked to those guys on Friday, missed the race last week. They said, look, we can't.
Up there, that might be hurting him a little bit.
Ward Burton trying to stay on the lead lap.
Boy, he's in danger. There's a 10 car going a lap down, and Rusty is just ahead of these guys. Best thing Rusty's got going for him is that these guys hold him up a little bit, hold Gordon up a little bit. Maybe Rusty can get away far enough that Gordon can't get to him for a while.
25 cars on the lead lap after just 116 miles.
Car, which is I agree with. That if you get a customer car, it could be the same car that everybody else gets, but always look at what's beating me. And what's beating me week in and week out is one of those Hopkins or one of those Laughlins. 10 cars back in, and it looks to me like he is headed for the garage.
Rusty Wallace has now dropped to within just a couple of seconds of being lapped by Jeff Gordon.
Yeah, he's looking in his rearview mirror right now, and what he's seeing is not making him happy.
But Jeff Gordon leads Dale Jarrett and Sterling Marlin. Jarrett by 2.5 seconds and Marlin by 3.5 at 131 of 400 laps.
And being fast at the end of a long run is a great thing if you haven't lost too much time. That's what you really got to look at, is how fast am I.
Ricky Rudd and Tony Stewart have a chance to capitalize.
Boy, you just never know, Larry, what your day is going to be like. You start a race and everything's good, the car's good, you're driving well, you're happy. Something happens on pit road, of all places.
If this place will do it to you. We see more situations occur on pit road here probably than anywhere we race.
And that's one reason why the speed limit on pit road is only 35 miles an hour, but it doesn't seem to make any difference.
Jeff Gordon lapping Buckshot Jones. Remember, Gordon's sponsor headquartered just up the road in Wilmington, Delaware. They always bring a lot of folks down here, and they always expect this car to run real well here.
And everybody there is a race fan. You can believe that. Rusty Wallace is just getting ready to go a lap down. Gordon is all over the back of him, and I know Rusty's giving it all he's got, but it ain't going to be enough.
They need the wings back on that car, Darrell.
That thing run good, didn't it?
I like that paint job.
That was a pretty paint job.
I like the way the car ran mostly, and here comes Gordon underneath. Gordon 3.5 seconds up on Jarrett when he caught Wallace. Let's see what battling Rusty does to that lead. It goes from 3.44 seconds.
Oh, they're going to hold him at bay.
Yep.
There he goes. He cleared him that time. He didn't clear him off at 2, and he had to have the whole racetrack when you get down on the bottom.
And that cuts Gordon's lead from 3.44 on that lap, only about 1/10 of a second.
About the right time to pit. What do you think?
Yeah, it's about 80 laps into a run, so it'll be.
And Jeff Gordon has just radioed and said, guys, I'm still just a tick loose. Robbie Loomis said, bring it in here. We'll get 4 tires. Gordon not yet on pit road. The crew is ready for him. Now Robbie Loomis saying, come on down. Counting him into his pit stall. Gordon slides to the left, Repo 9. Chris Anderson is the jack man. Jeff Craven will put the gas in. They do make a wedge adjustment to the right rear of the number 24 car. Now left side tires coming off, and tires going back on. Good stuff for the 24 of Jeff Gordon. 15.5 seconds. Matt?
The leader, Dale Jarrett's on pit road.
That should cycle us through the cars on the lead lap for pit stops. It'll put Jeff Gordon back into the lead by about 2 seconds.
And right there behind him is Rusty Wallace, who did make some changes. He's hanging a little closer now, but I still don't think he can handle Gordon.
In one of the 2 big accidents of the day, Busch in the one on lap 15.
Yeah, Jeff Burton being shown in 31st position right now.
Gordon coming up on Matt Kenseth, who was battling Jeremy Mayfield a couple of laps ago. Now, they were 16th and 17th, but here comes the leader.
But you know, Mike and Larry, when you win a race, that's why you better enjoy it. You better celebrate. You better get all out of it you can, because you never know what the next week's going to be like.
It lasts about 3 or 4 hours to get back to the shop the next day.
About the time those guys came down off the fence, the thrill was gone. They started thinking about this week.
And Matt Kenseth, for whom Dover is one of his favorite racetracks, struggled in final practice yesterday in the 1-hour practice. And Jeff Gordon's about to gobble him up.
Yeah, in 3 or 4 Dover races, 3 out of 4 Dover races, he has finished 6 or better. This is a brand new car, new Hopkins car they brought here, Darrell. And was one of the strongest cars yesterday. Put a lot of that setup, but he's fixing to go a lap down right now. He's in 16th, 17th position.
This long green flag run has put a number of cars a lap down. Gordon 2.6 seconds up on Dale Jarrett. There is the gap, first to second. There's second, 8 straight laps under green, and that has really shaken things out.
Yeah, you might be able to put around in the track bar or a little around the wedge in, but most of the adjustments that need to be made under green are with air pressure. And you might say, you know, you got to do, normally to make a car good, Tony Stewart made 2 adjustments, track bar down and a spring rubber out. Spring rubber out of the left rear, track bar down. That's going to tighten him up getting in with the track bar down. And then the spring rubber out of the left rear is going to help him turn in the center and come off. So when you can do combinations of things, that's when you really are making some good changes.
5th place battle's a pretty good one. Picks up right where
Todd Bodine will run the Busch Grand National race on Saturday. He did not drive that 00 car. The car owner Buckshot Jones running.
Was damaged in the lap 3 accident. And sliding up the track, John Andretti, and Jeff Gordon shoots on past Andretti and Jeremy Mayfield, putting them both a lap down.
I think the racetrack's going away from John Andretti in that 43 car. He was good at the beginning of the race, was Mark Martin in particular in that 6 car.
And the big losers on that one, John Andretti and Jeremy Mayfield, who had just been lapped by Jeff Gordon.
They got him out just in front of the pace car.
Steve?
Well, Mike, 4 tires for Jeff Gordon. His only problem is, he said when he gets behind other cars, he gets a little bit tight. Of course, he's been passing most of them, but now left side tires going on. We got a Dick Berger.
Ricky Rudd is in the pit right now, going to get 4 tires. Norman Kujamizu just turned into the round edge of the car to try to tighten it up. To Matt.
The 24 car, the 88, will lead everyone off pit road. Dale Jarrett said the last set of tires turned the car.
Of course, Jeff Gordon, 24 car, he's going to win the battle off pit road. Talked about his car being a little bit tight behind cars. You lose the front downforce, the air pushing down on the front end, and hadn't been a big problem for him today except lapping cars.
Yeah, right. I'd like to have mine that bad. A lot of people like to have his problems.
Helps out a couple of guys trying to get some laps back.
Yeah, you see Jeff Gordon coming to the line right there about the middle of your screen, and right underneath him, and right at the last second, the 12 car of Jeremy Mayfield beats him back to the line by just a nose to stay on the lead lap.
Jeff Gordon is looking good in more ways than one, not only leading the race, of course, and has led all but 7 laps so far, but he has been nominated, the 3-time Winston Cup champ, by GQ magazine as Man of the Year in their sports category. Others include people like Lance Armstrong and Phil Mickelson and Andre Agassi, so something for Jeff to think about. And he has been golden on this track, 3 consecutive wins when you go back to the fall in 95, 96, and as Larry McReynolds pointed out, he's the same car that he won in with Las Vegas, but coming off a down week, and it's rare for him and his crew to have back-to-back shaky weeks.
As I was trying to tell y'all afterwards, that whenever these guys have a bad weekend, they always come back the next weekend with a vengeance. They come back and get in the top 5 or they win. So when those guys have a bad race like he did at Charlotte, woe be unto the competition, especially coming to Dover.
All right, let's get on to Steve Burns, who is trackside. Steve?
Well, Chris, earlier today, Matt Yoakum said that 24 team and Jeff Gordon are looking for redemption. redemption because they did not have a good week at Charlotte, but also because although he's won 3 in a row here at Dover, he has not won since 1996. On this last pit stop, they made no changes to that number 24 car. Just put 4 tires on it. Didn't even adjust air pressure. Matt?
Tony Stewart hit pit road, and only 3 drivers have ever won 3 in a row here at Dover. We mentioned Jeff Gordon. Rusty Wallace did it in 93 and 94, and David Pearson back in 1972 and 3. The Silver Fox took 3 in a row from the Monster Mile.
Tony Stewart, that Home Depot car, he'd like to add his name to that list. Jeff Hammond.
Yeah, Larry, I wanted to make...
Here we go.
People at home wonder what are they talking about, pedaling? These things ain't got no pedals.
Yeah, it's not Lance Armstrong.
They got no pedals. They got 3 pedals down in there. What you got to remember is which one's which.
It's our word, Darrell Waltrip, and they're growing up in Owensboro. That check your local listings, but that is a great show, and one that I think will hit the heart of all of our NASCAR fans, especially those with a little bit of a heavy foot. It's on tonight at 8 p.m., but check your local listing on Fox Sports Net, the Waltrips on Beyond the Glory.
We were just a little young and restless and foolish, I might add.
You know, he's led a lot of laps, but he's got a mirror full of that UPS car right now. Dale Jarrett, I believe they've been adjusting on that old Ford, and he's getting up there right in Jeff Gordon's rear bumper.
Really getting into the corner well. He's actually beating Gordon down in the corner. Gordon looks like a little bit better off the corner, but things are looking ups right now for him.
That was very punny.
Got a battle for 7th right back there. That's Steve Park in the 1 car. Ricky Rudd, that 28 car.
And we are halfway in the MBNA 400
corner. See if we can get a mile per hour reading here. There's 166. About 166 miles an hour on a 1-mile racetrack down into a 24-degree bank turn. That's hauling the mail, folks.
Jeff Gordon has led all but 7 of the first 200 laps. In fact, I think only 1 driver, Rusty Wallace, has led a lap under green besides Jeff Gordon.
And this would be a good time for one of those, where are you now, or we are here, or
you are there. He is checking out.
And we're 2 laps past halfway, so just a handful more laps here, about 7 more, he'll clinch up the bonus for leading the most laps.
But he's got his adversary in his rearview mirror, and that ain't no package truck.
Right now, he's about a 10th faster than Dale Jarrett in the 88 car, so...
Not a lot of time here this month, so just call 1-800-FX-FX-FX1. I'll repeat that. There's a lot of FXs there, so follow along. 1-800-FX-FX-FX1, and that'll get you through to your local cable company and tell them, hey, I want my NASCAR, I want my FX, I want my Hollywood Hotel, the guys in the booth, I want my pit reporters, and we don't want you to miss any part of this NASCAR season, and that would include next Sunday at Michigan. We are in Dover, Delaware. 187 laps to go, and it's the battle within the battle. Jeff Gordon leading Dale Jarrett. Of course, Dale Jarrett, the points leader by 75 points as we move into past the 1/3 point of the Winston Cup season. Over 150,000 people here at Dover. And Jeff Hammond, I want to talk about the driving styles of the two. You know, both Gordon and Jarrett, they've won championships, and they're the big draw in the sport.
Yes, they are, Chris. And what you're seeing here today, I think, is a classical display that, again, Gordon is rebounding from last week, and I mean, he's coming out here with a vengeance, and he's really putting it on the field. And you see Dale Jarrett sitting back there, and I think he's kind of like they're playing a little bit of strategy here. Dale's playing hurt. I think he's just trying to keep Gordon inside. We still got a long ways to go. I don't think he feels very confident he can stay close to him. Mr. Gordon, he can really win by the end of the day.
Yeah, speaking of Gordon, too, I had asked him, he has that open wheel background, and also what Tony Stewart did. I said, hey, one day would you like to do that? And he said, no, I appreciate what Tony did, doing the double thing, but my focus is on Winston Cup racing, and that focus is showing. Looks like he wants, the points championship lead back, or the title back anyway.
I guarantee that young man right there, he wants to be the champion. He feels like he's got people behind him now. They've done it before, but now he's got him a new crew chief in Robbie Loomis, and they're looking to get this young man, and I'm talking about Robbie Loomis, his first Winston Cup championship, and I think they're well on their way.
Talked about the success of Jeff Gordon, and you see that the driver leading the most laps has won 43 of the 62 races, and Gordon has led 202 laps today. And mentioning Dale Jarrett as well, he won
Before you guys give this race to Jeff Gordon, who has led all but 7 laps, and send everybody reaching for the remote control, don't forget, 3 years ago, Gordon led 375 of the 400 laps, but that 88 car won, Dale Jarrett.
He's got a couple of guys that are going to be right after him before the day is over with.
We are 224 miles into this race. Jeff Gordon has led 217 of them.
Kind of feel that this place will give you.
Jeff Gordon now with a 4.5 second lead over Tony Stewart, who has moved 1 second out in front of Dale Jarrett, the third place car.
But it's the hardest racetrack in the world to get out of the way of other cars.
Oh, yeah, it is. I hate driving a slow car here. It just drives you crazy.
He won both races last year here at Dover Down. 244 laps complete in the MBNA 400. Jeff Gordon, Tony Stewart, Steve Park, Dale Jarrett, Sterling Marlin. The top 5. 250 laps complete. Dover Down's all-time lap leader is Bobby Allison. 2,800 laps in 35 starts. Jeff Gordon's only started half as many races here, but he's moved up to 7th place on the all-time list.
Oh, there's so many records that he's going to break and rewrite the record book in so many ways if he keeps up the pace he's been on.
Well, Johnny Benson took a huge hit in the points. He came in here 4th, and after that pit road bump, suffered engine failure, taking Johnny out of the race.
Like I say, it's really bad, you get beat on the racetrack, get beaten on the racetrack or something to that, but when you're going down pit lane.
3.8 seconds back of this man since Tony Stewart.
And his foot burning, I mean, it is so painful and it's so distracting because it takes away from your focus, takes away from your concentration, and it affects your lap times when something like that starts bothering you.
260 laps next time by. Jeff Gordon has led all but 7 of them. Nobody but Jeff Gordon has led more than 2 laps. 2 major crashes, and the leader coming onto pit road, Jeff Gordon. Steve Park is in Saturday's Busch Series race.
Well, Matt, they are going to adjust on the 24 of Jeff Gordon. He's saying it's a little bit tight in the middle and loose off. They talked about making a little wedge adjustment. They're also going to go up on right rear air pressure, and Gordon is away.
Tight, sometimes you got to say, stop.
One thing that happened there, Harvick couldn't go straight. 280 of 400 laps complete in the MBNA Platinum 400. Jeff Gordon has just put his Hendrick Motorsports teammate Terry Labonte 1 lap down. That leaves us 15 cars on the lead lap.
I'd call him at 3 in the morning and say, Jeff, I've been laying here thinking, and he'd be just about ready to die.
Yeah, so whose nightmare was it?
Well,
wait a minute now. Tell the truth. Whose nightmare?
I'm just glad you answered. I'd have had to dial 911 if you hadn't.
Guys, right now the nightmare that the field has is this 24 car, Jeff Gordon, 8 seconds ahead of 2nd place Ricky Craven. Even though Ricky's got a fast race car, 8 seconds is a long way to go.
Trying to singe him, but he's got a long way to go. 7.7 seconds if he wants to catch Jeff Gordon. Gordon has led 285 of the 299 laps. Welcome back to Dover. 305 laps complete, and Craven is coming. It was 7.7 seconds the lead when we went to break. Now it's down to 6 seconds, so Ricky Craven is doing everything he can to haul down on Jeff Gordon, who has led all but 13 laps today. More on the leader. Here's Steve.
Well, Mike, Jeff Gordon has surely dominated his race, but he just radioed crew chief Robbie Loomis and said, my car is too tight right now, and he has continually said that the car is especially tight in traffic. Let's go to Dick.
A year ago,
I believe one thing that maybe Labonte looked in his mirror, or at least his spotter's telling him, you're on the same straightaway. He's going into turn 3. Jeff Gordon's on the same straightaway with the leader here, and you better get going, bud.
Got a little thank you wave out the window.
I love it. That's something drivers don't do enough, I think. You know, they kind of got to wave until they got appreciated.
There's your leader at the line right now, Jeff Gordon in that 24 car. These guys know they don't need to be racing each other.
There's
right
Craven
now
at the line, so he has definitely chopped that gap down considerably. Gordon was so far out there. I mean, I was beginning to think no one could catch him.
You're right. If you're going to acknowledge a driver when he does you wrong, you should acknowledge.
Be critical as what we saw a minute ago with the 20 car. These guys will be coming in with green flag stops. You don't want to have to be contending with somebody that's going to be just in front of you or just...
Was the leader and fastest car on the racetrack. Jeff Gordon pitted first. And everybody else felt they had to come in right away if they were going to keep pace with Gordon with new tires.
These guys can run about 80, 85 laps on field, as we saw at the beginning of the show. Most of them are going to be on pit road with about 50 to go. Yeah, you got to make sure you get a can and then some in there, but you want to be out of the way of your tire changers, not getting in the way of that man coming around from the right rear to the left rear, but still do your job as well. Top 10, he's in 10th position.
Mark Martin has passed Kevin Harvick for 9th place. That's the only change in the top 10 with Jeff Gordon's lead over Ricky Craven. Cut to 3.4 seconds. Let's get some pit strategy with Steve.
Well, Mike, we have not heard Robbie Loomis say yet to his driver, Jeff Gordon, what he wants to do, but we did hear Jeff Gordon confirm what Darrell Waltrip was saying, and that is he cannot drive the car on the bottom, he can't drive it on the top, and it's still tight in traffic. Matt Yoakum.
Down here in the one pit, Steve Burns. Paul Andrews, the crew chief.
Seconds ahead of Dale Jarrett. Now here is Jeff Gordon and Ricky Craven. Since his 5th place finish at Rockingham, he's only had 2 top 20 finishes. 3.2 seconds is the gap from Gordon back to Ricky Craven. Jeff Gordon likes to lead here. In 95, he led 400 laps. The race was 500 laps long then. In 96, he led over 300 laps. 96 in September, over 200 laps. And in 1998, he led 375 of the 400 laps.
And could you imagine, Mike? I mean, we're coming up to the 350 mark here.
Harvick in the 29, he commits to pit road first, coming to the attention of that Goodwrench crew.
Jeremy Mayfield's in as well.
This race was affectionately known as the 24 Hours of Dover back in those days. This is a much...
55 to go. You just needed part of one can and the other part of the whole can of the other. The best friend that Ricky Craven's got right now is Todd Bodine in that 66. Probably not for long, but he's trying to stay on the lead lap. He's in 12th position. So right now, Jeff Gordon has put all but the 11 cars on the lead lap.
Rusty Wallace, trouble continues. He'd made his last stop of the day and then had to come back in to repair something. So he's back out on the racetrack, but well off the pace. Some 3 laps down now.
I know Rusty probably would not necessarily agree with me, but he is another one of those guys.
Up to speed now after that second stop. 3 seconds. Jeff Gordon's lead has stabilized over Ricky Craven, at least for the moment. Dale Earnhardt Jr., Sterling Marlin, Mark Martin, Ricky Rudd, Bobby Labonte, Todd Bodine, and Terry Labonte still hanging on to the lead lap here.
Well, the good thing right now, or the thing that most of these guys that are on the lead lap have got to be thinking about is, I don't want to pit if I can help it before Gordon does.
Gordon pits.
Who just went by. So that's another lap, and now Todd is slowly 35 miles an hour headed down pit lane.
And the worst nightmare for Todd Bodine.
A lap or more down.
And there are 51 laps to go as Gordon crosses the line.
Not a major adjustment.
Gordon calling for just an air pressure change.
No major adjustments.
Terry Labonte in the 5 car, Jeff Gordon's teammate, Kellogg's car. He's
in the NFL. I mean, the coaches can talk to quarterbacks. There are speakers in their ears as they set up the plays. But could you imagine he's rolling right and they have the coach in your ear going, no, go left, no, car high, lineman high, linebacker low. Could you imagine all that going on in your ear in any other sport?
Well, I think they were headed that way with the XFL, but that fell apart. So,
yeah. All right, our leader, Jeff Gordon in the 24 car. He's on pit road.
And this could be the last pit stop of the day for Jeff Gordon. It needs to be a good one. And you did hear him seconds ago say, let's not make a major adjustment. They're going to put 1 pound of air in the right rear tire. They had talked about pressure off the left side tires. Good stop for Jeff Gordon. 14.4 seconds.
Dale Jarrett at the bottom of your screen getting his service as Gordon goes out.
Larry, how would you like to have the fastest car on the racetrack and do a 14.4 pit stop?
And that's the confidence he has. He knows for the most part when he comes to pit road, he's going to have a fast stop.
And Gordon will reassume the lead after this round of green flag stop.
But the real loser, Ricky Craven in the 32 car. Remember, before the stop, 3 seconds. He's almost 11 seconds behind Jeff Gordon now. 45 laps to go. He can't get there. He just cannot get there.
5 of those seconds lost on the longer pit stop, but much of the rest lost because Jeff Gordon is so good getting into the pits fast and getting out of the pits fast.
What a difference these guys can make right here.
43 laps to go at Dover.
Loser, I believe in this deal, is Mark Martin. You know, he only
with 36 laps to go. Now Mayfield.
Rusty Wallace in that 2 car, 3 laps down. Like to get one of his laps back. Remember, Mark Martin in the 6 car right there took 2 tires on the green, stayed out right here.
Oh, Robert Presley slid up in front of Dale Jarrett. And that Jarrett a chance to stay with the front.
Next everything up when he did that. Big break for Jeff Gordon because there's some cars in there maybe that could keep up with him now that they've got 4 fresh tires on. I say maybe. It's pretty doubtful. That guy's been awesome today.
And Jeff Gordon and Robbie Loomis discussed briefly the merits of pitting. But Jeff said, let's stay out. I like the air pressures, the way the tires feel. So really, they didn't even think twice. They stayed out. Dick?
Martin and Jimmy Bennett talked a lot about whether they should bring that number 6 car in for a pit stop.
I don't believe you can stop the race and let everybody work on their car and they can keep up with Jeff Gordon. He's awesome today. One of those days, Larry.
When you hit it, you hit it. It's your day.
And this is that kind of racetrack. If you get it right, you're going to make everybody else look pretty bad.
In 1995, Gordon started second and led 400 of the 500 laps en route to an easy win. Started second again today.
Be sure that we write that down.
You mean every time he starts second, you should pick him?
Yeah, that's right. You should pick him.
Yeah, I'm about a week late on my pick, I think.
It will reflect in your standings, Larry. Don't worry.
Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. I'm still not sure what we're doing.
He can't get down. There's oncoming traffic.
Jeff Gordon and Ricky Craven are the only cars lapping under 24.7 seconds. Jeff Gordon, for now, in command by 0.6 of a second. 16 laps to go in the MBNA Platinum 400. Jeff Gordon's lead over Steve Hart now at 3/4 of a second. Dale Earnhardt Jr. closing, but he may run out of time. He's 3.2 seconds back.
These 2 cars right here, though, they're about the same speed right now.
They really are. The fastest car is the 32 car, but he's too far back. But, man, I tell you, Park he is doing all he can. And I don't think he can get up there and race Gordon. Gordon's probably keeping him at bay.
73 made up a lap. While the Wood Brothers made up a lap after he hit a spinning car and the Wood Brothers repaired it. He won a shootout. And Gordon, those flames are shooting out a little longer, Darrell. He's upped it to 1.1 seconds over Steve Hart.
Those flames are running all the way back down the straightaway right now.
Hendrick Motorsports has won 6 races at Dover with 4 different drivers. 3 for Gordon, Jeff Bodine, Ricky Rudd, and Ken Schrader have also won here for Rick Hendrick.
But I tell you, the fastest car on the racetrack.
Pretty hard to compete with a fast car and a 14.5-second pit stop for anybody.
Even with the caution.
Yeah, even with the caution. Like I said, I don't believe he can stop the race. They work on him and keep up with him today.
Jeff Gordon, these 6 laps to go. Next time, a little bit of lap traffic in front of him. Could be a factor. Stacey Compton up there. Let's look at the speeds at the line.
From what they did since back there at Rockingham.
Dale Jarrett was not expected to contend here, but he's been. Jeff Gordon has led 377 laps. He's got to lead 4 more. And that will top the record. Mark Martin led 379 of 400 here in 1998. Gordon is on pace to best that by 2. And last year, he didn't lead at all.
He's making up for lost time, Mike. I can tell you that.
Hey, but Park is coming. Steve Park has cut it down to 0.6 of a second.
But yeah, there was a little more traffic. I'm sorry, Larry, go ahead.
It's okay. I was just going to say the real battle is back there for 7th with Mark Martin, Tony Stewart.
White flag, and it couldn't come any sooner for Jeff Gordon. Steve Park has closed in to try to make a race out of this, 0.7 of a second back.
He has a clear racetrack for another half a mile. No lap traffic should be a factor.
And Park wishing this race was 5 laps longer. Draws within about 8 car lengths in turn 4, but Jeff Gordon comes off the 4th corner and gets his 54th career victory.
They don't wreck each other. It's going to surprise me. They have been into each other. Mark did a great job of hanging on.
Mark will take the position.
9th place.
I don't know if that's friendly. Congratulations.
Oh, yeah. I think it is. Oh, yeah. I saw teammates do that. Well, they're not teammates, but I've seen guys do that before.
Jeff Gordon's win ties him with Lee Petty and Rusty Wallace for 7th on the all-time NASCAR list. It's his 4th win at Dover, his 2nd win of the season, and he led all but 19 laps. Jeff Gordon today with a thoroughly dominating performance. He led 381 of 400 laps, and he sits in the MBNA winner's circle here at Dover Downs for his 2nd win of the season. Steve Burns is with him.
Thank you, Mike. Jeff Gordon accepting congratulations from his wife, Brooke. Jeff, boy, that was a flat, dominant performance by you and this race team.
I tell you what, that was incredible. I wasn't expecting that today. You know, it just felt like DuPont 24 Chevrolet of the old here at Dover. And I think, you know, a lot of it is this tire that Goodyear has. I think it just brings some of our old setups back to us. The track, you know, it's just like it used to be for us. But these guys, they really had it hooked up today. And, oh, man, I just, you know, want to thank God for a great day, a safe day. And, you know, this one's for DuPont. They're up here in Wilmington. We went to visit with all their folks on Thursday, and they got a lot of customers that come to every race. And this one right here is for you guys. Thank you for everything you do, DuPont.
All right, great victory. Let's go to Matt Yoakum.
Were you catching him, or was he just playing with you?
I don't know, man. Jeff Gordon, he's a hell of a race car driver, and my hat's off to those guys.
Let's show you our Chevy winning moment. Jeff Gordon is the winner, and Chevy congratulates Jeff and the number 24 Monte Carlo on the big win. This was the only on-track pass for the lead all day.
It's the only winning moment.
It was several hours ago.
Rusty Wallace got in front for 1 lap, and Gordon passed him right back. More champions depend on Chevy will be there. As you have a look through the results today with Jeff Gordon, a big, big win.
Today was great, and I just want to say thank you to everybody in New England, everybody that's helped me along the way. That's just a little bit of what I'm going to say when we get to Victory Lane.
And you're going to get your chance at it, I'm sure.
Jeff Gordon's win inches a little bit closer as he moves up on Dale Jarrett. For a guy like Jeff Gordon, who averaged, 10 victories over the previous 4 seasons, only had 3 last year. We say only for a guy who set standards as high as he did, but he wins his 2nd race this year. Looks like Jeff Gordon has returned to that championship form.
Absolutely, Chris. I think right now you got to take in consideration that there's so much right now going on behind the scenes at Hendrick Motorsports. There's a lot of things that have been developed and worked on. These guys have got it turned around. The chemistry between Robbie Loomis and Jeff Gordon is now very evident. You got to watch out for these guys.
And the Monster Mile did the Monster Mash when we began things at Dover Downs International Speedway today. After a lot of rain leading up to this, it was clear skies and pretty much clear sailing for Jeff Gordon. The Flames DuPont car was on fire. Jeff Gordon cementing the win on the concrete early, inching closer to Dale Jarrett in the points chase, which will continue next week in Michigan on FX.